Chapter 1525, Uproar. Chapter 1525, Uproar. The regional announcement repeated for several times, the mechanical voice of the system echoing in the minds of Star Moon Kingdom's players continuously. For a moment, whether they were players currently resting in towns and cities or players out grinding in the fields, they all fell into a daze when they heard this announcement. What's going on? Constructed a city? How is this possible? The various large guilds are still working on getting their towns upgraded to the intermediate rank. Even super guilds have just begun trying to upgrade their towns to the advanced rank. How could there be a guild city already? Did Zero Wing manage to upgrade Stone Forest Town into a city? All hail Zero Wing. That might really be possible. After all, the player population in Stone Forest Town right now is really insane. The population there is not one bit lower than an NPC city's. This is impossible. I'm standing inside Stone Forest Town right now, and nothing about the town has changed whatsoever. Practically everyone on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums was discussing Zero Wing and the city it built right now. Although the players of God's Domain currently did not have any concrete information about guild cities, they could generally guess how amazing a guild city would be just by looking at the various guild towns currently in the game. Setting aside the various other functions a guild city would possess, just the amount of land it occupied would definitely exceed that of a town by a large margin, which would, in turn, allow it to accommodate more players. However, compared to the fact that Zero Wing was now in possession of a guild city, everyone was much more interested in finding out about the city itself, particularly its location currently. Mainstream players were starting to outgrow Stone Forest Town. If Zero Wing had built its city at a high-level resource map and replicated the facilities it had in Stone Forest Town in its new city, players would both be able to complete high-level quests without traveling long distances and easily improve their combat standards inside the city, killing two birds with one stone. Zero Wing has a guild city now. This is a good opportunity for our adventurer team. A new city? I wonder where it's located. If its location is good, it might not be a bad idea to buy a shop there and settle down. In the eyes of most independent players, Zero Wing's new city was merely a potential rest area. To the various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, the city was a huge opportunity for them currently. Both the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town were becoming increasingly valuable. Many wealthy adventurer teams and merchant players were already regretting their decision not to purchase one for themselves before. At the same time, the various large guilds of Star Moon Kingdom also became busy, holding internal meetings to restructure their future development plans in the kingdom. Zero Wing's acquisition of a guild city might be good news for ordinary players, but there was nothing good about it for large guilds like theirs in God's Domain. Maintaining and protecting a guild town entailed a lot of manpower. Hence, whenever a guild was thinking of conquering a new guild town, said guild would have to expand and recruit new members. Naturally, a guild city would need even more players to maintain and protect a city. Meanwhile, once Zero Wing began increasing its member count, it would also require more resource maps for these new members to develop in. Yet, as players reached higher levels, the resource maps available in Star Moon Kingdom also grew increasingly scarcer. As a result, competition between guilds also intensified. In the future, there would definitely come a time when their guilds would have to compete against Zero Wing. Hence, they naturally had to plan for such situations in advance for a time. Due to this system announcement, Zero Wing once again became the focus of the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Players within the kingdom were practically talking about Zero Wing non-stop. Meanwhile, just as Feng was about to make arrangements for Zero Wing City's further development, he suddenly started receiving mails and calls one after another. Guild leader, what did you do? How did we get a new city? Gentle Snow was filled with both curiosity and excitement when she found out about the new guild city, and she could not help but send multiple messages asking Feng about the matter. Before this, she was just about to start challenging her Tier 2 promotion. However, she put it off temporarily when she received a report on this sudden development. She knew very clearly that Zero Wing currently had only 2 towns under its control. One of them was Stone Forest Town in Star Moon Kingdom, while the other was Hidden Mist Town in the Black Dragon Empire. Aside from these two, Zero Wing did not own any other towns yet. Now, the guild had suddenly gained a brand new guild city. Old pal, your guild really knows how to hide its strength. Well? When are you free to sit down for a chat? Yuan Tianxin had also sent Feng a message. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be very interested in Zero Wing's guild city. In fact, the secret pavilion wasn't the only guild that sent Feng a message. Even Phoenix Rain had sent a congratulatory message as well as expressed her surprise at finding out about this news. Guild leader, you've finally picked up. Right now, our residence at Stone Forest Town is being swarmed by adventurer teams and merchant players. They all wish to partner with Zero Wing. In addition, several companies also want to meet with you to discuss investment opportunities, Aqua Rose said with a bitter smile on her face. Although Aqua Rose had known about the new city, Melancholic Smile was the one tasked with managing all matters relating to the city. Hence, Aqua Rose had not tried prying too deeply into those matters. After all, the amount of money required to construct a city would no doubt be astronomical. In her opinion, it would definitely take some time before they would accumulate enough funds to complete the city's construction. Thus, she had never imagined that the city would be completed so soon. This sudden development had caught her completely off guard. Right now, even people from her family were frantically contacting her and asking about the guild city. Her family hoped to be able to purchase a virtual store once the city was officially open to the public. This situation put her at a loss on what to do, as it was not in her place to make decisions on such important matters. Set those matters aside for now. First, have Candlelight's architects stop what they're doing and have them prepare the materials on the list I'll be sending to you in a moment. Once they have everything ready, bring them to Zero Wing City. While you're at it, bring some elite members with you as well, to deal with the management work of the city. Feng could guess the situation on Aqua Rose's side right now. After all, he was mostly facing the same. However, he had just completed the handover procedures for Zero Wing City. Right now, their priority was to have the necessary infrastructure set up in Zero Wing City. Otherwise, they would simply be inviting ridicule should they open up an empty city to the public. Very well, I'll get to it right away. Aqua Rose nodded. She could not help looking forward to seeing the newly constructed Zero Wing City. After Feng finished assigning tasks to Aqua Rose, he quickly made his way to the guild residence in Zero Wing City. Compared to the guild residence in Stone Forest Town, the residence here was much more luxurious. Located in the central district of the city, it took up 1/5 of the available land there, something possible only in a guild city. In NPC cities, a guild residence could occupy only a small area. Normally, one would be fortunate to be able to fit 10 or 20,000 players inside the residence. As for the residence in Zero Wing City, even if 50,000 players were present inside the residence at the same time, there would still be plenty of space to spare. Following which, Feng took out the guild residence teleportation magic array he had prepared beforehand and set it up inside the guild hall. If the guild residence did not possess a teleportation array, guild members would not be able to teleport directly to the city. This was also the reason why Aqua Rose did not simply teleport to the city to meet up with Feng. Currently, although everyone in the guild had already found out about Zero Wing's new city, they could not visit it. They could only wait until Feng was done setting up the teleportation array. Once Feng set up the teleportation array, he made a slight adjustment to its permissions, allowing only guild members with a certain level of authority to teleport to the city, to avoid unnecessary trouble that would disrupt the city's construction speed. After he settled the matters that required immediate attention, he sat down in his office to catch his breath. While resting, he opened up his bag and took a look at the advanced restaurant design and city conscription order he received from the system. He had heard about these two items in his previous life. However, he had never personally seen either of them before. He had never thought that he would actually receive these two items just by constructing Zero Wing City. These were truly an unexpected harvest. Chapter 1526, Strengthening Players. Chapter 1526, Strengthening Players. It's no wonder these things can help a guild improve quickly. They actually possess such effects. Feng was astonished as he inspected the advanced restaurant design and city conscription order in his bag. The city popularity the system awarded was already quite beneficial to the city's development, as it would lure many more NPCs to the city. However, when compared to the two items in his bag, the amount of city popularity he had gotten paled into insignificance. Similar to the advanced auction house, the advanced restaurant was an extremely rare advanced construction in God's domain. The guilds that managed to obtain it in his previous life numbered extremely few. There had been one instance where a top adventurer team had put up an advanced restaurant design for auction. In the end, the design had sold at a price that could cause even first-rate guilds to despair. 2 fragmented legendary items. Even after 10 years had passed in God's domain, fragmented legendary items were still extremely hard to come by in God's domain. Back then, most first-rate guilds would have only 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items in the entire guild, and none of them were willing to exchange any. After all, everyone back then was already fully aware of just how valuable a fragmented legendary item was. Yet, in the end, a superpower had still bought the design for 2 fragmented legendary items. Back then, many people had felt that the transaction was not worthwhile, and Feng was no exception. After all, a restaurant would, at most, function as an attraction to lure players to a city. Meanwhile, the clientele would be spending only coins or magic crystals at the restaurant. To the wealthy superpowers, fragmented legendary items held far greater importance compared to coins and magic crystals. Nevertheless, the various superpowers back then had still gladly competed over the advanced restaurant design. Now that Feng saw what functions the advanced restaurant possessed, however, he immediately realized why the various superpowers had been eager to buy the design. Back then, not only was the advanced restaurant much more spectacular than a basic restaurant in terms of size and appearance, but it also had various modes of transactions available. In addition, players could even hire Master and Grandmaster Chef NPCs for the restaurant in God's domain. No matter which subclass a lifestyle player possessed, they would have great difficulty reaching even the Master rank, not to mention the Grandmaster rank. Meanwhile, any lifestyle player that managed to reach the Master or Grandmaster rank in their subclass would be capable of taking on a role that exceeded one's imaginations. This was especially true for those that managed to become Grandmaster lifestyle players. They would become existences that could single-handedly affect an entire guild strength. Take a Grandmaster Chef for example. Aside from being able to cook up unimaginably delicious food and beverages, a Grandmaster Chef was also capable of producing special cuisines that could permanently improve a player's attributes or even physique. There was a limit to how many times a player could improve through consuming such cuisines, but, even so, the capability was already plenty amazing. After all, aside from upgrading to better weapons and equipment, players had almost no other method to improve their attributes and physique significantly. However, a Grandmaster Chef was capable of continuously strengthening players by producing various special cuisines. Although there was a limit to how much one could improve through consuming special cuisines, according to the rumors, when a player reached that limit, the additional attributes and physique they obtained could rival even that of a fragmented legendary item. Of course, the requirements to construct the advanced restaurant were also very high. At the very minimum, the advanced restaurant had to be built in a basic city. Aside from that, the architects building the advanced restaurant needed to be of sufficiently high standards, as they had to inscribe various kinds of runes. Finally, the advanced restaurant called for many different types of rare materials in its construction, including 1,000 pieces of mana Oregon. By Feng's estimates, the total construction cost would be around 10,000 gold. As for the city conscription order, it was also a very valuable item. When used, it allowed a city to recruit a powerful NPC soldier with high growth potential. Meanwhile, the better developed a city was, the greater the city conscription order's effects would become. In the past, there was one guild that actually managed to recruit a Tier 4 Great Wizard through a city conscription order, when it was normally extremely rare for a city to manage to get even a Tier 2 NPC soldier. As for Tier 3 NPCs and above, it was practically impossible to recruit one without external aid such as the Heroes Chapter and the City Conscription Order. Not to mention, a Tier 4 Great Wizard was much more powerful than other classes when it came to defending a city. It should be appropriate to use this thing once Zero Wing City is set up properly and the total population stays at 1.5 million long term. Feng grew a little excited as he looked at the city conscription order. If he really managed to recruit a Tier 4 NPC to protect the city, it would truly be perfect. Meanwhile, over at Stone Forest Town, Aqua Rose was rapidly gathering elite members and architects. When Aqua Rose announced that she would be bringing some players to garrison the guild's new city, the entire guild had gone into an uproar. Vice guild leader, I want to apply. Crap. It's actually true. Our guild really does possess a city. Fortunately, I joined Zero Wing early on. Had I waited to do so only after the guild obtained a city, the requirements to join the guild would definitely have been much higher. I know, right? Previously, a friend of mine was debating on whether he should join Zero Wing or King's Return. In the end, he chose to develop himself in King's Return. If he finds out that Zero Wing already has a city, something not even super guilds like King's Return possess, he will definitely die from regret. When Zero Wing's members heard Aqua Rose's announcement, they immediately started applying to join the new city's daily maintenance workforce in a frenzy. In reality, though, they were trying to use this opportunity to take a look at the new city as well as find out where it was located. In less than 10 minutes, Aqua Rose managed to gather 3,000 elite members and 200 architects. I've already provided you all with the permission to transfer to the new city. After you arrive there, start the daily maintenance work and manage the NPCs that are coming into the city. If you can't manage some of the incoming NPCs, notify the nearest NPC guard. If none of you have any problems, you may transfer over right away, Aqua Rose said after talking about the tasks everyone would be doing once they arrived at the new city. Whether one constructed a new town or city, the first thing they needed to do was deal with the influx of NPCs. After all, players were not allowed to stop NPCs from entering guild towns and cities. Only in the event where players had managed to catch an NPC in the commission of a crime or could identify them to be wanted criminals could they expel said NPC from their town or city. Meanwhile, there would also be plenty of NPCs belonging to the dark forces mixed among the ordinary NPCs entering the city. If the guild could properly manage the security of the city's popularity would rise at a faster rate. Conversely, if it failed to maintain the security of the city's popularity would decrease. Hence, maintaining the security of the city during the city's early stages required a large number of players. Only after stabilizing the city's security could the guild open the city to players. After Aqua Rose was done speaking, the players she gathered inside the guild hall began purchasing the guild transfer scroll for Zero Wing City before promptly disappearing from the hall. This scene inspired strong envy in the other guild members present inside the guild hall. Although it was said to be city maintenance work, it was similarly a quest. If players could capture a dark NPC inside the city, they would receive plenty of EXP and GCPs. Doing this quest was much more profitable than grinding monsters out in the fields. Elsewhere, when the upper echelons of the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom learned of the movements of Zero Wing's members, their expressions turned indescribably grim. Immediately have people look for Zero Wing's city. Find out where it's located no matter what. To the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom, the whereabouts of Zero Wing's new city was critical. If its location was somewhere close to them, they would have no choice but to shift their focus of development. At the same time, there were also some guilds that began having designs on Zero Wing's new city. For a time, the various major powers all began dispatching a large number of people to locate Zero Wing's new city. Meanwhile, inside the guild residence in Zero Wing City, numerous flashes appeared inside the guild hall as a large group of players teleported into the city. Zero Wing City? This place is our guild city? When everyone exited the guild hall, they were momentarily dumbfounded by what they saw. Although they knew that the new city would definitely be much better than Stone Forest Town, they never thought the city would be such a spectacular sight. The difference between Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 1527, Guild's New Benefits. Chapter 1527, guild's new benefits. This place is our guild's new city? The mana density here is amazing. Although it's still no match for Stone Forest towns, with this place being so large, at least the city won't be as crowded as Stone Forest town. Wait, something's not right. Look around. There doesn't seem to be any magic towers here. The mana present here should be something the city naturally gathered by itself. What? A city is actually so much stronger than a town? If magic towers are constructed inside the city, won't the mana density here become much higher than even Stone Forest towns? After Zero Wings members exited the guild hall and observed their surroundings, they quickly noticed a marked difference between a guild town and a guild city. This was especially true in the case of mana density. Everyone was already sure that Zero Wings City would become overcrowded with players. Just how much resources did the guild leader invest in building this city? Aqua Rose was indescribably shocked when she looked at the city around her. Although she knew that a guild city would be much better than a guild town, she had never thought the disparity would be to such a degree. With the high mana density in the city would attract not only a large number of expert players to visit but also lifestyle players. In the future, there would be no need to worry about Zero Wing being unable to recruit capable experts and lifestyle players. After a moment of shock and awe, Aqua Rose had the elite members she brought begin accepting the city's patrol quests. As for herself, she took the 200 architects to meet up with Feng at an empty plot of land in the city. Guild leader, I've brought all the available architects in the Candlelight trading firm over already, Aqua Rose reported quietly as she looked at Feng, who was currently surveying the terrain of the city. They're all here? Feng muttered to himself as he sent a glance at the architect standing some distance behind Aqua Rose. Nodding in approval, he continued, "Advanced architects, come forward." Immediately, 40-odd players stepped forward nervously. Among them, nearly 30 were male and over a dozen were female. Although the levels of these players ranged between 24 to 35 only, if placed in a first-rate guild, any one of these players would definitely receive VIP treatment in the Candlelight trading firm. However, they were merely normal members. After all, the Candlelight trading firm already had master lifestyle players at the helm. Compared to them, advanced lifestyle players were insignificant existences. Meanwhile, when these advanced architects looked at Feng, who had disguised himself using the demon mask, their eyes were filled with reverence and excitement. After all, the man before them was none other than Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing. At the same time, he was also the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. They might have the qualifications to act proudly in front of the guild leaders of any other guild. After all, those guild leaders were definitely no match for themselves in terms of subclass development. However, it was a different story for their own guild leader. Even in terms of subclass development, their guild leader was in existence. They had no choice but to look up to. The reason for this was their knowing that their guild leader had already become a master forger some time ago. Now, one could say that he was the bona fide #1 forger in Star Moon Kingdom. Excellent. From now on, you all will be tasked with constructing Zero Wing City's advanced constructions. If any among you isn't an inner member, you can come to me to sign the contract to become one. If any of you does not wish to become an inner member, you may return to the group behind. Feng was considerably surprised at the number of advanced architects present. He had not expected that after not seeing Melancholic smile for some time, the woman had actually recruited many more advanced architects. Moreover, among the advanced architects present, he managed to spot 3 familiar figures. One of them was a middle-aged man named Happy Mo, who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a monocle and radiated an indescribably calm feeling. The second person was a muscular youth named Boiled Fish, who carried a scimitar on his back. As for the last one, she was a short-haired beauty named Wind Chimes. In the past, all 3 of these players were very famous architects in Star Moon Kingdom. To be precise, they were part of the top 10 architects in Star Moon Kingdom. Only, these 3 players all belonged to first-rate guild. Feng had never imagined that these 3 people had actually joined Zero Wing. This time among the 3, Happy Mo was the strongest. In the past, he had constantly pushed his limits in order to become a Grandmaster. Unfortunately, the rank of Grandmaster was not easily attained. At the very least, the amount of help a first-rate guild could provide towards reaching this rank was minimal. Happy Mo had never managed to become a Grandmaster Architect after everyone heard Feng's words. Most of the advanced architects that had joined the Candlelight trading firm recently chose to sign the contract right away. Only Happy Mo, Boiled Fish, and Wind Chimes remained hesitant, exchanging glances with each other. After a moment, as if having come to an agreement, they nervously turned to look at Feng guild leader. If we become inner members, can we use our GCPs to exchange for a private house inside the guild city? Happy Mo, who was the eldest among the three, stepped forward and asked carefully. Although Feng looked younger than himself, the feeling the man gave off was akin to that of a prehistoric beast. While standing in such close proximity, Happy Mo found himself growing breathless. In the past, when he heard others mentioning such a reaction, he had simply taken their words as jokes. Only after personally experiencing this feeling did he realize that those words were no joke at this moment. He felt as if he would be doomed forever if he made even the slightest mistake. Upon hearing Happy Mo's question, everyone nearby could not help but perk up their ears. They never thought that Happy Mo would be so courageous as to propose such a demand to the guild leader. Are you all interested in the private houses of Zero Wing City? Feng asked as he looked at Happy Mo's group of 3 MHM. The environment here is quite good. I feel that if it is here, my research would be more successful, Happy Mo stated. Boiled Fish and Wind Chimes nodded their heads in agreement. Initially, the three of them had considered living in Stone Forest Town. However, after taking a look at Zero Wing City, they felt that this place was much better. Even if the mana density in the city was not comparable to Stone Forest Towns right now, they had a feeling that Zero Wing City would very quickly surpass Stone Forest Town as time passed. That's not a bad suggestion. Since you've already raised it, I'll use this opportunity to talk about the new benefits Zero Wing and Candlelight will be offering. From now on, members may use their GCPs to exchange for private houses in the guild's towns and cities. However, there is a restriction, which is that only elite members of Zero Wing and official members of Candlelight are qualified for this exchange. As for the pricing, you can ask Melancholic about it in a while, Feng said. In reality, the matter Happy Mo had raised was a problem commonly seen in the past. After all, whether it was a guild town or city, the amount of land available was limited. Generally, guilds would try to attract as many visitors to their towns or cities as possible. At the same time, in order to maximize the town's or city's income, they would construct only a small number of private houses, opting to build hotels and other facilities instead. Hence, private houses could not simply be bought just because one had the funds to do so. This was especially true for popular towns and cities. However, in order to attract and recruit independent experts and capable lifestyle players, guilds would still build some private houses to use as bait, making them available for exchange using GCPs only. When Feng mentioned about this new benefit, cheers immediately erupted from the crowd before him. What? The guild leader is so generous. All hail the guild leader. Ha ha ha. With this, I will also have an opportunity to own a private house in Zero Wing City. When I get one, my friends will definitely die of envy. Currently, the various large guilds were all trying to earn as much money as possible from their guild towns to further develop themselves. Hence, they would only construct a few private houses for show. It was simply impossible for guilds to offer these private houses as a guild benefit. As for the private houses in popular guild towns, even guild upper echelons might not be able to get their hands on one yet. Now, lifestyle players like themselves actually had the opportunity to exchange for private houses in Star Moon Kingdom's #1 town and #1 city. They felt as if they were dreaming right now. Although they also knew that the price would not be low, at the very least, they had a chance, a much greater chance of obtaining one than if they were an outsider. If news of this matter were to spread, it would no doubt cause a commotion in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Even the neighboring kingdoms and empires might be affected. Feng faked a cough to silence the excited crowd before him. He then said, "All right, now that that's dealt with, once you sign the contracts, you all will start researching this item together," and took out a thick book from his bag. This book was none other than the Four Towers of Elements design, which he had obtained from the fallen Ark. Chapter 1528, Hidden Promotion Condition. Chapter 1528, Hidden Promotion Condition. When Feng revealed the thick tome, the architect's eyes glowed. This is an advanced construction design. Ordinary players might not understand what kind of design Feng had shown them, but these weren't ordinary players. They stood at the apex of Star Moon Kingdom's architects. An ordinary construction design only consisted of several sheets of paper. Meanwhile, designs with enough pages to become books were advanced construction designs. The thicker the book was, the more difficult the design would be to construct. Unlike the buildings in the real world, God's domain's advanced constructions required secret runes and magic arrays. If these were imperfect in the slightest way and couldn't connect, they wouldn't function and would have to be redrawn. Fortunately, the entire pattern wouldn't need to be redrawn if mistakes occurred with some runes or arrays. Players simply needed to rework the failed symbols and sacrifice a few extra materials. However, since the necessary materials were precious, the guild would feel a slight sting in its pockets if an architect failed too many times. Meanwhile, what truly excited these architects was the fact that every advanced construction design had a unique set of secret runes for players to learn. Learning these secret runes would help them when they designed their own in the future. They would then have an easier time climbing to the master rank guild leader. While we can complete the foundation of the 4 towers of elements, I'm afraid the magic arrays for the core part are too complex. They are at least advanced magic arrays. We aren't capable of drawing them right now. After taking a look through the elemental tower's design, Happy Mo discovered the design's most challenging aspect. Although they frequently researched magic arrays, they were only capable of completing basic magic arrays at the moment. They were still some time from being able to draw intermediate magic arrays. Meanwhile, the 4 towers of elements core required advanced magic arrays, which were used to harvest energy within the 7 luminaries crystals. Architects of their rank weren't yet capable of achieving this feat. Your task is to build the tower's foundations. I'll draw the magic arrays for the cores. You just need to deal with the secret runes and magic circuits, Feng explained. You'll draw them, guild leader? The lifestyle players were stunned when they heard Feng's plan. They stared at the man as if he were a monster. Not only was Feng a master forger, but he could also draw advanced magic arrays. How were they supposed to compare to someone like this? What these players didn't realize was that players had to learn to draw magic arrays to develop their subclasses. In the past, players had only discovered this fact after reaching level 100. Regardless of the subclass, players would encounter magic arrays as they increased their lifestyle ranks. Only, the difficulty varied depending on the subclass. For example, forgers, alchemists, and engineers needed to be able to draw intermediate magic arrays at the very minimum if they wanted to reach the master rank. The requirement was even higher to become a grandmaster. When crafting a higher quality item, the production process would require more mana. Without a magic array to help guide the mana to the item, the production process would fail. Because of this, the various large guilds fought over the rare magic array designs, particularly the high-ranked ones. This was also why powerful lifestyle players preferred to join powerful guilds. As an individual, not only was it difficult to obtain high-quality materials in large quantities, but it was also extremely difficult to collect a large variety of magic array designs. Such a task required sufficient strength and a large number of players. This was the reason that the various kingdoms and empires restricted the circulation of magic array designs. Aside from the 4 towers of elements design, Feng had also revealed the advanced restaurant design and instructed the advanced architects to research it together. With this, they could improve their secret rune standards far more quickly and complete the 4 towers of elements with more precision. Seeing this, the other architects present could not help their envy. Now, they were even more eager to reach advanced rank. After all, there was a massive difference between the amount of GCPs they could obtain from constructing an advanced construction and a basic construction. Moreover, Feng had stated that as long as they qualified and had enough GCPs, they could purchase a private house in Zero Wing City. Following which, every architect went into action. While the advanced architects focused on the 4 towers of elements, the other architects focused on the hotels, bars, private houses, shops, the battle arena. and other basic constructions. Elsewhere, Feng published the news of Zero Wing City on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. After all, the city wouldn't remain a secret for long, and with how massive Zero Wing had become, the guild certainly had quite a few spies among its ranks. Rather than letting only the other guilds in on the secret, it was more beneficial to announce it to the kingdom, increasing the city and guild's fame. When the information went public, a sensation swept through the kingdom. The spectacular view from the city alone was mesmerizing, not to mention its functions. However, players were more excited about the city's mana density. The city's mana density is so high even without any magic towers. With this, Zero Wing will definitely rise in God's domain. Once Zero Wing finishes constructing magic towers, the city's mana density will be even higher than in Stone Forest Town. But why is Zero Wing City constructed in Witch's Hill? Although the average levels of the area's maps are quite high, their resources are average at best. They chose a far better location for Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing might have other reasons. Just look at Witch's Hill. It has the high-level resource map, Shadow Forest, and the Hell Mode regional dungeon, Mournful Ruins. When players reach level 60, Witch's Hill will be a prime leveling spot. I wonder when Zero Wing will open its city to the public? That's right. When is Zero Wing going to open the city? It would be great if our adventurer team can garrison in Zero Wing City. Hopefully, the private houses won't be too expensive. Although Feng had only released a small amount of information, it was enough to stir players' interest. When the various large guilds saw Feng's post, some celebrated, while others wept. Those who celebrated were the guilds whom the city couldn't threaten right now. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players were still some distance from level 40. It would still be some time before mainstream players would head to level 50 to 70 areas like Witch's Hill to develop. Once players reached level 50, Zero Wing City would become a disaster. Gather more manpower immediately. We need to earn as many contribution points as possible during Bewildering Forest Town's defense. For a time, the various large guilds assembled and dispatched their forces to Bewildering Forest Town. If their guilds wished to develop quickly, they had to deal with their lack of mounts as quickly as possible. Bewildering Forest Town's defense was the best opportunity to do so. As a result, more players flooded to the already crowded town. Among the new arrivals, the lowest level was level 40, while the majority were level 42 and 43. As one large guild after another arrived with its forces in Bewildering Forest Town, many of the independent players, who were there to earn some contribution points, were amazed. Expert players, which were normally difficult to encounter, swarmed the town. Their equipment was simply blinding. Normally, players in full level 40 dark gold equipment attracted a lot of attention, but now, these players were a dime a dozen. In fact, they barely attracted any attention. Many of the players who had come to Bewildering Forest Town wore full sets of level 45 dark gold equipment, but some even wielded weapons and equipment that radiated the epic rank glow effect. Among the various large guilds that had arrived, one guild stood out. Upon this guild's arrival, the other guilds in the teleportation hall opened a path for its members. Not only were these guild members' levels quite high, but the other guilds' upper echelons also drooled over their equipment. In addition, every one of these players sat comfortably atop their mounts, with the majority riding pitch-black warhorses. These players also wore a black cape draped over their shoulders. As they moved, they looked like a well-trained army. The several dozen players leading this group even rode bronze rank and above mounts. Compared to these players, the other guild's members looked like hoodlums. What guild is that? It's so amazing. Have you never been to a neutral map outside of Star Moon Kingdom? You don't know about Heaven's Burial? Heaven's Burial? How is this possible? I remember that Heaven's Burial suffered a devastating defeat when it tried to compete with Zero Wing for the position of number 1 guild. How does it have so many high-level members? They even have mounts. You must have never been to a neutral map before, then. After Zero Wing defeated the guild, Heaven's Burial shifted its focus. Now, it thrives in neutral maps. Have you heard of Bonewind Town? I've heard of it. I think it's one of the 3 Orc towns players captured after the Orc Empire's rise. Let me tell you, then. Heaven's Burial is the guild that captured Bonewind Town. Because of that, a large corporation decided to invest in the guild. Heaven's Burial used those investments to recruit a large number of experts and well-known workshops from other kingdoms and empires. Now, the guild's strength has reached a new level. If Heaven's Burial clashed with Zero Wing in the fields now, it might have a chance of victory. As the crowd discussed Heaven's Burial, another series of flashes illuminated Bewildering Forest Town's teleportation hall. Unlike Heaven's Burial's members, however, none of these players rode mounts. But despite standing there quietly, the crowd couldn't help but turn towards them. Look. Zero Wing's members are here. Chapter 1529, War Between Countries. Chapter 1529, War Between Countries. As Zero Wing's members teleported into Bewildering Forest Town, their arrival caused a commotion that swept through the town. Zero Wing's members have arrived? What a powerful aura! As expected from Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. What? Black Flame is here, too? As Bewildering Forest Town's players watched Zero Wing's team approach the town's ramparts, they unconsciously moved aside, opening a path for these experts. Guild leader, Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. They're all level 45 and above. The Star Alliance's Flourishing Willow couldn't help but gape at Zero Wing's team. Wait, look! There are level 50 players among them. Aqua Rose and the other dozen or so core members are actually over level 50. Flourishing Willow was a top-tier expert in the Star Alliance, and she had been leveling quickly in a neutral map, reaching level 47. Based on her calculations, she could rank among Star Moon Kingdom's top 20 players, and that included the players who hid their levels. However, she had never imagined that the Zero Wing would have several dozen players that had higher levels than hers. Among them, over a dozen players were above level 50. Level 50? Galaxy Past, who stood beside Flourishing Willow, turned to look at Feng and his team. This news was truly surprising. What about Black Flame's level? He did not doubt Flourishing Willow's words in the slightest. Although Zero Wing's members wore black cloaks and hid their levels, Flourishing Willow had learned a super-rare identification skill that could see through a black cloak's concealment. Level 50 was a significant threshold for players. Not only would weapons and equipment's quality spike, but players could also challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's members had already begun to challenge these quests. Given enough time, they could even start raiding level 50, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons and super large-scale team dungeons. It was what all the various large guilds focused on right now. It was relevant to their guild's development due to the various special construction designs and construction upgrade orders that dropped from these dungeons. I can't see it, Flourishing Willow said, shaking her head. I don't know why, but when I try to inspect him with my skill, all I get is an unknown. Black Flame must have a high-rank concealment tool on him. At most, my skill can see through ordinary concealment tools. As expected of the individual, even the secret pavilion takes care around, but at least we know a portion of Zero Wing's strength. Galaxy Past could not help his rueful sigh. He truly found it hard to imagine that in just a few short months, Black Flame and Zero Wing would transform from unknown existences into Star Moon Kingdom's current giant. He shot Heaven's Burial's members a glance as they took their positions on another section of the town's ramparts. Galaxy Past had to admit that Star Moon Kingdom was an ominous area. Not only had it given birth to an existence like Zero Wing, but it had also been the birthplace of Heaven's Burial. For a while now, Heaven's Burial had enjoyed great success in the Orc Empire's neutral maps. Now that it had the financial support of a large corporation, its overall strength even exceeded first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance. With Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial fighting over Star Moon Kingdom, Galaxy Past had been forced to give up on his endeavors in the kingdom, shifting his focus to different kingdoms. If the Star Alliance had continued to compete with these two guilds, it might not even retain its status as a first-rate guild by the end of the year. Meanwhile, on Heaven's Burial's side of the rampart, Guild Leader Singular, is that the Zero Wing you mentioned earlier, a muscular man with a blood-red cape and a white-boned scimitar on his back asked as he watched Feng and the others MHM. Singular Burial nodded. It's no wonder why Zero Wing can thrive in Star Moon Kingdom. It has so many level 45+ players. Their team can practically rival a super first-rate guild's main force, the muscular man said, smiling. Guild leader Singular, why don't we use this opportunity to annihilate their group? If Star Moon Kingdom's players heard this muscular man's question, he'd be labeled a fool. However, when Heaven's Burial's members heard the man's words, their response was matter-of-fact. Young Master Lei, please don't act so rashly. The city's defense is our current goal. We'll have plenty of opportunities to take care of Zero Wing in the future, Singular Burial hurriedly stated. Zero Wing won't be able to continue prancing around for much longer. The muscular man before him was none other than Lei Jingyang, the heir of the corporation backing Heaven's Burial. He was also the virtual gaming world's famous young master Lei. Lei Jingyang had established the Thunder Workshop, one of the top workshops in the virtual gaming world. Super first-rate and super guilds even commissioned the Thunder Workshop's help on occasion. Although the Thunder Workshop only had several hundred members, every member was an expert Lei Jingyang had personally poached from various organizations. The Thunder Workshop had also performed miracles in multiple virtual reality games and stood against super guilds. At one point, numerous super first-rate and super guilds had even entertained the idea of taking out the workshop. However, Lei Jingyang's identity was extraordinary. Considering that and how powerful the Thunder Workshop was, these superpowers eventually dismissed this notion. Once Lei Jingyang had joined God's domain, he had become unstoppable. With the support of his corporation, he quickly increased his workshop's member count to several thousand and achieved plenty of feats in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the 4 great empires in God's domain. Naturally, Lei Jingyang earned his arrogance. Even when facing Zero Wing, Singular Burial was absolutely certain that if he didn't stop Lei Jingyang now, bewildering Forest Town would become a bloodbath later. Alright. But if Zero Wing gets too close, don't blame me for killing a few of them, Lei Jingyang said, fighting spirit flashing in his eyes as he scanned Feng's group. Singular Burial was speechless when he saw Lei Jingyang's excitement. He knew that this man wasn't specifically targeting Zero Wing. He simply wanted to fight its experts. His attitude was well known in the virtual gaming world. In fact, Lei Jingyang had even challenged a super guild's guild leader in the past. Meanwhile, as Feng led Zero Wing's members to one of the massive ramparts around bewildering Forest Town, he noticed Heaven's Burial, a little surprised by what he saw. Guild leader, is there something peculiar over there? Fire Dance asked when she noticed Feng staring at Lei Jingyang's group. It's nothing. I just realized how deep Heaven's Burial's roots are, Feng said, chuckling. After one last look at Lei Jingyang, he stopped caring about Heaven's Burial's group entirely. He knew something about Lei Jingyang. In the past, the man had been known as the Tempest War God in God's domain. Backed by the corporation behind him, Thor's Hammer, the guild he established in God's domain, had gained public recognition as a super first-rate guild just 3 years after its creation. Feng had never expected to find this man among Heaven's Burial's people. Just as everyone quietly observed the various major powers in bewildering Forest Town, the sky above and around the town abruptly darkened. Suddenly, thousands of orcs began to march out of the forest a short distance away from the town. For a moment, the combined bloodlust the orcs radiated caused the players standing on the town's ramparts to shudder involuntarily. Moreover, these orcs were all above level 40, with the highest at level 65. There was no lack of Grand Lord-ranked orcs amidst the army, either. What is this? The scene stupefied every player watching. In this moment, the players on the ramparts finally understood what war truly meant. Even Zero Wing's members, who had taken part in multiple siege wars, could not help their shock. The siege wars they had experienced were a joke compared to the force they were about to face. In the face of this orc army, even 500,000 evil beasts would be child's play. Unlike the evil beast army, these orcs moved in well-organized rows. Even from afar, one could see the clear division between the orcs' frontliners, healers, and ranged attackers. More importantly, the orcs dragged siege weapons, such as catapults and battering rams, with them. At a glance, there were easily over 100 catapults lining up at the edge of the forest. Such a force even surprised Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other main force members, who had experienced hundreds of fierce battles. This was nothing like the monster siege they had imagined before. The defending players could wrap their minds around the situation. Sounds of war horns rang out from the forest. Immediately, the orcs began to surge from the forest's edge fervently. Every one of them had gained a status buff. Chapter 1530, Despairing Gap. Chapter 1530, Despairing Gap. Why are there so many monsters? Is this really a monster siege? Why does it feel more like a war between NPCs? Quick, look! The NPC soldiers' levels have dropped. Everyone felt their scalps tingle as they watched the tsunami of orcs surge out of the forest. Before they realized it, the level 100+ NPC soldiers defending Bewildering Forest Town had fallen to level 70. Even the guard captains fell to level 75. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill grip their hearts. Level 70+ NPCs would only have a small advantage over the level 60+ orcs. Trying to defend the town with just a little over 2,000 NPCs would be a dream. As a result, the various large guilds' original plan to rely on the NPCs shattered. Guild leader, there are too many orcs. It's impossible to stop them with Bewildering Forest Town's current defenses. Should we retreat? Flourishing Willow's expression darkened after she inspected the orc army with her identification skill. The weakest of these orcs was a level 40 special elite. There were also a large number of Great Lord-ranked orc warriors and Grand Lord-ranked orc captains. Most importantly, this army was marching towards the town from 3 different directions, and level 65 mythic-ranked orc generals led the siege on each side. This level of combat power simply could not be stopped by a weakened town's defenses. The only defensive structures the town had were arrow towers, which were far weaker than catapults. In such a situation, trying to stop several million orcs with 300,000+ elite players was a joke. Let's wait and see. If victory is impossible, we'll retreat. Even Galaxy Past felt the building pressure. He had assumed that this battle would devolve into a struggle for boss kills, but just defending the town against the low-ranking orcs would be a miracle, much less trying to compete for the mythic bosses. Whoever tried to fight the bosses while surrounded by so many orcs would be begging for death. The other guilds also adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Suddenly, over 100 massive fireballs began to rain down on Bewildering Forest Town. Crap. Dodge the attacks. The various guilds' upper echelons shouted, their expressions darkening when they saw the fireballs. The fireballs had come from the distant catapults. If players were struck by the catapults' attacks, there would only be one outcome: death. Although players tried to move out of the attack's trajectory, over 300,000 players had gathered in Bewildering Forest Town. The town was so cramped that even normal movement was difficult. As a result, these players could only watch as the massive fireballs descended. Boom. 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 A series of explosions echoed throughout Bewildering Forest Town. Before the fireballs struck the town's defensive magic array stopped and scattered the attack. However, as a result of the explosions, the barrier shook violently and began to crack. Fortunately, due to its supply of mana, it recovered quickly. Everyone in the town breathed a sigh of relief. Had the 100+ fireballs landed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, as the magic barrier dealt with the fireballs, the orcs and their battering rams reached the edge of the barrier outside of the town's ramparts. They attacked. As a considerably fortified town, magic runes strengthened the town's ramparts, and these walls could take more punishment than the magic barrier. However, the orcs' battering rams specialized in breaking down walls and gates. Sure enough, the battering rams' magical pikes pierced the magic barrier and struck the wall around the town, leaving multiple marks. Everyone, focus on the orcs' battering rams. Do not let them break through the town's magic arrays and walls. The various upper echelons shouted. Reacting immediately, players launched their attacks from atop the town's walls, raining down countless arrows and spells on the orcs below. However, as if some barrier protected the battering rams and reduced incoming damage, the attacks only dealt several hundred damage. Very few players dealt over -1000 damage. This amount of damage barely affected the special elite ranked orcs, who had several 100,000 HP, much less the chieftain, lord, and great lord ranked orcs, whose HPs were in the millions. Even when the players launched large-scale destruction spells and AoEs, the effects weren't ideal. At most, these attacks removed some of the special elites. The chieftains and above were still alive and kicking even after the bombardment. As a result, the magic barrier's energy reserve steadily decreased. Although the orcs' attacks were within the range of the defensive magic array's endurance, the large number of orc attacks quickly depleted the magic barrier's energy reserves. Furthermore, the battering ram's relentless attacks had already begun to crack the town's walls. In contrast, the defending players had only eliminated a small fraction of the army despite their constant assault. The orc army still covered the plains around the town as far as the eye could see. The catapult's constant bombardment also illuminated the night sky above bewildering forest town. Young Master Lei, at this rate, it is only a matter of time before the orcs break through the town's defensive magic array and ramparts. Once the orcs enter the town's teleportation arrays will shut down. I suggest that we retreat, Singular Burial said, frowning as he watched the orcs below the ramparts. It is impossible for current players to complete this defensive quest. Just the orc warriors and captains before them were discouraging, let alone the mythic ranked orc generals who were slowing approaching. Aside from their numbers, the orcs had a buff that reduced all incoming damage. Even if several thousand players attacked a single great lord together, they would need a considerable amount of time to defeat it. Alright, let's retreat. When Lei Jingyang noticed that the various large guilds had begun to flee, he shook his head helplessly. He might be a battle maniac, but he was no fool. He could tell that the main god system had never had any intention of letting players succeed in this defensive battle. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have weakened the level 100 plus NPC soldiers. Continuing this fight would be futile. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial has begun to retreat, Flourishing Willow reported. It seems that this war is lost. Let's leave as well, Galaxy Past said. As Galaxy Past gave the command to retreat, however, something caught his attention. Surprisingly, even after the various large guilds had begun to flee, Zero Wings members continued their zealous assault against the attacking orcs and battering rams. The team's clearing speed was far superior to the other large guilds as every member dealt over -1000 damage. Some of Zero Wings players even dealt several thousand damage with each attack they re-staying. Galaxy Past watched Zero Wings members in confusion. Currently, less than 100,000 players remained in bewildering forest town. Moreover, more players fled with each passing second, yet Zero Wings members had chosen not to retreat and continued to attack even though the town's defensive magic array and walls could shatter at any minute. Zero Wings still acts so tough even now. Lei Jingyang, who currently stood below the town's walls, revealed a contemptuous sneer as he watched Feng, who remained on the ramparts. Just for the sake of keeping up appearances as the #1 guild, he's ordered his guild members to throw away their lives. It seems that Zero Wing isn't as impressive as they say. In his opinion, Zero Wing was merely trying to maintain its reputation as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, being the last guild to leave the battle. Do they really think they can perform some miracle with just 1000 players? Young Master Lei, let's leave. Singular Burial laughed as he moved towards the town's teleportation hall, following which, one guild after another left the town. In minutes, only Zero Wing remained. Guild leader, the other guilds have left, Aqua Rose reported as she inspected bewildering forest town's situation. Only Zero Wings members occupied the town. Good. Let's begin. Feng then turned to Kola beside him, and said, Kola, Turtledove, Yi Wumian, you three will be the lead MTs. We're targeting the orc warlord. Although he did not have any experience dealing with orc sieges, he had watched several videos of such in the past. The fact that the orcs had dispatched this massive of a force to deal with bewildering forest town didn't surprise him in the least. In fact, he had expected it. After all, this was a war between countries. It wouldn't be unexpected if the battle dragged on for several days. However, there was a method to end this war swiftly: slay the enemy commander. This method might be difficult for other guilds, as even approaching the enemy commander was nearly impossible, but it wouldn't be difficult for him, following which, Feng activated Spatial Gate, aiming for the Orc army's temporary base of operations at the army's rear. Chapter 1531, Kingdom Upheaval. Chapter 1531, Kingdom Upheaval. After the various large guilds and adventurer teams had retreated from Bewildering Forest Town, players heatedly discussed the Orc siege on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. The uploaded recordings of the siege war shocked everyone in the kingdom. Although the various large guilds frequently clashed, with some even waging large-scale wars against each other, there was simply no comparing those battles with the Orc army's assault. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The recordings were enough to showcase the Orc army's intense bloodlust. With so many Orcs in that army, it seems Bewildering Forest Town is doomed. I wonder if the Orcs will continue on and attack another location? I doubt that. This should be some kind of system event. If the Orc army goes on to capture other towns in Star Moon Kingdom and weakens those NPCs, Star Moon Kingdom is doomed. You can't say that for sure. As soon as the Empire's Rise expansion pack took effect, the Orc Empire invaded and took over a portion of the several neighboring kingdoms and empires' land as well. I guess so. If that is the case, the neighboring towns are in trouble. What guild could possibly hold off so many Orcs? I've heard that every guild in Bewildering Forest Town has retreated. Not even a 300,000-plus elite army can stop the Orcs now. No, that's not entirely true. I've heard that Zero Wing is still fighting in Bewildering Forest Town right now. Zero Wing? Don't get your hopes up. Zero Wing's only sent 1,000 players to the town. They're simply trying to put on an act. There aren't even enough of them to serve as a snack for the Orcs. Who knows? They might have retreated by now. No. Based on what I've just heard from Zero Wing's members, the team is still there. Moreover, the players Zero Wing dispatched are members of its main force. Maybe they're trying to grind EXP? After all, there are plenty of Orcs there. A single large-scale destruction spell could easily damage over 100 Orcs. Also, among those Orcs, even the weakest is a level 40 special elite. From what I've heard, they seem to give a lot of EXP. The only problem is the buff they have that reduces the majority of the damage they receive. Some players were excited about the Orc siege, while others were anxious. On the one hand, the Orc invasion meant more opportunities to earn contribution points. However, to the players operating around the towns close to Bewildering Forest Town, the town's fall meant that their towns could be the next target. If their towns fell to the Orcs, then all of the effort they've put into building the town's foundations would go to waste. This was especially true for guilds that occupied these towns. Zero Wing's members are still there. Singular Burial, who had returned to Starmoon City, revealed a confused expression when he heard the report from his subordinate. In his opinion, Zero Wing had been putting on an act. After all, the Orc siege simply wasn't something current players could defend against guild leader Singular. Just ignore Zero Wing. Although we didn't gain many guild honor points or guild influence, it doesn't significantly affect our plans. Our main priority now is the recently discovered Ancient Rock City. Once we take down the Orc Empire's Ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial will dominate the several neighboring kingdoms, let alone Starmoon Kingdom, Lei Jingyang said, laughing. Didn't you mention that Flame Blood's team is ready? When will we take action? Flame Blood side is ready, but we don't have enough guild honor points. With the amount we have, we can only hire 5,000 mercenaries. Had we successfully defended Bewildering Forest Town, we might have been able to hire 8,000 mercenaries. It would have been enough to guarantee our success in capturing Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial said, sighing. Due to the Orc Empire's rise, the Empire had taken over neutral maps in its neighboring kingdom. Moreover, several ancient towns and cities, which had belonged to the Orc Empire in the past, had re-emerged, including ancient Rock City. All of the Orc Empire's towns and cities could be captured. Although players couldn't gain complete control of these towns and cities after capturing them, they could modify and develop them. Moreover, due to the Orc Empire, the various large guilds and independent players were all grinding for guild honor points and contribution points so that they could purchase mounts and other rare items. Meanwhile, ancient Rock City's location in the Orc Empire's inner region was a good place to grind for these points. The city was also near several ancient ruins. If they could capture the city, players from the neighboring kingdoms would flock to the city and use it as a temporary base. With the potential wealth and resources ancient Rock City could generate, Heaven's Burial could become the #1 guild in the neighboring kingdoms. In comparison, Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City would be a joke. That should be enough. We can't give Beast Emperor 20% of the profits for nothing. That old fellow should put some effort into the siege as well, Lei Jingyang said. In reality, Lei Jingyang disliked Beast Emperor. The old man only knew how to move around like a sneaky rat. However, Lei Jingyang had to admit that Beast Emperor commanded incredibly formidable combat power. He had also secretly taken control of several large guilds. He even had the support of several major corporations. Recently, he had gained the support of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragon Emperor as well. Although their goals in God's domain didn't necessarily align, they wouldn't clash either. Alright, then. I'll notify Flame Blood. But I've heard that Beast Emperor's situation has reached a critical point. He might not necessarily come to help. Singular Burial nodded. Although he had allied himself with Beast Emperor, they focused on their own matters. Had Beast Emperor given him full support, he wouldn't have had so much trouble gathering contribution points in the first place. Back in Bewildering Forest Town, Zero Wings members surged through the spatial tear Feng had created by activating Spatial Gate. In seconds, they appeared before the entrance of a temporary camp in the middle of a forest guild leader. When Aqua Rose emerged from the Spatial Gate, she noticed that the orcs inside the massive camp were level 60+. In addition, they were all chieftain rank or above. At a glance, she counted well over 1,000 orcs. 4 Grand Lord ranked orc captains guarded the camp's entrance. Meanwhile, a massive orc in pitch-black armor with a saber at his waist sat in the large tent in the center of the camp. When Zero Wings members saw the orc statistics, their minds blanked. Orc Warlord, humanoid creature, mythic. Level 66. HP 400 000 000/400 000 000. Aside from the Orc Warlord's 400 million HP, it had a total of 5 HP bars. This meant that the Orc Warlord's combat standards could rival that of a 5th-floor trial tower expert rather than a preemptive strike. They were throwing themselves into death's embrace. The orcs in the base camp quickly noticed the arrival of Zero Wings members. They roared and sounded their war horns, notifying the distant orc army that they had been ambushed and needed reinforcements. The 4 orc captains guarding the base camp unsheathed their weapons and attacked alongside the other orcs. Meanwhile, the orc warlord slowly made its way towards Feng and his companions, gazing at the players as if they were pests. Cola, you 3 get ready to tank the monsters. Everyone, defensive formations. The welcoming party didn't particularly surprise Feng. This was the orc army's main headquarters. It was only natural that it was well fortified. If it were so easy to ambush and destroy, the country-level wars wouldn't have lasted several days. Fortunately, the Orc Empire's invasion wasn't the same as a war between NPC countries. The Orc Empire did not have players' help, so they could launch ambush tactics without worrying about enemy players. Hearing Feng's command, the MT trio gritted their teeth and pulled the approaching monsters aggro very quickly. Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian each took on an orc captain, while Solitary 9 and Dark Madness took on the last orc captain. However, since the MTs also had to dodge attacks from the lower-ranked orcs, they struggled to dodge the orc captain's attacks. Unlike the savage orcs on Thunder Island, these orcs were skilled and organized as they split into groups of frontliners, ranged attackers, and healers. The orcs also had an overwhelming advantage in terms of total damage output. Although Zero Wings members could deal over -10,000 damage with each attack, every orc here had millions of HP. The orc healers in the rear could also heal their allies for tens of thousands of HP with each healing spell guild leader. The orc warlord is coming. Kola anxiously announced as he watched the mythic boss approach. For a moment, he wondered if they had bit off more than they could chew this time. Hearing Kola's announcement, everyone on the team promptly turned to look at the orc warlord. Immediately, they felt a stifling sensation as a heavy pressure weighed down on them. Chapter 1532, Might of a Tier 4 Existence. Chapter 1532, Might of a Tier 4 Existence. As the orc warlord moved closer to the team, everyone felt the pressure increase. It felt as if an invisible domain had enveloped the area suddenly. Zero Wings players felt as if something had wrapped around them, binding them and making their movements sluggish. This orc warlord is capable of using a domain? The sudden development surprised Feng. Domain skills were Tier 4 Existence's signature moves. They were extremely effective in group battles. Normally, Tier 4 monsters rarely possessed a domain skill, but monsters that did were players' nightmares. The gap in attributes between players and monsters was already vast. If players' attributes were suppressed even further, they would be massacred. Although the orc warlord's domain skill was not particularly strong, and it only decreased their movement and attack speeds by around 30%, in a battle that permitted no mistakes, the slightest reduction to their combat power could result in a fatality. Sure enough, Kola and the other MTs began to lose HP far more quickly after the orc warlord activated its domain. The attacks that they had no issue blocking and dodging became impossible to deal with. In the end, they were only able to maintain their HP around the 50% threshold. The other melee players faced a similar situation, their HPs decreasing so quickly that the healers couldn't keep up. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before players began to die. Violet, use holy prayer. Everyone, gather the orcs. Ranged players, focus on the orcs that split away from the group. Don't let them fight on separate fronts. Feng commanded. The orcs' HPs were already significantly higher than theirs. With the monster's superior healing, the team would be overwhelmed if they tried to fight the orcs separately. Violet Cloud immediately released the Tier 2 spell, Holy Prayer, which she had prepared ahead of time. A brilliant radiance tore through the dusky sky and shone down on Zero Wings members. The spell instantly healed all allies within a 50-yard radius of Violet Cloud for over 3000 HP per second. At the same time, all allies within range received the Holy Protection buff, removing all debuffs and decreasing incoming damage by 20%. Meanwhile, Holy Prayer had a 1-minute duration and 20-minute cooldown. When this spell descended on the team, these players were immediately freed from the orc warlord's domain skill. Not only did it become easier to deal with the orcs' attacks, but their HPs also recovered at a visible rate. What a powerful healing spell! Aqua Rose exclaimed in surprise when she saw the team steadily gain the upper hand over the orcs. While a 20% damage reduction might not seem like much, the buff was strikingly effective for the melee players tanking on the front line. Moreover, as the pressure on the healers lifted, they could focus on healing the MTs. The other melee players lost their fear of insufficient healing as they herded the orcs into a single group. Guild leader, we've gathered most of them. Fire Dance shouted after pushing the last few great lords into the group. Good. When Feng saw that his allies had cornered the majority of the orcs at the base camp's entrance, he used the Aura of Time's forbidden domain. Suddenly, black mist covered 500 yards around Feng, enveloping every orc in the base camp. In turn, the orcs could no longer use skills or spells. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Feng shouted. Although the forbidden domain was not as useful against monsters as it was against players, Zero Wings' team could use large-scale destruction spells to their maximum potential as long as it stopped the orcs from healing. However, as everyone prepared to cast their large-scale destruction spells and AoEs, the orc warlord in the camp released a furious bellow. It then unsheathed the saber from its waist and swung the weapon in a downward arc. Before anyone could react, an arc of energy shot forward, extending up to 200 yards and gouging the ground. Any player in the beam's path died instantly. It's too strong. Zero Wings players gasped. There was no way to fight the orc warlord. Not only was the orc warlord frighteningly powerful, but it was also far faster than these players could react so fast. When Kola saw two of his fellow MTs and a large number of melee players die to the Orc Warlord's attack, he was shocked. If that attack had hit him, he had no doubt that he would have suffered a similar fate. He would have likely only survived if he had activated his life-saving skill and blocked the attack with his shield in time. However, the Orc Warlord's attack speed was too high. It took everything he had just to keep up with the mythic boss's saber with his eyes. After the Orc Warlord's ranged attack, it dashed towards the base camp's entrance, leaving behind an afterimage guild leader. The Orc Warlord is coming. Aqua Rose reported anxiously. She was still in the middle of casting a large-scale destruction spell and couldn't react to the mythic boss's charge. If the Orc Warlord ran amok in the middle of their team, it would do as much damage as releasing a tiger into a flock of sheep. Although Kola and the other MTs wanted to stop the Orc Warlord, they had plenty of trouble dealing with the orcs before them. If they allowed these orcs to get past their blockade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sure enough, Forbidden Domain is barely effective against a mythic monster. Feng revealed a bitter smile as he watched the frenzied Orc Warlord, following which, Feng took a magic scroll from his bag. The moment he did so, the surrounding mana changed. As if the magic scroll were a black hole, it sucked in the area's mana. Sensing the change, the Orc Warlord, who had been charging into the group at the entrance, revealed a frightened expression as it turned and fled. You want to escape? Feng smiled when the Orc Warlord turned on its heel. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Unlike the skills and spells players could learn or the skills that came with weapons and equipment, those stored in magic scrolls could be activated by unfurling the paper and reciting a few basic incantations. There was no need for lengthy activation time. Shortly after Feng unfurled the Tier 4 magic scroll, the ground started to tremble. Gray jets of air tore through the ground and rose up in the heart of the orc base camp. Any orc that came into contact with these jets instantly turned to stone. They could not dodge the rising attacks even if they tried. Although the Orc Warlord had a godlike reaction speed, one of the jets still grazed the mythic boss. Instantly, it was paralyzed as it gradually transformed into a stone statue. At the same time, its HP began to fall rapidly. Against earth and breath, the chieftain-ranked orcs were nothing more than ants. 2 seconds after their petrification, their bodies shattered into dust. The Lord-ranked orcs only managed to last 5 seconds before following their weaker companions into oblivion. By the time Earth and Breath's 10-second duration ended, all Chieftain, Lord, and High Lord-ranked orcs in the base camp were dead. Although the Great Lords had survived, they had less than half of their HPs remaining. The Grand Lord-ranked orc captains had only lost 20% of their HPs, but they were heavily injured. Not only had their combat power drastically decreased, but their defense had also fallen. As for the Orc Warlord, like the Orc captains, it had only lost around 5% of its HP, but it was in a miserable state, and its combat power had significantly weakened. Zero Wings members were dumbfounded. Feng's aim with Earth and Breath had been impressively accurate. The spell's AoE stopped just short of 5 yards from Kola and the other MTs, who blocked the base camp's entrance with just a single Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. He had turned the tide of battle. Only now did they understand why Feng dared to assault the orc army's base camp. After Earth and Breath ended, less than 30 orcs remained. Among them, over 20 were injured Great Lords with less than half of their HP remaining. With their 1,000-man team and without the other orcs' harassment, they could easily deal with the surviving Grand Lords, and Great Lords used this opportunity to clear out the Orc warriors. Kola, distract the Orc Warlord. Solitary, help take care of Kola's Orc captain. Feng commanded as he spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection activated, it dispelled the Orc Warlord's domain skill, and suppressed all enemies within a 3,000-yard radius, reducing their physiques by 30% and basic attributes by 20%. This was not Thunder Island. Due to the island's restrictions, he hadn't been able to use the variety of tools in his possession. Moreover, he was afraid of the Orc Warlord. If he had encountered it normally, he would have put as much distance between himself and the monster as possible, but after the contest on Thunder Island, he had gained a few cards that could give him a chance against the mythic orc. Chapter 1533, Supreme Attribute. When World Projection took effect, the injured orcs were weakened once more. The Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked orcs promptly lost 20% of their basic attributes, while the Orc Warlord lost 10%. Although it was only a 10% decrease, the Orc Warlord had a maximum HP of 400 million. A loss of 40 million HP alleviated a significant portion of the pressure the team faced. Moreover, the orcs did not merely lose HP. Their strength and agility had decreased as well. With the orcs' injuries, Solitary 9 and Dark Madness, who were still Tier 1 players, could easily take on an orc captain by themselves. Although the team's other MTs had lower attributes and weaker techniques than Solitary 9 and Dark Madness, they could still deal with the surviving orc warriors. When they blocked attacks, they only lost around 4,000 HP. To the MTs, who had over 45,000 HP on average, this amount of damage wasn't a threat as everyone thought that victory was within their reach. A blinding light illuminated the area. Kola, who had been charging towards the Orc Warlord, flew backward over 20 yards, crashing into the ground. His HP fell rapidly, only stopping when it was close to the 50% threshold. At the same time, a damage of over -30,000 appeared above his head, stupefying his companion. Xia sent this mythic orc a little too strong? Blackie exclaimed. Despite its injuries and world projection suppression, the Orc Warlord could still destroy half of Kola's HP in a single attack. If the Orc Warlord were at its peak, wouldn't it kill the expert MT in one hit? Before anyone could react, the Orc Warlord appeared before Kola and swung down its massive saber, giving the Guardian Knight no time to catch his breath. Don't think I'm that easy to get rid of. Kola, who had just stood back up, shifted his shield before him and activated Protection Blessing. Boom. Kola was struck once again. This time, however, he was only forced back several steps and managed to stabilize his stance. His HP only fell by a little over 17,000. Seeing the MT still standing, the Orc Warlord swung its saber a second time. Just before the weapon struck Kola, however, a pale, golden glow enveloped the Guardian Knight. This was none other than Violet Cloud's Tier 2 healing spell, Advanced Heal. Instantly, Kola received over 24,000 HP, providing enough to endure another blow. Guild leader, we can't continue the raid like this. The Orc Warlord's damage and speed are too high. Even if Kola activates his life-saving skill, he won't be able to hold on for very long. Aqua Rose expressed her concern as she watched Kola, whose life hung on by a thread. The Orc Warlord could already deal over -17,000 damage with a normal attack. When it used a skill, it would devour nearly 40,000 of Kola's HP. If not for Protection Blessing, Kola would have died. Even lifeless Thorn and the other Azura members, who had raided a mythic boss before, paled when they saw the Orc Warlord's frightening damage. They had been excited to take on another mythic boss, but after meeting this one, they were reminded of how powerful such monsters were. Their victory over the Titan Warrior had been a miracle. Moreover, the Orc Warlord was different from the Titan Warrior. The Titan Warrior had been a mechanical life form, so its reactions had been slower. In return, though, its defense and magic resistance had been extraordinary. On the other hand, the Orc Warlord was a creature of flesh and blood. Although it did not have a specific strength like the Titan Warrior, it didn't have any apparent weaknesses. A mythic boss with no weaknesses was not a foe for current players. It might be possible to defeat one with an army of tens of thousands, but it was beyond a 1,000-man team. The Titan Guard's effects are really impressive. In contrast, Feng nodded in satisfaction as he watched Kola's HP rise and fall. Immediately, he took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. He wouldn't have dared to provoke a mythic boss on Thunder Island, but he had plenty of tools he could use here. He was fully aware of how terrifying the Orc Warlord was. He had simply sent Kola to intercept the boss alone to see how far the Guardian Knight could go with the Titan Guard. The results had exceeded his expectations. If any other Tier 2 metric tons stood in Kola's place, one of the Orc Warlord's normal attacks would likely kill them instantly. Even if they survived, they wouldn't have much HP left. In the next moment, a level 75, Tier 3 red demon emerged from the gates before Feng. Due to Demon Ruler's buff, the red demon's maximum HP rose to 27,000,000. Kola, coordinate with the Red Demon to distract the Orc Warlord. Everyone else, clear out the other orcs. Feng commanded. With the Red Demon splitting the Orc Warlord's damage, the pressure Kola faced decreased significantly. The healers also had an easier time keeping Kola's MT above a safe threshold. The rest of the team, in response to Feng's command, kept their guard up as they bombarded the rest of the orcs. Although the orc warriors were great lords, their injuries and the suppression dropped their overall combat power to below a grand lord's of the same level. Even a team of Zero Wings elite members could deal with them now. In less than 10 minutes, all surviving orc warriors died, and the 4 orc captains were little more than flickering candlelight in the wind. It was only a matter of time before they fell as well. However, when the orc captains were nearly dead, the sound of a warhorn echoed throughout the forest. What? There are reinforcements? Blackie's expression darkened when he noticed a small orc army emerge from the nearby forest. Although there weren't as many incoming orcs as there were in the army sieging bewildering forest town, there were several thousand. A level 65 orc general lead the small force. Orc general, humanoid creature, mythic. Level 65. HP 330-000-000/330-000-000. Is this a joke? We're doomed. How is there another mythic boss? Everyone was speechless when they saw the approaching orc general. The orc warlord was enough of a problem, yet now they had to deal with a mythic-ranked orc general. They had lost any hope of victory now. Guild leader, let's retreat. If the orc reinforcements reach us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape. Aqua Rose urgently suggested. No. Their timing is perfect. Magic Array team, on my mark. Feng stated as he shook his head. He had expected these reinforcements. Rather, it'd be strange if the orcs didn't send reinforcements after realizing that the base camp was under attack. Only, he hadn't expected the reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Everyone, gather around the orc warlord. Although Zero Wings members didn't know what Feng planned, they followed his command. As the orc reinforcements approached, the team grew nervous. They couldn't understand what Feng intended. Their guild leader couldn't possibly have another Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, right? When the orc general was less than 50 yards away and raised its great sword for an attack. Activate the magic array. Feng shouted immediately. 9 magical class players at the edge of the base camp unfurled the magic array scrolls in their hands. These magic array scrolls, which he had produced before returning to bewildering forest town, would activate the 9-star polar domain. However, unlike the 9-star polar domain magic arrays he normally created, he had crafted this one with one of the 4 elemental sources he had obtained from the 2 elemental treasure boxes from Sunset Forest. Of the 4 elemental sources, he had used the only one that included one of the 3 supreme attributes, the source of illusion. In God's domain, the 3 supreme attributes were superior to every other attribute available. Elemental weapons that had been crafted with an elemental source containing one of these attributes would offer incredibly powerful skills. On the market, such elemental weapons generally sold for twice the amount of a normal elemental weapon. Hence, this 9-star polar domain was stronger than the last one, which he had crafted with the source of true frost. It would have been rather wasteful to use this 9-star polar domain on a single orc warlord. Now that the orc general had joined the fray, he could use this enhanced array to take out the orc general as well as the 9 magical class players. Activated the 9-star polar domain. Space within the base camp twisted and turned. Multiple, stacked magic arrays appeared above them. As these magic arrays appeared, a tremendous amount of mana began to gather in the base camp. The mana was so dense that it began to condense into liquid droplets. As if space and time had frozen, no one in the camp could move. Even the peerless mythic orcs were petrified when the magic arrays completed. An illusory barrier spread out from the camp center and encased the area. Amazing. Truly amazing. So, this is what happens when you strengthen a magic array with one of the 3 supreme elements. Chapter 1534, Fall of Mythics. As the 9-star polar domain enveloped the orc base camp, it split the approaching reinforcements into 2 groups. In the end, only the orc general and a few orc warriors had entered the camp, whereas the majority of the reinforcing army was stuck outside of the illusory barrier. No matter how much the orc army outside attacked the barrier, their attacks dissipated into nothingness upon encountering it. Despite thousands of orcs attacking the barrier simultaneously, it didn't even tremble. This was the source of illusion's true power. Tier 3 attacks and below were utterly useless against the enhanced 9-star polar domain. They wouldn't even deplete the magic array's energy reserves in the slightest. Only Tier 4 attacks could deal any damage, and even then, their damage would be limited and well within the array's tolerance range. As for the orcs inside the base camp, their movements had slowed quite a bit, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp. When the orc warlord tried to attack Kola, in particular, everyone could now see its movements clearly. Kola, who looked miserable, raised his shield to defend himself. Bang! After receiving the attack, Kola only needed to retreat by 6 steps before stabilizing his body. Despite not having any of his life-saving skills active, he only lost a little over 16,000 HP. Impossible. What kind of magic array is this? What a strong magic array! Kola's teammates were stupefied when they saw him block one of the orc warlord's attacks without a life-saving skill. The orc warlord had long since recovered from its injured state, and Kola had only survived without a life-saving skill thanks to the red demon sharing a portion of the mythic boss's damage. Once the 9-star polar domain had suppressed the orcs, however, Kola took less damage than when he had activated Protection Blessing. Even when he took the full brunt of the boss's attacks, this was the first time they had even heard of a magic array suppressing a mythic monster to such a degree. Turtledove and Yiwumian, keep the orc general busy. The other MTs, help them deal with the orc captains. Feng commanded as he watched the rapidly approaching orc general. Everyone else, prioritize the orc captains before dealing with the orc general and warlord. With the source of illusion strengthening, the 9-star polar domain was even more powerful than a master magic array. Currently, the 9-star polar domain suppressed both mythic orcs' basic attributes by 50%. That was 10% more than the 9-star polar domain fortified with the source of true frost. Not even ordinary master magic arrays were capable of such a feat. With world projection working alongside the array, the 2 mythic orcs only had 40% of their original attributes. At this standard, they were just slightly stronger than a Grand Lord of the same level. Tier 2 MTs like Turtledove and Yiwumian shouldn't have any issues tanking one of the 2 bosses. As for the Grand Lord ranked orc captains, their combat power fell below that of a Great Lord of the same level when subjected to the twofold suppression. They were just slightly stronger than High Lords of the same level. Tier 1 MTs were more than capable of tanking them. Guild leader, where did you get this magic array? It's marvelously effective. Aqua Rose could not help but exclaim when she saw Turtledove and Yiwumian block the orc general's attacks without much trouble. Normally, the various large guilds took the long way around when they found a mythic monster. Unless they used siege weapons and sacrificed a large number of players, they had no hope of defeating a mythic monster at this stage of the game. Yet, their 1,000-man team was holding its ground against 2 mythic orcs simultaneously. Do you remember the 2 elemental treasure boxes we got from Sunset Forest? Those treasure boxes contained elemental sources. Not only can these elemental sources be used to refine weapons and equipment, but they can also serve as a power source for magic arrays, enhancing the final product. I used one of those elemental sources to strengthen the 9-star polar domain magic array, Feng explained truthfully. But keep this matter to yourself. We don't want this secret getting out. The elemental source's uses were still a secret to God's domain's players. They were also extremely rare. By telling Aqua Rose, he could have her take note of them and avoid mistakenly discarding any she came across, assuming they were useless. So, that's the case. After this battle, I'll collect as many elemental sources as possible. This way, we can challenge several of the unshakable mythic bosses we've found thus far. Aqua Rose's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mythic bosses had appeared in several of Star Moon Kingdom's high-resource maps, and none of the guilds had dared to challenge them thus far. As fate would have it, these mythic bosses happened to be guarding ancient ruins entrances. Now that they had elemental sources, they had a way to enter the ruins. Hearing Aqua Rose's response, nervous sweat beaded on Feng's forehead. Elemental sources were no less rare than epic items. Not even mythic monsters dropped them. He had only obtained 2 elemental treasure boxes due to securing the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site. Even if they obtained the first clear for a lower-ranked historical site, they were unlikely to obtain another. Moreover, they needed more than just an elemental source to face mythic bosses. The Ring of Gospel's world projection was also necessary. However, each cost 5,000 magic crystals. This method of raiding mythic field bosses was far too extravagant. Time passed quickly. With the support of the 9-star polar domain, Zero Wings members only needed a moment to clear out everything except for the Orc General and Warlord. After dealing with the low-ranked orcs, the players' experience bars rose significantly. In contrast, however, their loot was pitiful. Only the Grand Lords and above had dropped a few items, but no one paid much attention to them after all. They were far more interested to see what the 2 mythic orcs would drop. But at the end of the day, the 2 orc bosses were still mythic-ranked monsters. Even with so much suppression, they were still a burden on the team. When the Orc General's HP fell to 70%, it abruptly raised its great sword. Countless motes of fire began to gather around the weapon crap. "Everyone, don't stand in front of the Orc General!" Feng shouted. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Before his teammates had the chance to move out of the way, the Orc General swung its greatsword forward. Scorching fire then rained down from above. Tier 4 skill, Infernal Prison. Any player the flame struck instantly turned into a smoldering pile of ash. Not even the Tier 1 MTs, who had activated their life-saving skills, had survived the attack in a single move. The Orc General had killed over 100 players immediately after the Orc General's attack. The Orc Warlord, who only had 50% of its HP remaining, followed up by thrusting its saber into the ground. In response, blades of light randomly shot up from the dirt 50 yards around the boss. Due to the random attack pattern, many players failed to defend themselves in time. Anyone the blades of light hit died instantly. In the blink of an eye, another 200+ players had fallen. Everyone, be careful of the boss's attacks. Do not try to take them head-on. Feng warned his companions. Despite the attribute suppression, a mythic monster's skills were incredibly lethal to players. Fortunately, the 2 mythic orcs were physical melee types, not magical classes. Otherwise, they could easily annihilate the Zero-Wing team with 1 or 2 Tier 4 spells. Regardless of the suppression due to Feng's warning, everyone kept a closer eye on the mythic orcs' movements. If the boss's movements changed in the slightest, they'd immediately distance themselves from the monsters. Even so, the mythic orcs' massive AoEs continued to claim lives. 45%. 40%. 30%. 686 players. 632 players. 574 players. When both bosses' HP fell to 20%, they entered a berserk state. Seeing this, Feng and the others activated their berserk skills. As the mythic orcs' HPs fell, their attacks became more frenzied. Despite activating their berserk skills, the team still suffered casualties. Even the red demon rapidly lost HP. Come on. Only have 5% more. Feng's heart grew cold when he saw how many players remained standing. The Orc Warlord still had 5% of its HP, while the Orc General had 8%. However, they only had 300 members of the team remaining. Their DPS was growing weaker. As for his personal guards, Feng wanted to avoid summoning them unless absolutely necessary. As the 2 mythic bosses continued to throw out all kinds of AoE skills, not even his personal guard's survival was guaranteed. If they died, Feng would have to go to great lengths to resurrect them. When the Orc Warlord's HP fell to 3% and the Orc General's fell to 5%, the 200 remaining players desperately activated one Tier 1 and Tier 2 magic scroll after another. However, at the rate they dealt damage, there was no doubt that these orc bosses would have the last laugh. It seems that I have no other choice. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Feng gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled a magic scroll from his bag. This was the last of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls the Rock King had dropped while Earthen Breath was a large-scale destruction spell. The Shadows of Purgatory he currently held was a Tier 4 domain skill. Although it only had a short, 30-second duration, it would be miraculously effective in a large-scale battle, but Feng couldn't care less as he unfurled the scroll and activated it. At the same time, he sacrificed 200 units of life force and activated Divine Providence. When Shadows of Purgatory activated, darkness fell over the orc base camp. Over a dozen shadowy tendrils rose from the ground, striking at the 2 mythic orcs. The mythic orcs had long since entered a full berserk state, their skin having turned crimson. Their defenses had also reached a frightening level. Even a casual attack from one of these orcs could send Kola, who had activated his berserk skill, flying over a dozen yards away. Yet, when these mythic bosses attacked the shadowy tendrils, it seemed as if their weapons struck an indestructible wall. Not only could the shadowy tendrils repel the orcs' attacks, but they could also pierce the boss's armor, thrusting into their bodies as the tendrils dealt hundreds of thousands of damage. Although the mythic orcs had focused on defending themselves after Feng activated Shadows of Purgatory, of the dozen or so shadowy tendrils Feng controlled, he always landed 1 or 2 direct hits during each attack cycle. As the 2 orcs defended themselves, the residual energy in their attacks surged towards the surrounding players. It took everything Zero Wings members had to defend against these residual attacks. They had nothing left to launch attacks of their own. If they dropped their guard in the slightest, they'd die instantly. 3%. 2%. 1%. Die. Feng abandoned all defense as he activated Void Shield and launched an all-out assault against the mythic orcs. He also changed the shadowy tendrils' attack patterns constantly. Every time Feng attacked one of the 2 mythic orcs, over half of the shadowy tendrils darted past the orcs' defenses and landed a hit. When the team's member count fell below 100, Feng finally claimed the last strand of the mythic orcs' HPs. Chapter 1535, Kingdom Alarmed. Success. We won. The surviving team members cheered joyously as the Orc Warlord and Orc General froze and collapsed. It had an intense battle. Although the mythic orcs hadn't had much HP remaining, they would have likely fallen to the boss's attacks if Feng hadn't used another Tier 4 magic scroll near the end of the battle. The melee players hadn't even been able to approach the orcs to attack near the end of the battle, and the orcs' rapid attacks blocked most, if not all, of the ranged players' attacks. They were finally dead. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had activated Void Shield to cover his lack of defense in the end, the mythic orcs' attacks were too powerful. They had only needed a few short seconds to deplete the Void Shield's energy by more than half. Had he not activated Void Shield, the 2 mythic orcs would have diced him into mincemeat before he had a chance to strike. Meanwhile, the surviving players' experience bars rose rapidly after the Orc Warlord and Orc General fell. Even Feng, who was a level 60 player, watched his experience bar increase 36%. 50%. 80%. In the blink of an eye, he rose from level 60 to level 61. Eventually, his experience bar settled at 7% of level 61. The rest of the survivors watched their experience bars increase by a larger margin. On average, every survivor leveled up at least twice. The players below level 50 leveled up 3 times. The insane amount of EXP the 2 mythic bosses' deaths had awarded stupefied Zero Wings players. The 2 orcs had also dropped a large pile of loot. At a glance, they had easily dropped over 100 items. Although it was not a jackpot, it was a bountiful harvest for killing 2 level 50+ mythic monsters. As everyone shifted their attention towards the loot, the sound of a system notification reached their ears. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for killing the Orc Warlord and stopping the Orc Army's invasion on Bewildering Forest Town. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 100 guild influence in Star Moon Kingdom, and 50,000 guild honor points. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in every player's ears in Star Moon Kingdom. What? Didn't they say that the Orc Army in Bewildering Forest Town was unstoppable? How did Zero Wing defeat it? This is impossible. I just came back from Bewildering Forest Town. There were millions of orcs assaulting the town. The army even had siege weapons and mythic bosses. Zero Wing must have cheated somehow. A commotion erupted over the system announcement. No one could believe it was true. They had all witnessed the hellish scene in bewildering Forest Town. Even if they gathered every elite player in Star Moon Kingdom, they might fail to defend the town, let alone Zero Wing's small team. The orc army wasn't a force current players had hope of stopping, yet Zero Wing had succeeded. The system announcement had to be a joke. What's going on? What has Zero Wing been doing? Galaxy Past, who rested in Star Moon City, was dazed when he saw the announcement. Nobody had a clearer understanding of the situation in bewildering Forest Town than him. By the time he had left, bewildering Forest Town had held on by a thread. The walls and magic array protecting the town had been about to collapse, yet shortly after the Star Alliance had withdrawn, Zero Wing had defeated the orc army. That was an army of several million orcs they were talking about. Even slaughtering several million defenseless pigs would take more time than it took for Zero Wing to defeat the army. Furthermore, the orc army had been led by 3 mythic-ranked orc generals. Even if these 3 mythic orcs stood still and did nothing, Zero Wing's 1,000-man team would need a very long time to kill them. Ivy already sent some people to investigate the matter, guild leader, but based on our reports, it doesn't seem that anyone saw what happened in bewildering Forest Town. We only know that Zero Wing's team remained in the town. Meanwhile, we still can't reach any of our spies. By the looks of it, they must have died. We'll need to wait for them to resurrect before we can learn more about the situation, Flourishing Willow reported, a confused look on her face. She could not figure out what Zero Wing's 1,000 players had done. Not only had they held off an assault of several million orcs, but they had also slain the orc warlord commanding the army. They felt as if the system were playing a trick on them. Meanwhile, inside Heaven's Burial's residence, Singular Burial, who had been preparing to set out for the Orc Empire, fell silent when he heard the system announcement. Could the town have hidden a secret weapon? A complex expression surfaced on Singular Burial's face as he read the system announcement. We should have waited longer if that were the case. Regret and envy overwhelmed Singular Burial. Just the 50,000 guild honor points could make him drool, not to mention the guild influence. Despite mingling in the Orc Empire for so long, Heaven's Burial had only accumulated a little over 30,000 guild popularity, 10,000 of which had been obtained after capturing an orc town. As for guild honor points, which were required to hire NPC mercenaries, the guild had only earned a little over 20,000 guild honor points. Weren't like the contribution points players could earn by killing orcs and completing quests related to the Orc Empire. Generally, a guild could only earn these points when members completed quests the kingdom commissioned. Moreover, each quest usually only rewarded 1 to 3 points. To make matters worse, there was a limited number of such quests each day, and they needed to factor in the competition from other large guilds. If not for Heaven's Burial's success with capturing an orc town, it wouldn't have accumulated over 20,000 guild honor points yet. By defending bewildering Forest Town, Zero Wing had earned 50,000 GHPs. With so many GHPs, he could take down Ancient Rock City even without Beast Emperor's help. Now, however, Zero Wing had stolen the opportunity. Zero Wing sure is lucky. They've even encountered such an opportunity, Lei Jingyang said, sneering. But one cannot become an overlord in God's domain by relying on luck. Guild leader Singular, let's hurry and take action. Once we capture Ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial will dominate the several neighboring kingdoms. Although Lei Jingyang envied Zero Wing's fortune, he was confident that Zero Wing couldn't make up for the difference between their side strengths with luck. Alright. We'll stop waiting for Beast Emperor's reply and capture Ancient Rock City. Singular Burial nodded as he also felt a sense of urgency after the sudden development. If Zero Wing wanted to, it could hire 15,000 NPC mercenaries with its 50,000 GHPs to help raid an orc city. Although Zero Wing didn't have evil beasts or demons, it had far more powerful siege weapons than Heaven's Burial. Zero Wing definitely had a chance of capturing an orc city. Before Zero Wing set its sights on the Orc Empire, they needed to secure Ancient Rock City. Even if Zero Wing targeted an orc city, it'd have a difficult time capturing it among the numerous cities in the Orc Empire. Ancient Rock City was the easiest to raid. The other cities couldn't be taken down with just 10 or 20,000 NPC mercenaries and a few siege weapons. While Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds discussed the matter, Feng stood in the middle of the Orc base camp outside of bewildering Forest Town, shifting through the mythic boss's loot. Meanwhile, the surviving healers resurrected the players that had died during the battle due to the Orc warlord's death. Chaos descended upon the Orc army, and the Orcs fled in all directions. The Orc reinforcements were nowhere to be seen. As a result, Zero Wings members had a chance to catch their breath and rest while the dead resurrected. Feng, who organized the pile of loot, picked up a tattered, pitch-black piece of armor the instant his hand touched the piece of armor. A stinging pain shot through his fingers. Even with his incredibly high magic resistance, his HP had fallen by 10,000 instantly. What is this thing? Feng pulled his hand away from the broken armor and looked at it curiously. An ominous, crimson aura began to devour his hand. Although his HP had stopped falling once he stopped touching the armor, he had gained a debuff that weakened him for 1 minute. This was inconceivable. He had touched the armor for a mere moment, yet he was in such a state. Had he held the armor for too long, he might have lost his life. Chapter 1536, Legendary Set Equipment. The players standing close to Feng noticed the sudden drop to their commander's HP. Guild leader, is something wrong? Violet Cloud asked curiously as she watched his HP. Barth battle was already over, and there were no enemies around them, yet Feng had suddenly lost a large chunk of his HP. It would be difficult not to notice something so strange. It's nothing. I just took some damage from an item, Feng said as he waved off her concern with a hand. Ordinary players might be in danger if they suddenly lost 10,000 HP, but it wasn't a problem for him. The issue was the disintegrated debuff. Not only did the debuff place him in a weakened state, reducing his basic attributes by 50%, but it also made him feel somewhat weary. It felt as if the debuff sapped away his concentration damage from an item. Violet Cloud and the others' curiosity grew. This was the first time they had heard of a dropped item hurting a player. They turned their attention towards the piece of broken armor on the ground. Even after examining it for some time, they didn't see anything unusual. The piece of broken armor didn't radiate any frightening mana or pressure. Feng chuckled at their response. God's domain had many strange, mysterious items. Not every item could be judged by the mana or pressure it radiated. In fact, some items appeared harmless, yet were actually fatal to players. Feng had no doubt that this piece of pitch-black armor was one such item. Despite storing a frightening amount of power, it showed none of it on the surface. Leaving the item where it was, Feng lightly tapped a finger on the armor to open its attribute panel. Even with the slightest touch, Feng lost another 10,000 HP. This time, however, as he had only touched the piece of armor for a fraction of a second, only a small bit of crimson aura wrapped around his finger. Fortunately, the disintegrated debuff only lasted 10 seconds. Impossible. What kind of item is that? Everyone gaped when Feng lost another 10,000 HP after poking the black armor. They couldn't bring themselves to believe that God's domain had such a deadly item. Unknown? Feng frowned. Normally, players could, more or less, inspect an item's introductory text even if they hadn't picked it up yet. However, all he got from the armor's attribute panel was the word unknown. This meant that players would have to pick up the item and appraise it to check its attribute panel. Unfortunately, picking up the piece of black armor and storing it in his bag was too dangerous. He had already lost so much HP after his brief contact with the item. If he held onto the piece of armor for too long, he'd likely die before he could store it in his bag. What a troublesome item. Feng sighed. Immediately, he activated the aura of Earth's absolute domain, making himself immune to all damage for 10 seconds. Following which, he snatched the piece of armor and stuffed it into his spatial bag, completing the process with lightning speed. Although absolute domain prevented him from taking damage, it did nothing to stop the crimson aura from contaminating his body. By the time Feng stored the piece of pitch-black armor, the crimson aura had tainted his entire body. System, you have obtained the disintegration armor. The madness aura is contaminating your body, reducing your basic attributes by 50% and weakening your mind. The disintegration armor can only be stored in your bag space, will drop upon death, and cannot be traded. This is the rumored disintegration armor? Feng stared at the pitch-black armor inside his bag in shock. For a moment, he completely forgot about the weariness the armor had caused him. The disintegration armor was one piece of the disintegration set, a famous legendary set equipment in God's domain. Like the disintegration axe, the set had been created by the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Due to the disintegration axe and disintegration set, the Orc Empire had wielded unparalleled power. They were why the Orcs had reigned chaos over God's domain's continent. However, both the disintegration axe and the set had been destroyed with the founding emperor's death. Moreover, unlike the disintegration axe, whose fragment had been left in the Orc Palace's treasury, the disintegration set had gone missing after its destruction. There were no clues about the set equipment's whereabouts. Feng had never expected to obtain a piece of the disintegration set here, a legendary set equipment. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Feng had never heard of an expert wearing a legendary set equipment. Even one legendary item was incredibly powerful. It would be inconceivable for a player to collect a full legendary set equipment. A Tier 5 player with such a set could likely slay a god. According to legend, the Orc Empire's founding emperor had once killed an ancient god despite not being a Tier 6 god. He had been able to do so thanks to the disintegration axe and set. Because of this, the disintegration set had been known as one of God's domain's 9 great legendary sets. Feng had never thought that he'd be fortunate enough to find one of the set pieces today. It was even the most important chest piece, following which, Feng activated the omniscient eyes to inspect the disintegration armor. The instant he clicked to inspect the armor, the system revealed a 30-second loading bar. The disintegration armor's appraisal time was much longer than a normal epic item. This outcome reassured Feng that the disintegration armor in his bag was a piece of the rumored disintegration set. Time passed quickly. While Feng appraised the disintegration armor, his team members watched him with surprise and curiosity. They all wanted to know what kind of item the Orc warlord had dropped. The instant Feng had stored the pitch-black chest piece, his attributes had fallen tremendously. If an ordinary expert had suffered such a massive decrease, they'd be crippled. Once the appraisal completed, the disintegration armor's attribute panel appeared before Feng. Destroyed disintegration armor. One piece of the legendary set equipment the Orc Empire's founding emperor had crafted. The wearer of this armor will gain even greater strength than that of Titans. They will also fall into an endless cycle of madness. However, the disintegration armor had been damaged beyond repair during the Great War, and now leaks the disintegration power within. The disintegration power will taint any player that carries this item. What? It's broken beyond repair? Feng was speechless. He had thought he had gotten lucky and obtained a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. If that were the case, he could gradually restore the item to legendary rank. He hadn't expected the item to be beyond repair. Not only couldn't he use the disintegration armor, but he couldn't repair it either. It was no more than a broken piece of scrap metal. But before Feng closed the attribute panel, a series of system notifications bombarded his ears. System, congratulations. You have obtained the legendary quest Recast the Disintegration Armor. Quest content: due to the spreading disintegration power, Orcs have begun to mutate. To prevent the spreading disintegration power, you need to recast the disintegration armor. Rewards: unknown system. Due to the disintegration armor's disintegration power spreading, you will attract all mutated Orcs. Attention system, you have become targeted for mutated Orcs. Please take care during exploration. System announcement: a player has triggered the new expansion pack, Orcs Rebellion. System update required. The estimated duration is 5 hours. Please prepare to log out. What's going on? Guild leader, did you do this? In response to the notifications, Zero Wings members turned toward Feng, assuming he had caused the release of this new expansion pack. Chapter 1537, Bountiful Loot. Chapter 1537, Bountiful Loot. Looking at the system notifications, Feng fell into deep thought, although he knew that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the disintegration set, which had once been used by one of God's domain's legendary figures. He hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Repairing the armor was one thing, but it was a different story if he had to recast it. That was no different than asking him to forge a new disintegration armor, a legendary set equipment. Moreover, as long as he carried the disintegration armor on him, mutated orcs would randomly attack out in the fields. This would doubtlessly slow his progress. Most importantly, he was stuck in a perpetual disintegrated state, his basic attributes severely weakened. It also drained his concentration. If he did not find a solution quickly, it would severely impact his leveling and questing efficiency. It seems that I'll have to pay Xianxia a visit. Feng sighed helplessly. Xianxia was the only Grandmaster Forger he was familiar with. As for Master Forgers, they weren't capable of recasting an item of the disintegration armor's caliber. After all, the disintegration set was top tier even among legendary set equipment. As Feng got his team members to settle down, preparing to log off and rest, he noticed an additional skill in his skill window. I actually received a unique skill as a reward? Feng could not help his surprise as he opened his skill window without realizing it. He had gained a unique skill called Disintegration Field, a domain skill that could only be used when affected by the disintegrated debuff. Disintegration Field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 50-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 50%. All entities within range of the disintegration field will sustain a 30% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina, in addition to a 300% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. So, there is still a benefit to all of this. Feng was astonished as he read the disintegration field's description. Generally, only Tier 4 domain skills and above lacked limitations such as cooldown and duration. In terms of suppression, disintegration field was even more effective than world projection. All players in range would have to endure a drastic increase to their stamina and concentration. Moreover, unlike world projection, he didn't have to play 5,000 magic crystals to activate this new skill. The only real downside to disintegration field was that, unlike world projection, it did not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone within range would be affected. Even so, it was quite impressive. At the very least, he wouldn't have to fear group battles when he activated disintegration field. Unlike basic attributes, it was not easy to increase hidden attributes like stamina and concentration. These attributes generally only underwent qualitative transformations when players upgraded their tiers. Without stamina and concentration, players wouldn't be able to fight, even if they had full HP. They would be sheep for the slaughter. Following which, Feng collected the remaining loot the Orc Warlord and Ord General had dropped. Among the 100+ items dropped, most of the items were subpar. Aside from the disintegration armor, the best item dropped was merely an epic ranked cloth armor hat named Eye of Disaster. It was a top-tier item for magical class players. When equipped, not only did the Eye of Disaster increase the wearer's spellcasting range by 20%, but it also increased spell completion rates by 2%. Feng didn't assign the Eye of Disaster to anyone specific on the team. Instead, he added it to the guild's core warehouse, setting it up for internal auction starting with a 50,000 GCP starting bid. Currently, 1 GCP in Zero Wing was worth 32 copper coins. Hence, the Eye of Disaster's starting bid was only 1,600 gold, which was quite cheap. There were also around 24 pieces of level 50 and 55 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Among them, 8 were dark gold rank. All of these items were top-tier weapons and pieces of equipment, which even the various large guilds would fight over. Normally, level 50+ dark gold items only dropped from level-appropriate, large-scale team dungeon, and they had an extremely low drop rate. Aside from equipment, there were over a dozen epic-ranked materials of various kinds. 17 magic scrolls had also dropped. Although none were Tier 4, there were 2 Tier 3 summoning scrolls and 3 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. But compared to these items, Feng most valued the mana-enhancing potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe different from the mana potions and mana recovery potions found on the market. the mana-enhancing potion neither increased players' maximum mana nor helped players recover their mana. Instead, it improved spells' effects by 100% for 20 seconds. It was a Berserk-type potion that had a 10-minute cooldown. Berserk-type potions were impossible to find on the market. Guilds that produced them generally kept them for their own use. After all, not all players had the opportunity to learn a Berserk skill with the mana-enhancing potion. A guild's elite teams would have a much easier time raiding dungeons. The potion was particularly useful to healers. For 20 seconds, healers could double their healing capacity, greatly improving a team's survivability. If the mana-enhancing potion could be mass-produced, it would definitely provide a significant boost to Zero Wing's elite members. For a short time after Feng finished organizing the loot, he took a look at the time and noticed that he had less than a minute before the system update began. He called up the system interface and chose to log out of God's domain. Elsewhere, players in the several kingdoms and 2 empires next to the Orc Empire were in an uproar. Everyone had their own guesses about what would happen once the new expansion pack took effect. Meanwhile, the various large guilds hurriedly prepared to welcome the new expansion pack. Every expansion pack was an opportunity. If taken advantage of properly, a guild could enjoy a burst of development. Inside a high-class restaurant in White River City. Send someone to investigate the power that triggered the new expansion pack immediately. The 100 Flowers Palace must not miss out on this opportunity. Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Palace's guild leader, issued the command as soon as she saw the system announcement. The Orc Empire had become the focal point for many large guilds. Previously, Heaven's Burial had gotten the jump on the rest of the guilds by capturing the easiest orc town in the Orc Empire, and the benefits it had reaped thus far had left the rest of them drooling. Now that someone had triggered a new expansion pack relating to the Orc Empire, this was the perfect opportunity for first-rate guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace to break the current status quo. The 100 Flowers Palace wasn't the only guild to react in such a way. The Star Alliance, Heaven's Burial, and other large guilds had launched their own investigation. Even the super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor, which temporarily operated in Star Moon Kingdom, had ordered an investigation to learn which power was responsible for the announcement. The players that triggered expansion packs usually had a certain advantage over other players. If they could partner with these players, they could share this advantage when the new expansion pack took effect. Elder Yuan, have you learned anything? Galaxy Past asked as he watched Yuan Tiexin on the screen. When it came to information, nobody had more than the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion had its eyes and ears in almost every corner of God's domain. When an expansion pack warranted an offline system update, it always dispatched its people to learn as much as it could. I do have a little information. You should be able to guess which guild is responsible for this expansion pack, Yuan Tiexin said as he caressed his beard. Could it really be Zero Wing? Galaxy Past asked, astonished. Not only had Zero Wing defended bewildering Forest Town and acquired a large number of guild honor points, but it had also triggered the new expansion pack. Zero Wing simply wasn't giving the other guilds any chances. In response, Yuan Tiexin nodded before disconnecting the call. Uncle Yuan, there's no stopping Zero Wing's rise now. First, they helped Phoenix Rain secure 3rd place in Thunder Island's contest. Then, they built a city in Star Moon Kingdom. Now, they've even triggered a new expansion pack relating to the Orc Empire. As time passes, 9 Dragons Emperor will have an even more difficult time dealing with Zero Wing, Purple Jade said, smiling as she looked through the information the secret pavilion had gathered on Zero Wing. Yuri right. The guild leader has already contacted me, instructing us to negotiate with Zero Wing for a partnership. Didn't you intend to challenge Martial Dragon eventually? You can use this opportunity to spar with Zero Wing's experts and get some practice, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing ruefully. Before he knew it, Zero Wing had grown from an upstart guild into an existence that even the secret pavilion had to take seriously. Chapter 1538, Zero Wing in the Spotlight. Chapter 1538, Zero Wing in the Spotlight. As God's domain system update began, players were forcefully logged out of the game. When the system update began, night had already arrived in God's domain. This meant that it was currently daytime in the real world. Hence, the system update did not particularly affect the working-class players. On the contrary, they were excited. Meanwhile, inside one of the White Tiger Dojo's secret training rooms, the lid of a virtual gaming cabin abruptly opened. A man with a stalwart body then climbed out of the cabin. As he left his cabin, he was greeted by the sight of a white-clad, middle-aged man on a sofa before him. Despite the lack of movement, the middle-aged man projected a natural dignity and power. This middle-aged man was none other than Jiang Tianyuan, one of the White Tiger Dojo's branch hall masters. Hall master, why are you here? The stalwart man asked curiously when he saw Jiang Tianyuan. For some unknown reason, the main branch is placing more focus on God's domain, hoping that the various branch dojos will produce results. Tianji, you've played God's domain for a considerable amount of time now. Tell me about your situation in the game, Jiang Tianyuan calmly demanded as he sipped his tea. Currently, I'm developing smoothly in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. I've already established a guild and annexed several others. We've also taken ownership of over 10 shops in NPC cities that have player populations exceeding 500,000, Tianji replied. Only, my guild's foundation is shaky. With our current number of experts, we have no way to contend with the various large guilds. I will need more time before we can do so. Haven't you hired first-rate guild experts to train our apprentices? Are those experts not enough? Jiang Tianyuan couldn't help his frown as he listened to this report. Although we have the help of a first-rate guild, the first batch of apprentices only began their training a short time ago. Very few have reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor thus far. Moreover, with the difference in levels, none of the apprentices can contribute to the guild's overall combat power yet, Feng Tianji said, smiling bitterly. He had sorely underestimated God's domain. God's domain was clearly different from past virtual reality games. Not only was the game extremely realistic, but the complexity of its techniques and combination moves were beyond his expectations. They weren't easy to grasp within a short time. Otherwise, the large guilds with hundreds of thousands of members wouldn't have so few experts. Although the White Tiger Dojo's apprentices had solid foundations, that was all. These foundations merely provided a better starting point than ordinary players and gave the apprentices a higher chance of becoming experts. Only the truly talented apprentices could improve quickly and reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. However, since they had joined the game so late, they were far behind the mainstream players in levels. Even though the main god system had made some adjustments, allowing new players to level slightly faster, and they had the help of high-level players, it would be a considerable amount of time before they caught up. How about this? Visit the Big Dipper dojo personally and attempt to persuade them again. We can renegotiate on the conditions, Jiang Tianyuan said after giving the matter some thought. Initially, Jiang Tianyuan had asked for Zero Wing's help as a passing thought. He hadn't really viewed the matter as important. However, he hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so capable in God's domain. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Feng Tianji nodded. When Feng Tianji had joined God's domain, he hadn't known much about the game's internal situation. He had only realized how impressive Zero Wing truly was after fighting in the game for some time. At the very least, the current first-rate guilds had no chance against Zero Wing. The guild even had the sacred training ground for experts, Stone Forest Town. The first-rate guild they had allied with frequently brought them to Stone Forest Town, and Feng Tianji had to admit that the battle arena was amazing. If ordinary players trained there, they would develop far faster than training in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Following which, Feng Tianji made his way to the Big Dipper dojo. Meanwhile, in the Greenwater Villa, Feng used his free time to guide the guild's internal members as they worked on their combat techniques. Due to Zero Wing's growing fame, more people fought to become internal members. Despite the guild's strict requirements, they were now nurturing over 300 internal members. Even the massive Greenwater Villa felt a little cramped due to so many people living and training in it. Guild leader, the weakest of our new recruits can now reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor, and quite a few have already reached the 5th floor. Among the various internal members, Zipping is improving the fastest. It's no wonder why you had such a high opinion of him. He has already reached the 5th floor's late stage. I doubt that it'll be long before he reaches the 6th floor, Blackie reported as he watched Yu Ziping and the others, who were currently training in the main hall. It's a pity that we can only recruit a small number of internal members right now. If we can recruit a few more, we could build an army of experts very quickly. Zero Wing shone like the midday sun in Star Moon Kingdom. If they could sustain 1,000 internal members, they could quickly train a 1,000-man expert team. Even without relying on the guild's main force, they could easily raid team dungeons. They could also establish another branch guild. First-rate guilds maintained their status for so long due to the high number and sufficient strength of the experts they nurtured. After joining God's domain, these first-rate guilds could afford to develop in multiple countries at once, competing for resources in multiple locations. In contrast, Zero Wing wasn't strong enough to do so yet. I am afraid we'll have to wait for matters on Gentle Snow's side to settle down first. However, unless those companies find another interested party, it shouldn't be long before the negotiations conclude. After all, it is costly to maintain a training ground of that size. Feng's head ached over this issue. He had never thought that he'd have to endure such a day. Rather than a guild limiting their training ground's development, their training ground limited Zero Wing's development. As Feng discussed the new training ground with Blackie, Liang Jing contacted him. Head instructor a man named Yuan Tiexin is looking for you. Should I have him wait in the reception room? Liang Jing asked Yuan Tiexin. Feng was a little confused. I understand. Have him wait in reception room 1 for me. I'll head there now. All right. Liang Jing nodded. She then led Yuan Tiexin and his entourage to reception room 1. In the Big Dipper Dojo's lobby, the arrival of Yuan Tiexin's group had caused a small commotion. However, this commotion wasn't due to the crowd recognizing Yuan Tiexin, but because of his 2 bodyguards. Both bodyguards wore black suits with a silver shield logo embossed on the left breast. This was none other than the Guardian Group's logo, a world-class bodyguard company. Moreover, both were 3-star bodyguards. Normally, it should be impossible to find such high-rank bodyguards in Jianghu City, as not even the city's most powerful corporations qualified to hire them, yet these 2 had come here. Big Bro Tianji, don't tell me you're really here to speak with that Feng? The last time I came here, his behavior had been incredibly arrogant. He showed the White Tiger Dojo no respect. Is a partnership with him really necessary for a game? He truly could not understand why Jiang Tianyuan repeatedly sought cooperation from a gaming guild. The White Tiger Dojo was one of the country's top dojos. They could easily convince any gaming guild to cooperate with a word, yet Feng Tianji, one of the dojo's instructors, had paid a personal visit to negotiate with Zero Wing. It was inconceivable enough. The hall master and I have our reasons. Feng Tianji's displeasure grew as he listened to Xie Qiwen. By chance, he noticed Yuan Tiexin's group enter a reception room, and shock gripped his heart. Huh? That is, the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin? Why is he here? After joining God's domain, he had investigated the game's major powers thoroughly. Naturally, he had memorized the faces of people like Yuan Tiexin, an upper echelon of a transcendental power like the secret pavilion. Since the man hadn't changed his appearance in the game, Feng Tianji easily recognized Yuan Tiexin with a glance. Chapter 1539, Super First-Rate Guild. Chapter 1539, Super First-Rate Guild. The Secret Pavilion? Overhearing Feng Tianji's mumbles and seeing the reverential look he gave Yuan Tiexin's group, Xie Qiwen couldn't help his growing curiosity. Feng Tianji was the youngest instructor in the White Tiger Dojo and Jiang Tianyuan's personal disciple. Feng Tianji had the potential of becoming a branch hall master. The man was an expert and had already participated in numerous international competitions. Moreover, both Jiang Tianyuan and the White Tiger Dojo's main hall master valued Feng Tianji, which gave his words considerable weight in the dojo. Yet, now, someone like Feng Tianji was actually revered. Yuan Tiexin's group. It's not surprising that you don't recognize them. Let's wait outside for now, Feng Tianji instructed, not bothering to give an explanation to Xie Qiwen. He was no longer a noob that knew nothing about God's domain. He now had a clear understanding of how deep God's domain's waters were. He also knew how much potential the game had. Aside from the time acceleration function, which allowed players to enjoy longer lifespans, the game's ability to replace many of the sports, sources of entertainment, and work in the real world displayed its frightening potential value. Hence, the various industry giants around the world were investing in God's domain, one after another. They all hoped to secure some advantage and resources before the eventual birth of the new era. The Secret Pavilion was a transcendental existence in the virtual gaming world and had the backing of multiple international corporations. The White Tiger Dojo simply couldn't compare. Weary waiting outside? For a moment, Xianxia thought he had heard wrong. They had traveled so far to visit the Big Dipper Dojo, yet not only didn't this dojo provide the proper, grand reception, but Feng Tianji even suggested that they wait, allowing the new arrivals to conduct their business before their group. Xianxia even wondered if the man before him was really the Feng Tianji he knew. However, since the man had decided, he had no choice but to wait in the lobby with Feng Tianji. Meanwhile, in reception room 1, Feng arrived a short moment after Yuan Tianxin made himself comfortable. Uncle Yuan, I'm sorry for the wait, Feng said as he greeted Yuan Tianxin and his entourage. May I know the reason for your sudden visit? After not seeing each other for some time, Feng could clearly sense a significant change in both Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade's auras. Yuan Tianxin, in particular, felt as if his youth had been restored. However, the change didn't particularly surprise Feng. Throughout the various adventures and battles in God's domain, one's brain would work continuously. This, in turn, kept the body's cells active. In addition, a guild upper echelon like Yuan Tianxin had the privilege of a steady supply of S-rank nutrient fluid, keeping his body young and strong. This would become public knowledge in the future. Although it was impossible to achieve eternal life through this method, it was possible to extend one's life. After the mind-space system's introduction, in particular, God's domain's effect on a human lifespan would become more apparent. This was also the main reason that the various industry giants were investing in God's domain. You haven't changed at all. Can't I visit purely to congratulate Zero Wing? Yuan Tianxin could not help but laugh at Feng's straightforward attitude. Congratulate Zero Wing? Feng repeated skeptically. He did not believe Yuan Tianxin in the least. The Secret Pavilion was a massive guild. An upper echelon like Yuan Tianxin should have a long list of tasks every day. How could he possibly have enough time to come all the way here for a chat? Alright, I'll just get straight to the point. Our guild leader has expressed great interest in Zero Wing and is willing to invest in your guild. We only want 50% of Zero Wing's shares. In return, we'll guarantee that Zero Wing will become a super first-rate guild very quickly, Yuan Tianxin said. 50%? Feng frowned. He hadn't expected the Secret Pavilion to have such a large appetite, but he had to admit that the offer was tempting. If the Secret Pavilion made such an offer to a first-rate guild, it would likely jump at the chance. Every first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world dreamed of becoming a super first-rate guild. Although only one rank separated the two, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. I haven't finished. Aside from receiving capital from the Secret Pavilion, Zero Wing will receive 2% of the Secret Pavilion's shares. This way, Zero Wing will not have to concern itself about the right to speak with the Secret Pavilion. As for guild leader Black Flame, he will become one of the Secret Pavilion's elders, Yuan Tianxin said, chuckling as he saw through Feng's hesitation. The guild leader is willing to offer 2% of the guild's shares? Purple Jade was stunned. Although she had accompanied Yuan Tianxin to negotiate with several first-rate guilds, they had never offered such generous terms. With 2% of the Secret Pavilion's shares, one would be a major shareholder. The Secret Pavilion was a colossal existence. It even had the financial support of multiple international corporations. Please allow me to refuse. Feng shook his head and rejected the offer without hesitation. Both Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were dumbfounded. Our guild leader has only offered Zero Wing a portion of the guild's shares thus far. Will you not consider the offer? Or report this to your guild leader? Yuan Tianxin pleaded sincerely. Although Zero Wing displayed great process in its development, the competition in God's domain was just beginning. As time passed, the various corporations that had invested in the game would begin to shine. Based on the secret pavilion's information, several unknown guilds and first-rate guilds have begun to show frightening progress. Meanwhile, these guilds had just as many and just as powerful experts as Zero Wing. Moreover, unlike Zero Wing, these guilds had the support of major corporations. Their development speed would only grow. There is no need. Our guild leader has already made his decision, Feng said as he shook his head. If Zero Wing had the support of the secret pavilion, it could become a giant in the virtual gaming world in a short time. However, Feng firmly believed that Zero Wing could do so without the secret pavilion's help. It would just take a little more time. I understand. Yuan Tianxin sighed. He felt that Zero Wing was a little overconfident. Becoming a giant in the virtual gaming world wasn't easy. He then said, since that is the case, we won't force the matter. I'll move on to the next matter, then. The secret pavilion is interested in one of the Orc Empire's cities and would like Zero Wing's help. Once the task is complete, we will provide 10 black cards and 2 plots of high potential land in the Apocalypse Empire's main cities. We'll also provide some information, which could determine Zero Wing's survival. Information that relates to Zero Wing's survival? Feng could not help his growing curiosity. I am not trying to scare you. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Are you interested in this exchange? Yuan Tianxin asked with a smile. If Zero Wing agrees, it may have enough time to prepare, avoiding too many losses. In reality, Yuan Tianxin had been shocked when he had received this news. He had never thought that things would have developed to such severity. Allow me to refuse. Feng said again, shaking his head. Although I don't have a particularly clear understanding of the Orc Empire's situation, I know that capturing its cities is very difficult. Since you have asked for Zero Wing's help, you must be aiming for our guild honor points. 10 black cards and 2 plots of land are not enough. How much do you want, then? Feng's greed astonished purple jade. Feng smiled in response, raising 2 fingers as he said, I want 20% of the Orc city's profits. This is Zero Wing's bottom line. Chapter 1540, Evil God's Temple activated. Chapter 1540, Evil God's Temple activated. 20%? A tight frown formed on Yuan Tianxin's face. Your asking price is too high. Do you know how difficult it is to raid an Orc city? That isn't something that can be done just by having some NPC mercenaries. The defense of any city in the Orc Empire could make a first-rate guild despair. Setting aside the defensive magic arrays protecting the cities, just the number of orcs garrisoning each city exceeded 1 million easily. The Orc cities also possessed various defensive structures. Although each city had only 3 mythic orcs protecting it, it had thousands of Grand Lord-ranked orcs. The amount of manpower and resources required to capture a city was simply impossible for a first-rate guild to fulfill. My asking price is not high. Moreover, I feel that Zero Wing is worth this price. If you insist on your price, I can only dispatch 10,000 NPC mercenaries to aid you. However, I will not send anyone from our guild. Feng explained. The price the secret pavilion offered would indeed be very tempting to a first-rate guild. After all, having 10 black cards would enable a guild to let their expert members gain more combat experience against other expert players, which would greatly help in improving said expert members' combat standards. As proof, Shadow Sword and the other core members of Zero Wing had reached the refinement realm just from training at the secret pavilion simulation training system for some time. Meanwhile, high-potential lands in the Apocalypse Empire's major cities were things that could not be bought even if one offered tens of thousands of gold. Not to mention, the secret pavilion was actually offering 2 such plots of land. As long as one opened a shop on these lands and managed them well, they could rake in a significant amount of income. Unfortunately, although both things were very tempting, to the current Zero Wing, the effort it would have to expend did not match up with the gains it would be receiving. Although Feng did not have a clear understanding regarding the cities in the Orc Empire, he knew a lot regarding the cost of capturing the cities of foreign races in God's domain, players faced a long and arduous battle of attrition if they wished to capture a city belonging to a foreign race. Many lives would have to be sacrificed, especially when it came to breaking the defensive magic array of the city. With the current standards of players, fully depleting the energy of a city's defensive magic array would take several days of constant bombardment. Only Tier 5 attacks and above would be capable of weakening a city's defensive magic array by a significant amount. It had taken a lot of effort to stabilize Zero Wing's development. He naturally could not casually expend a large amount of the guild's combat power for the secret pavilion without appropriate compensation. You'll only dispatch NPC mercenaries? Yuan Tiexian pondered in silence. Their main goal in this transaction, to begin with, was to gain Zero Wing's GHPs to exchange for NPC mercenaries. If they had enough mercenaries, they could distract the mythic orcs and grand lords inside the city. As for Zero Wing's members, the secret pavilion had never once thought about using them. Alright. However, 10,000 mercenaries are too few. We'll need at least 15,000. That won't be a problem. Feng nodded. He currently possessed 50,000 GHPs, hiring 15,000 mercenaries would cost him only 45,000 points to Zero Wing. GHPs were of little use right now. After all, the guild had to invest a significant portion of its income into the development of Zero Wing City. The guild had neither the time nor the money to capture another town or city currently. Its most important goal was to find a way to make a large amount of coins and magic crystals. Both sides signed a contract with each other. After which, Yuan Tiexian handed 10 black cards to Feng. As for the 2 plots of land, Feng chose to have both plots located in the Apocalypse Empire's moon-based city. Although the Apocalypse Empire shared an extensive portion of its borders with the sea, the cities located close to the sea numbered only 4. Moon-Bay City was the closest of the 4 to ocean viewing town. In the future, if need be, he could also use the lands in Moon-Bay City as a temporary warehouse. This here is the information I mentioned before. It is best if you all start making preparations soon. When the time comes, not only will the several kingdoms neighboring the Orc Empire be affected, but even the Black Dragon Empire will receive heavy damage. Originally, I had planned on having Jade spar with your guild's experts a little, but now that the contents of our transaction have changed, we have to return and make the corresponding changes, Yuan Tiexian said as he passed an envelope to Feng. He then let out a sigh before leaving together with Purple Jade and his bodyguards affecting several kingdoms. Feng could not help but tear open the envelope curiously. After fishing out the paper inside and reading its contents, he immediately sneered and said, "Nine Dragons Emperor really is daring. Is he not afraid of digging his own grave as well?" The message was short and to the point. It merely stated that 9 Dragons Emperor had assisted Beast Emperor in holding a sacrificial ceremony and had already activated the Evil God's Temple in the Black Dragon Empire, which was simply a disaster to the majority of the players in the Empire. The Evil God's Temple located in an empire was entirely different from one located in a kingdom. Its activation not only gave Beast Emperor a huge boost in status, but he would also be able to use the sacrificial altar, which was available only in the Evil God's Temple in empires, allowing the evil beasts and evil demons under his control to fight against each other. Meanwhile, the victors in the sacrificial altar would devour the losers and have their growth potentials improved. With this, Beast Emperor would be able to produce powerful evil beasts and evil demons much more easily given enough time. Beast Emperor would even be capable of destroying an entire empire. This was also the reason why the activation of the Evil God's Temple had nearly led to the destruction of an empire in the past. Currently, Beast Emperor was already operating in the Black Dragon Empire and the surrounding kingdoms, continuously killing players and expanding his strength according to the secret Pavilion's investigations. The reason why 9 Dragons Emperor had decided to work with Beast Emperor was so that he could use Beast Emperor's strength to annihilate Zero Wing. By doing so, he would be able to deprive Phoenix Rain of a powerful supporter in the competition for Thunder Island. Do you think you can annihilate Zero Wing so easily? Feng smiled. He then tore the letter into pieces. If it were in the past, the activation of the Evil God's Empire in the Black Dragon Empire would indeed have posed a significant threat to him. Now, however, the situation had changed with the completion of Zero Wing City's construction. Whether it was in terms of offense or defense, a city greatly surpassed a town. The only problem now was magic crystals. The defenses of both towns and cities required a large amount of magic crystals to fully display their true potential. It seems there's a need to quickly secure that manatite vein. Feng planned silently. However, the current strength of the guild is still not enough to secure the vein. We'll need more Tier 2 players before we can do so. I'll have to think of a way to help more people get through their Tier 2 promotions. Karna Island, where the manatite vein was located, was very dangerous for Tier 1 players. Only Tier 2 players could possibly serve as combat power there. However, passing the promotion for Tier 2 was easier said than done. Currently, although many players in Zero Wing's main force had already reached level 50, their chances of clearing the hard mode promotion quest remained dismal. Not only would they need better weapons and equipment, but they also had to improve their combat standards. Head instructor, representatives from the White Tiger Dojo have come to negotiate cooperation with you again. Should I invite them in now? Liang Jing asked as she entered the reception room again. Feng frowned as he thought about the White Tiger Dojo's commission. They really are bothersome. Head instructor, the White Tiger Dojo has come looking for you multiple times already. If you don't meet with them now, I'm afraid this would be. Liang Jing hurriedly tried persuading Feng when she saw that he intended to reject the White Tiger Dojo's representatives out of hand. At this point, she was at a total loss as to Feng's behavior. If it were Chairman Xiao, he would have already gone out to greet the White Tiger Dojo's representatives instead of letting the other party ask to meet him. In contrast, not only did Feng show no interest whatsoever in meeting with the representatives, but he was even planning on shooing them away. The White Tiger Dojo was one of the top dojos in the country. It simply wasn't an existence the Big Dipper Dojo could compare to. If the former wished, it could easily crush the Big Dipper Dojo. However, the more unbelievable matter was how the White Tiger Dojo was behaving. Despite receiving numerous refusals, it was still desperately sending representatives over to meet with Feng. Most likely, if she told this matter to someone else, nobody would believe a word she spoke. All right, then. Let them come in. Feng nodded helplessly at Liang Jing's pleading. I'll bring them over now, Liang Jing said, breathing out a sigh of relief at Feng's words. If she were to send the White Tiger Dojo away again, Chairman Xiao would definitely have a stroke. Chapter 1541, Mysterious Zero Wing. Chapter 1541, Mysterious Zero Wing. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Is it so urgent that there isn't any time for me to have a spar? Purple Jade asked as she looked at Yuan Tianxin curiously. They had agreed that she would have a few sparring matches with Zero Wing's experts. Yet, now, after speaking a few words with Feng, they were already taking their leave. This situation truly confused her. She knew full well that the capture of an orc city was not under Yuan Tianxin's management. He had simply said those words to Feng as an excuse to leave. The guild leader has just messaged me that I need to return to handle something. As for sparring with Zero Wing's experts, you can do that inside the simulation training system. Moreover, Zero Wing has just obtained another 10 black cards. With this, Zero Wing's main members will definitely log into the training system more frequently. You can spar with them at any time, Yuan Tianxin replied, smiling. A direct order from the guild leader? What happened? Purple Jade was slightly surprised upon hearing this. The guild leader of the secret pavilion rarely ever commanded a specific person directly. Generally, he would leave the selection of personnel to the vice guild leaders to deal with. Only for extremely important matters would he personally assign someone to handle them. Our men have discovered a treasure land. This location is much more precious than a single orc city. The guild leader wants us to claim it as quickly as possible to avoid losing it to other guilds. Moreover, I'm not the only one. The guild leader has given this command. Several other elders of the guild are being mobilized as well. As a precaution, we should start making preparations early. As soon as God's domain system update completes, we'll immediately lead our forces over to that place, Yuan Tianxin said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Even the guild's elders need to go? Purple Jade was even more surprised to hear this since the secret pavilion had entered God's domain. This was the first time an operation had warranted the mobilization of multiple elders and a large portion of the upper echelon. Meanwhile, inside the lobby, when Feng Tianji saw Yuan Tiexin's group leaving, he could not help but sigh ruefully. Although the White Tiger Dojo was famous, the partners it was able to find were only first-rate guilds. Super first-rate guilds and super guilds paid no attention whatsoever to the White Tiger Dojo's request for partnership yet. Now, the secret pavilion, a transcendental existence that the White Tiger Dojo currently could not even hope to have dealings with, had actually sent one of its elders to visit Zero Wing at the same time. Feng Tianji also felt that this was a good opportunity. Previously, Zero Wing was already the #1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom. Now, he had even discovered that Zero Wing possessed a close relationship with a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion. If he could rope Zero Wing to their ship, he would definitely elevate his and Jiang Tianyuan's positions in the White Tiger Dojo. After all, the White Tiger Dojo was currently placing considerable importance on God's domain, so much so that it had started paying more attention to the game than to nurturing fighters for fighting competitions. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly started a mass expansion towards even second- and third-tier cities. Mr. Feng, head instructor Shi is currently waiting in reception room 1. Please follow me, Liang Jing said in a somewhat awkward tone as she looked at Feng Tianji, who was currently pondering in silence. All right, Feng Tianji answered hurriedly as he snapped out of his daze, following which, Feng Tianji and Xia Qiwen followed Liang Jing to reception room 1. Inside the exquisite reception room, Shi Feng currently sat on a leather sofa while sipping a cup of tea. As he sat there, he gave off an indescribably quiet and peaceful feeling, as if he was one with his surroundings. Meanwhile, when Feng Tianji entered the room, he could not help but be stunned when he noticed Shi Feng's presence. Is he really a youngster in his early 20s? Such a thought suddenly popped into Feng Tianji's mind as he looked at Shi Feng. The feeling he got from Shi Feng was something he had only ever felt coming from Jiang Tianyuan. However, Jiang Tianyuan was an expert who had experienced countless battles. Jiang Tianyuan was also the pride and legend of the White Tiger Dojo. At this point, even Feng Tianji was far from capable of melding himself with his surrounding environment well. What are you here for this time? Shi Feng said as he looked at Feng Tianji and Xia Qiwen. Hello, head instructor Shi. My name is Feng Tianji, an instructor at the White Tiger Dojo, Feng Tianji said, smiling as he introduced himself. As for the purpose of our visit this time, it is to discuss matters of cooperation. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? If it's still the same as last time, I believe I've already stated my conditions to you very clearly. At this moment, Shi Feng was no longer that interested in the deal Jiang Tianyuan had offered him. Nurturing 500 sixth-floor experts in 1 month was a considerably difficult task. Right now, he did not have that much time to spare you. Xia Qiwen's complexion darkened immediately when he heard Shi Feng's words. On the other hand, Liang Jing turned pale at this sight. She felt that Shi Feng was going too far with his actions. After all, the other party represented the White Tiger Dojo. Not even Chairman Xiao dared to blatantly reject a request from the White Tiger Dojo. If they provoked the White Tiger Dojo, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. However, before Xia Qiwen could get anything else out of his mouth, Feng Tianji immediately stopped him. Previously, our people failed to state things clearly to you, so the fault is on our side, Feng Tianji said, still smiling. However, this time, we have come with sincerity. As long as you can help us nurture 500 sixth-floor trial tower experts, you are free to state your price. Feng Tianji's words dumbfounded Liang Jing and Xia Qiwen. Liang Jing had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo, which normally did not take even the chairman of Big Dipper seriously, would actually use such a polite tone with Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Xia Qiwen was feeling even greater shock than Liang Jing. Feng Tianji of the White Tiger Dojo was a true killing god. Aside from those holding the position of branch hall master and above, nobody in the White Tiger Dojo dared to go against Feng Tianji's words. You're letting me set the price? Shi Feng was a little surprised. He had never thought that the White Tiger Dojo would change attitude so quickly. Of course, as long as it is a price the White Tiger Dojo can afford. Feng Tianji nodded. All right. I don't want much, just 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Feng stated this. Feng Tianji found himself in an awkward position. Although he had said that Feng could set the price, he had never expected the latter to be so brazen as to ask for such a high price. Big bro Tianji, he is clearly toying with us. Xianxia could not help but explode in anger when he heard Feng's words. Did Feng think S-rank nutrient fluid was tap water? Even a branch dojo would not receive 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids in an entire year. Only the main branch could take out so many bottles at once. However, these S-rank nutrient fluids were normally prepared for international competitions. It was simply impossible for them to spend so many just for a game. Is 100 bottles too much for you? Feng could not help but ask when he saw the troubled look on Feng Tianji's face. This. It really is beyond of our capabilities, Feng Tianji said, cold sweat dotting his furrowed brows. Although Jiang Tianyuan's position in the White Tiger Dojo was very high, the man could draw only 30 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids at a time. Even if he bankrupted himself, he wouldn't be able to gather 100 bottles. All right, then. 60 bottles, and not a bottle lower. Feng said, sighing. Otherwise, you will have to find someone better for the job. What do you think of? Before Xianxia could even finish his sentence, Feng Tianji had already placed a hand on his shoulder. His body suddenly felt heavy, and his mouth couldn't utter any more words. Head instructor, sure, it is also going to be very difficult for us to get you 60 bottles. How about this? We are willing to pay you 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids in addition to 20 million credits. This is already the limit of what we can offer. You should also know that S-rank nutrient fluids are not sold anywhere on the market and can be obtained only through internal channels. Even the White Tiger Dojo can get only a small amount each year, Feng Tianji said seriously. After taking a deep breath upon hearing Feng Tianji's words, Xianxia felt as if the man sitting beside him right now was definitely an actor. There was simply no way the person beside him was the real Feng Tianji. Those were 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids they were talking about. 50? Feng fell into deep thought. After some time, he said, all right, I can agree to your proposal. However, I will not accept payment in installments. Zero Wing was currently in urgent need of S-rank nutrient fluids. If he could get those 50 bottles now, they would undoubtedly help Fire Dance and the others improve much more quickly. He could also help them develop their potential early on. Feng Tianji could not help but fall speechless at Feng's words. At the same time, however, he also inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief, following which, Feng Tianji signed a contract with Feng, agreeing to deliver 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 20 million credits within 5 days. As for the 500 White Tiger Dojo apprentices to be nurtured by Zero Wing, he would send Feng a list of names after he logged back into God's domain. With the negotiations completed, Feng Tianji left together with Xianxia to report back to Jiang Tianyuan. As for Feng, after taking a look at the time, he noticed that God's domain system update was already completed. He immediately returned to his room and logged back into the game. Chapter 1542, God's Domains Changes. Chapter 1542, God's Domains Changes. What's going on? As soon as Feng logged back into the game, he was shocked by the scene that greeted him. He had been standing in the middle of a dense forest when he logged out of the game. Now, however, endless plains surrounded him. Moreover, large craters pitted the plains. Not only was the air filled with dust and yellow sand, but even the ambient mana had become extremely thin. He even felt his reactions becoming a little sluggish due to this low mana environment. If not for the abyssal blade gathering mana around his body, his combat power definitely would have decreased significantly. Meanwhile, the other Zero Wing members that just logged into the game were similarly stupefied by the scene before them. Look at the sky. What's that? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, pointing up at the sky. When everyone looked up, they quickly spotted the faint silhouette of a pitch-black ship hovering in the dusky sky. Due to the dark gray clouds that served as a backdrop, if one did not look carefully, they would not notice the ship at Allah Magic Warship. Feng could not help but be shocked. That emblem belongs to the royal family. Why is something like that here? A magic warship was an actual strategic weapon as well as one of the trump cards of Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, the kingdom would not mobilize its magic warship even during a war with other countries. A magic warship was like a war fortress, capable of casting tier 5 spells and destroying towns in a single hit. Meanwhile, the magic warship controlled by the royal family was even more powerful as it could use tier 5 curses. Only during the invasion of the Abyss would the royal family utilize this weapon of mass destruction. Yet, now, the magic warship operated by the royal family was currently patrolling this location. Feng found this simply inconceivable. Could the invasion of the Orc Empire have already gotten that grim? Feng could not help entertaining such a thought. Immediately, he had Aqua Rose send people to investigate this matter. Whenever a new expansion pack took effect, the system would provide information relevant to the expansion pack in the affected regions. Meanwhile, players could obtain this information by asking the NPCs in the affected towns and cities. At this moment, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't the only country in turmoil. The several kingdoms and 2 empires neighboring the Orc Empire were similarly in turmoil. These countries were all mobilizing their trump cards and organizing a frenzied assault on the orcs very quickly. Aqua Rose collected the information gathered by members of the guild and summarized it in a report. Guild leader, based on the information we've found thus far, the orcs seem to be frantically searching for something. They keep sending out invasion squads to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many powerful mutated orcs have appeared among these orcs, posing a huge headache for these kingdoms and empires. After suffering numerous defeats, these countries have finally mobilized their trump cards to push back the orcs. In addition, the affected kingdoms and empires have come to an agreement to remove the border teleportation fees temporarily. Teleportation between these kingdoms will be calculated similar to normal city teleportation fee rates. At the same time, the allied countries have launched a unified crusade against the Orc Empire. Now, many new items have been made available for exchange using the guild honor points and contribution points earned in the war with the Orc Empire. In the exchange system for individual players, level 40+ warrior sets have appeared. The sets are available in bronze rank to dark gold rank. However, the sets are bound upon exchange and cannot be traded. Meanwhile, in the exchange system for guilds, the guild magic car lease has appeared. As Aqua Rose summarized the information she had received, she could not help her surprise at the changes brought about by the system update this time. These changes would undoubtedly shake up the current status quo between guilds. Without the extra fees charged for teleporting between countries, players would be able to move between countries more easily. The removal of this hurdle would also increase the intensity of competition between the guilds of the various affected countries. Guild magic car lease? Feng's eyes glowed when he heard Aqua Rose mention this term. The guild magic car lease was a great convenience for guilds. Meanwhile, the lease dropped only in specific super large-scale team dungeons in each country. One could also say that it served as proof of a guild strength. After a guild acquired the guild magic car lease, its members would be able to rent guild magic cars at the guild's residences. The magic car was a very useful tool for teams. Unlike advanced carriages, which could travel only on the official roads built between towns and cities, the magic car could go to any location. It also doubled as a tent and allowed players to recover their concentration and stamina inside it. Overall, the magic car was like a mobile camp and was particularly useful to teams that preferred exploring distant and high-level locations. Guild leader, is there a problem? Aqua Rose asked curiously when she saw the astonished expression on Feng's face. How many GHPs does that guild magic car lease require? Feng asked immediately if Zero Wing could obtain the guild magic car lease now. It would definitely help in traveling to the neutral map boneless land. Directing advanced constructions like the advanced restaurant or the magic workshop required mana Oregon. Yet, mana ore was not easy to obtain. It was a byproduct that would appear at a very low chance when mining rare ores. Although mana ore still turned up on the market quite frequently, the various large guilds and players were all trying to obtain mana ore to create the mana charm, due to the Orc Empire's appearance. As a result, the mana ore put up for sale had been wiped clean off the shelves. In fact, even the mana ore of other kingdoms and empires around God's domain had been bought out by the various large guilds. Right now, It was practically impossible to obtain mana ore in large quantities. However, Feng still knew of a way to obtain a large amount of mana ore, through the distant neutral map Boneless Land. There were quite a few rare ore veins in the Boneless Land. In the past, the neutral map was famous as a producer of mana ore. The Boneless Land was not a place current players could travel to. Even if players went there via the safest route, they would have to traverse over a dozen high-level maps ranging between level 100 to level 130. Moreover, as the Boneless Land was a neutral map, there were no nearby towns or cities for players to recuperate in. Normally, the various large guilds would construct a town or city in a neutral map before starting their development there, which was clearly an impossible task right now. However, it was a different story if players had the guild magic car. Resting inside a magic car was equivalent to resting inside a hotel. Although a magic car had a maximum capacity of 20 players, its effects were the same as a hotel's. It could provide players with the best recovery effects for their concentration and stamina. Meanwhile, the Boneless Land itself was not particularly high-leveled, merely a level 60 to level 80 neutral mob. Using the spatial gate, he could transport a large number of players there. After including a temporary resting place like the guild magic car, it would be relatively simple for them to mine for mana ore. The only expenses would be the high rental fees and magic crystals to operate the magic cars. Overall, however, it would still be much cheaper and simpler than directly purchasing mana ore from the market. The guild magic car lease requires 200,000 GHPs and 1 3-star achievement in exchange. Aqua Rose replied, "Sure enough, the system won't let players obtain it easily." Feng could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing the cost. Even super guilds would need a very long time to accumulate 200,000 GHPs. As for the 3-star achievement, that was even harder to obtain. A 3-star achievement was like a kingdom quest. A kingdom would only award a guild such an achievement when said guild had achieved significant victories in wars against other countries. Meanwhile, not only was this achievement a symbol of honor, but it was also proof of the influence a guild had in a kingdom. Despite a 3-star achievement being the lowest ranking achievement available, obtaining one was significantly more difficult than even an epic main storyline quest. One could say that the difficulty of obtaining a 3-star achievement was no less than that of raiding a super large-scale team dungeon. Hence, by introducing the guild magic car lease now, the system was merely allowing the various large guilds to come into contact with guild magic cars a little earlier. Whether the various large guilds were actually able to take advantage of this opportunity was not a certainty. Forget it. For now, I should find Xianxia first and deal with the disintegration armor. Thinking up to this point, Feng had Aqua Rose make the necessary arrangements to shift the guild's development direction towards the Orc Empire. As for himself, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Chapter 1543, Upgrading White River City. Chapter 1543, Upgrading White River City. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Feng exited the teleportation hall, he noticed that the street outside the building teemed with merchant players originating from other kingdoms, selling and purchasing items. Due to the system update this time, players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires would no longer have to transit through Star Moon City and could teleport directly to White River City. As a result, business in White River City was flourishing like never before. Moreover, aside from merchant players, there were also plenty of foreign guilds and adventurer teams that had come to White River City. Evidently, the reduction in teleportation fees convinced the guilds and adventurer teams that were previously hesitating to visit White River City to make the trip. So this is White River City? Business here is flourishing. There are at least twice as many merchants here as there are in our northern kingdom's capital city. How are the players here so high-leveled? What? This city has already activated the flying transportation system? The various foreign large guilds and adventurer teams could not help but marvel at the prosperity of White River City. Previously, they had heard talk about White River City. Although rumor had it that players were labeling White River City as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 NPC city, they had merely treated it as a joke before. After all, how could a non-capital city possibly compete with a capital city? If a situation like this really happened in a kingdom, then that could only mean one thing: said kingdom was extremely weak. Moreover, the fact that Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild was actually a guild recently established in God's domain only served as further proof that Star Moon Kingdom was a weak kingdom, if not for the fact that the teleportation fees were much reduced and the fact that White River City possessed a teleportation house that led directly to the heart of the Twin Towers Kingdom. They would not have bothered paying a visit to White River City at all. However, now that they got to see White River City in person, the city was worlds apart from what they had imagined it to be. One of the merchant players hawking their wares on the street sold exquisite items. There were even some that sold level 40 fine gold weapons and level 45 fine gold equipment. Normally, such items could only occasionally be found in the auction houses of capital cities. Yet, now, players were selling them on the street. Moreover, the temporary teams recruiting members for dungeon raids were even more amazing. There were actually players recruiting for level 40, 100-man hard mode team dungeons raids. Although many players in God's domain had already reached level 40, when raiding level 40, 100-man team dungeons, level 40 was merely the baseline limit. Moreover, that was only in the case of normal mode. For hard mode, a team would require at least 10 expert players belonging to large guilds to spearhead the raid. Either that, or a well-established adventurer team. Temporary teams should already be thanking their lucky stars if they could clear the normal mode of a 100-man team dungeon. Trying to raid a 100-man hard mode team dungeon was simply a dream. However, before the foreign guild players could speak any contemptuous words about the various temporary teams, they were immediately silenced when their sights fell on the level and equipment of the recruiting teams. The members of the recruiting teams were all level 41 and above. Meanwhile, even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was level 35 secret silver rank, while some even wore level 40 secret silver equipment. As for the players serving as the leaders of these teams, they were mostly geared in level 40 fine gold equipment and level 35 dark gold equipment. Even the elite teams of large guilds would be slightly inferior when compared to these teams. Ha ha ha. Another batch of dumbfounded newcomers has arrived. They sure have guts to think of White River City as an ordinary NPC city. If they're already reacting in such a way after just exiting the teleportation hall, once they reach the business district in the central area, their eyes will most likely fall out of their sockets. Weren't you the same as them before? That's because I knew absolutely nothing about White River City back then. Moreover, unlike them, I came here because I wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's recruitment standards are a little too high. Had the standards been lowered by just a little bit, I definitely would have gotten in on my last attempt. Alright, that's enough. The meeting time the team leader mentioned has already arrived. Today, we'll definitely get through the first boss of that 100-man hell mode team dungeon. That's for sure. I heard that the team leader used the super rare materials we obtained previously to exchange for 3 advanced mana armor kits from the Candlelight trading firm. With those armor kits, we should have no problems getting through the first boss. Several players belonging to an adventurer team were currently chatting merrily while sitting inside an open-air bar. When they saw the surprised looks on the newly arrived foreign players' faces, their hearts swelled with an indescribable sense of pride. Meanwhile, when the foreign players, both the members of large guilds and well-known adventurer teams belonging to other kingdoms, passing by heard the words of these local players, they could not help but be shocked. At this stage of the game, very few adventurer teams, aside from those at the top, were capable of raiding level 40, 100-man hell mode team dungeons. Even the first boss of such dungeons was already an insurmountable hurdle. Yet, the players sitting inside the bar spoke as if being able to raid such a boss was no big deal. This situation filled the foreign guilds and adventurer teams that had just arrived at White River City with shock and awe. Just what kind of city was White River City? At the same time, these foreign players also began sending messages to their friends, telling them about White River City. For a time, White River City's fame spread rapidly throughout the neighboring kingdoms and empires. More and more players also began considering moving their base of operations to White River City. It seems the new expansion pack I activated this time has brought quite a lot of benefits to Zero Wing's development. Feng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversations of players on the street. With this, even without linking a teleportation array to Zero Wing City, White River City still has a chance to become a main city in God's domain. NPC cities were not static. They could similarly be upgraded. Only, many conditions needed to be met before it would happen. Chief among these conditions related to player population and trade volume. If Feng wished to upgrade White River City once more, he would first need to get the city's population to 10 million. Originally, this should have been a very difficult task to accomplish. Now, however, due to the lowering of the barrier known as teleportation fees, increasing the player population of White River City would no longer pose any challenge. Meanwhile, as long as White River City was upgraded again, it would activate the corresponding city functions. At that time, not only would the city undergo even greater changes, but more destinations would also be added to the flying transportation system, allowing players to travel to those distant neutral maps that did not boast any teleportation arrays. It seems there's a need to have Candlelight introduce some new products. At this time, Feng suddenly recalled the mana-enhancing potion recipe he obtained recently. Berserk-type potions like the mana-enhancing potion were amazingly effective in dungeon raids. It was a potion that the various adventurer teams and small guilds urgently required at the moment. If he sold this potion in White River City, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract even more players to the city, following which, Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her select the advanced alchemist with the highest success rate in the Candlelight trading firm to produce the mana-enhancing potion and advanced alchemy recipe. Melancholic Smile's eyes glowed upon hearing this. "I'll get it done right away." Shortly after Feng contacted Melancholic Smile, the advanced carriage he was riding arrived before Xianxia's smithy. Unlike other Grandmaster forgers, Xianxia had not moved to a better city. She remained inside her inconspicuous smithy, hammering away at materials in the hopes of creating a fragmented legendary item. "This place has been discovered already?" When Feng arrived before the smithy, he noticed over a dozen forging players in front of the smithy. Every one of them was currently standing before the entrance of the house silently, none of them daring to make a sound in fear of disturbing Xianxia, who was still working inside right now. Surprisingly, though, while around half of the dozen or so players lined up outside the building consisted of level 33 lifestyle players, the other half were actually expert players who were level 46 and above. Meanwhile, standing at the head of this group of experts was a man and a woman. Although both currently had their levels hidden using a black cloak, they did not bother concealing their facial appearances. "Why is she here?" Feng grew a little confused when he saw these two players. While he had no idea who the man was, the woman was someone he was considerably familiar with. After all, this woman was none other than Yulan, part of the upper echelon of the organization Underworld. From what Feng remembered, Yulan should have long since been assigned to continue her development in another kingdom. Yet, for some reason, she had actually appeared in Star Moon Kingdom again. Chapter 1544, First Ghost. Chapter 1544, First Ghost. Before Feng could snap out of his daze, he suddenly felt killing intent directed towards him. Meanwhile, this killing intent came from the level 46 plus players. At this moment, these experts were on high alert against him and wore a look that stated they would unsheath their weapons and were poised to attack. This situation threw Feng into confusion. Currently, he had both his level and appearance hidden using a black cloak, yet the other party had tensed up just at his approach. "Alright, enough. He should be here to meet with Xianxia," the man beside Yulan said as he made a waving motion with his hand. Only after hearing this man's words did the experts relax. "Fellow friend, sorry about that. My brothers here are just a little too nervous." "They have no ill intent," the young man standing in the lead apologized. "It's fine." Feng simply gave a quiet response. In God's domain, players would normally become alert when they came across a cloaked player that hid all information about themselves. However, very few players would react as the experts in Yulan's group had while inside an NPC city. After all, there were many NPC soldiers patrolling the city streets, making an assassination very difficult unless the targeted player was caught entirely unaware. Of course, players who suffered frequent ambushes out in the fields would also form a habit of instinctively going into high alert when encountering cloaked players, following which, Feng stopped paying attention to Yulan's group and walked straight towards the smithy's door. Although he was curious as to why Yulan had suddenly reappeared in White River City, his priority right now was to deal with the disintegration armor. If he left the armor as it was, he would definitely have difficulty moving around. Just as Feng was about to knock on the door, however, a playful voice suddenly came from behind him. You guys really made me work up a sweat finding you. With things as they are right now, do you all still think you have a chance? Turning around, Feng suddenly noticed that a group of over 100 cloaked players had appeared behind him. Every one of these cloaked players wore a sneer on their faces. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing pitch-black leather armor gradually emerged from the shadows of this group of cloaked players. The instant this middle-aged man appeared, a gray fog started permeating the air around him. He gave off an indescribably chilling and creepy feeling. First Ghost. They actually sent an expert like you after us as well? The youth standing beside Yulan revealed a bitter smile when he saw the middle-aged man at this moment. Aside from the youth, the several other experts standing around Yulan also wore horrified expressions when they looked at the middle-aged man before them. After all, the middle-aged man was once known as the #1 assassin of Underworld. He was so strong that even if their entire group attacked him together, they would only end up getting unilaterally slaughtered. Furthermore, escaping his grasp was impossible, as the assassin class was known to possess the highest speed among the 12 main classes. They wouldn't particularly mind if they simply lost their lives right now. However, First Ghost and his group had consumed the haunted potion. Anyone he and his allies killed would drop multiple pieces of equipment. Dark Eye, I believe that the higher-ups have already stated that either you all submit or die. Since you all refuse to submit, I have no choice but to send you on your way. First Ghost said as he unsheathed the snowy white dagger hanging from his waist. Taking into account the fact that we were colleagues in the past, I'll give you a word of advice. Delete your accounts as soon as possible. The higher-ups won't let you all keep those items. Or do you really believe you can escape our pursuit? Yulan, bring everyone and escape quickly. The few of us here will hold them back. Once you reach the main street, they won't be able to take action easily, the youth named Dark Eye said quietly to Yulan. Hearing this, Yulan gritted her teeth and nodded. Although she wished to break out of this encirclement together with Dark Eye and the others, doing so was clearly an impossible feat. Setting aside the fact that they were greatly outnumbered right now, First Ghost alone was more than capable of defeating her entire group. You guys think you can escape? As long as I am here, none of you should even think of leaving this place alive. First Ghost obviously saw through Dark Eye's plans. Sneering, he ordered, "Go. Leave none of them alive." Immediately, the 100-plus players behind First Ghost went into action. The melee players charged forward, the healers in the rear cast shield buffs on the melee players, and the ranged players locked on to the movements of Yulan's group. There were also over a dozen stealth assassins stationed at the sidelines on the off chance that someone from Yulan's group actually managed to get through the encirclement. At the same time, First Ghost took out a dark gray scroll and unfurled it. As he activated it, the surrounding space suddenly turned blurry. This scroll contained the basic magic array perception blur. It was a special scroll that could be bought only in towns and cities operated by the dark forces. So long as this scroll was activated, it would transform the surrounding space, making it difficult for NPCs within towns and cities to perceive the movements inside the affected area. Unless the affected area lay in an NPC soldier's direct line of sight, it would be some time before the NPC soldiers would realize that a fight was going on inside the city. Damn it. They came prepared. Dark Eye immediately fell into despair when he saw the dark gray magic array rising into the air. Although the magic array First Ghost used was only a basic one, players would still need to spend some time breaking through it. During this period, First Ghost's group was more than capable of killing them several times over. I've already said that none of you should think of leaving this place alive, First Ghost said as he strolled up to Dark Eye and Yulan. He showed nary a hint of nervousness even though he was assaulting another player inside an NPC city. In fact, he did not even bother using the assassin class's stealth skill and was boldly waltzing towards his opponents. This approach was one of the reasons why the members of Underworld deeply feared the man known as First Ghost. He could not only overwhelm his opponents through martial might but also constant grind away at his opponent's mental state. Unable to cope with the mental pressure, a level 46 berserker abruptly used charge at the confident assassin. Upon arriving before First Ghost, he immediately brandished his great sword with all his might cross-slash. The berserker smoothly entered the stance to execute cross-slash and swung his greatsword down on First Ghost Dang. Following which, the clash of metal rang out surprisingly. First Ghost's flimsy dagger actually stopped the berserker's greatsword. Immediately after, the dagger had even proceeded to push aside the greatsword. First Ghost had repelled the attack so easily that he looked as if he was just swatting away a small pebble. How is this possible? The berserker's face was filled with astonishment when he saw his greatsword getting shoved aside so readily. He simply could not understand how an assassin could possess such immense strength. Meanwhile, by the time the berserker snapped out of his daze, First Ghost's other dagger had already appeared before his eyes. In the end, the berserker could only watch helplessly as the dagger slashed across his throat. Immediately after slashing the berserker's throat, First Ghost suddenly transformed into a streak of shadow and pierced through the berserker's body. Tier 1 skill, Absolute Strike. When First Ghost's body reformed, the berserker's HP began decreasing rapidly. A second later, the berserker collapsed to the ground in such a way. A level 46 berserker on Yolan's side died as soon as the battle began. Next up will be you, First Ghost said as he sent a glance at Dark Eye. He then started pacing casually towards the youth. After seeing the brief battle, Dark Eye and the several experts around him could not help but shudder as if they were looking at a literal ghost right now. Come. I want to see just what Underworld's #1 assassin is capable of. Dark Eye knew that there was no way he was leaving this place alive. The only thing he could do now was fight to the death. He dashed at First Ghost, then activated the Berserker class's Tier 1 taboo skill, Wind/Countless wind blades flew towards First Ghost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Dark Eye was in control of the movements of every one of these wind blades, which completely sealed First Ghost's movements. As for Dark Eye himself, after activating Wind Slash, he promptly sent a downward slash at First Ghost's defensive blind spot. In the next moment, Dark Eye's greatsword could be seen passing through First Ghost's body. However, just as Dark Eye's companions were about to cheer in joy, Dark Eye's expression turned inexplicably grim, because his attack had not struck First Ghost at all. All he had done was slash at the assassin's afterimage. Instinctively, he swung his sword horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! Sparks flew and scattered into the surroundings. In the next moment, Dark Eye's silvery gray greatsword could be seen stopped roughly 4 inches away from First Ghost's body. Despite Dark Eye putting all his strength into his arms, the pitch-black dagger blocking his greatsword refused to budge by even a centimeter farther. Meanwhile, the silver dagger in First Ghost's other hand smoothly stabbed towards Dark Eye's side abdomen. Is it over? Dark Eye could not help but shut his eyes at this scene. The difference in strength between him and First Ghost was simply too massive. Not only was he inferior to the assassin in terms of technical standards, but even his basic attributes were greatly inferior to the assassin's die. First Ghost promptly added even more power to his attack just as the silver dagger was about to stab into Dark Eye's abdomen. However, a red flash suddenly entered First Ghost's sight. Shocked, First Ghost hurriedly activated wind steps to block the attack. He then beat an abrupt retreat and turned to look towards the source of the red flash. Who interrupted me? I did. At this time, Feng stepped out of the group of players standing before Celiura's smithy. Chapter 1545, Unbearable Wrath. As Feng emerged from the crowd, the present players' gazes shifted towards him. Although Feng had concealed his appearance, he was obviously a swordsman based on the 2 long swords hanging at his waist. This brat must be tired of living. He actually dares to ruin the boss's fun. He must be suicidal. He should realize that he can't survive this. Is he that eager to die? The boss must be furious. That kid is definitely going to suffer for this. Although First Ghost's team members were surprised to see Feng save Dark Eye, their expressions quickly turned to that of pity and admiration. As a bystander, Feng could have remained silent, and First Ghost would have given him a quick death, but now that he had spoiled the man's fun, his death would be slow and painful. After all, First Ghost was famous for his brutality in Underworld. Other players had interrupted First Ghost in the past, and he had slowly shaved off these players' HP with one hit after another. Sometimes, he even had his team's healers recover his target's HP. Experts generally set their pain sensitivity in-game to a certain percentage, and it couldn't be altered while in battle. First Ghost's team members could already imagine the fate that would befall this swordsman. Stranger, is he the one that saved me? Dark Eye turned to Feng with a confused expression. He had never thought that a passerby like Feng would actually save him. In his opinion, passers-by usually tried to avoid getting involved with others' disputes. Unfortunately, even if Feng had saved him once, it wouldn't change the outcome. First Ghost's team members had already surrounded their team, and the perception blur magic array prevented NPC soldiers from detecting their fight. This person is Yulan, who stood in the back, could not help but feel a sense of familiarity as she stared at Feng's back. She seemed to have heard his voice somewhere before. As well, kid, you did that just now? First Ghost didn't hurry to attack Feng. Instead, he evaluated this swordsman carefully. A moment later, he sneered and said, "You have guts, I'll give you that. I had intended to let a bystander like you live, but I've changed my mind." "Let me live?" Feng laughed. "Keep that devil's compassion to yourself. You saw through that, huh?" Since Feng hadn't bought the lie, First Ghost admitted to it. He chuckled before replying, "Indeed. I never had any intention of letting you get away, but your actions have only earned you a more painful death, kid. You're going to regret stepping in. Restless, make sure to heal this kid and keep him alive for me. Everyone else, keep an eye on Dark Eye and Yulan. Rest assured, boss. Until you say, stop, I'll make sure he doesn't die." With First Ghost's command, his teammates turned their focus to Yulan's team. If any of those players moved strangely, they'd bombard them with attacks. At the same time, a level 47 cleric in blue robes kept a close eye on Feng's HP, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes as he prepared to cast a healing spell. As soon as First Ghost finished speaking, he appeared behind Feng's shadow steps. Like a venomous snake, the pitch-black dagger in First Ghost's hand formed an arc as it curved towards Feng's flank. Kidney strike. As the dagger aimed for Feng's blind spot, First Ghost curved his other dagger towards the swordsman's head, ensuring that the silver dagger was barely visible in the corner of his target's eye. Crap. That's First Ghost's double snake bite. Dark Eye's expression darkened as he watched the two daggers flash towards Feng from different angles. When a player noticed an incoming attack, they instinctively tried to block the attack while ignoring those they couldn't see. First Ghost's technique took advantage of this reaction to break past his opponent's defense. Although this technique looked simple, finding an opponent's blind spots in an instant and launching an attack without unnecessary movement was extremely difficult. A player would also have to execute a second attack simultaneously from an entirely different angle. Moreover, due to the attack's lightning speed and precise timing, the technique was nearly impossible for an ordinary expert to counter. First Ghost had killed many powerful experts with this technique. Just before the two daggers bit into Feng, everyone saw a blue flashbang. Following which, the sound of metal on metal echoed throughout the street. Suddenly, First Ghost stumbled back 2 steps, his HP falling by over 200. On the other hand, Feng remained steadily in his original position. His HP was also intact. How is this possible? First Ghost's companions were dumbfounded after watching Feng repel the double snake bite. Impossible. Even Dark Eye stared at Feng in disbelief. Feng had actually repulsed Underworld's #1 assassin with 1 hit. Moreover, judging by Feng's expression, it was clear that the swordsman wasn't satisfied with his counterattack. What Dark Eye did not know was that Feng currently suffered a 50% basic attribute reduction thanks to the disintegration armor in his bag. Had Feng been at his peak, his counterattack would have killed First Ghost or left the assassin near death's door. The outcome wouldn't have been a mere 200 HP loss. When First Ghost noticed that his hands trembled after receiving Feng's counterattack, his expression hardened as he glared at Feng and asked, "Who are you?" Even if First Ghost were stupid, he'd realize that Feng was no ordinary expert. The counterattack Feng had used to negate his double snake bite had been so fast that his senses had barely kept up with the strike. No ordinary expert could achieve such a feat. Who am I? I'm just an ordinary bystander that you want to kill, Feng said, chuckling an ordinary bystander. My double snake bite can instant kill Refinement Realm experts if I catch them off guard, First Ghost snapped, annoyed as he glared at Feng. He had not expected to come across a difficult opponent like Feng during his assassination of Yolan's team, so, that's double snake bite? I don't see anything special about it. Shifting through his memories, Feng realized that First Ghost had indeed launched his attacks simultaneously. However, he did not pay any special attention to this. After reaching the Void Realm, he had a clear grasp of any movement in his surroundings. He lacked the visual blind spots ordinary players suffered. Hence, to him, it merely looked as if First Ghost had simply thrust both of his daggers at once and nothing more. What bold words. Boss, let us take him on. I want to see just what kind of ability this kid has. Feng's statement enraged the assassin's team members. As long as First Ghost gave the command, they'd send Feng to meet his maker. However, rather than reacting rashly, First Ghost calmly and coldly declared, although I don't know who you are, Underworld wants the people behind you dead. Underworld's wrath isn't something you can endure. Boss, why bother wasting words on him? Let's just get rid of this brat. We'll teach him the consequences of his arrogance. All of First Ghost's team members stared at Feng as if he were already a dead man walking. Can't endure Underworld's wrath? Feng chuckled. He then removed his black cloak and exposed his adjusted appearance. I'm very curious to learn what Underworld can do to me. Chapter 1546, Sword King. Chapter 1546, Sword King. Black Flame? The battlefield fell deathly silent when Feng removed his black cloak. Everyone here was familiar with Black Flame. Even players from outside of Star Moon Kingdom would know of him if they examined the God's Domain ranking list recently. Black Flame's ranking had risen, he now ranked 31st on God's Domain ranking list. There was also plenty of information regarding the man's battle records. Not only could Black Flame wander through an army of thousands of enemy players as if he were strolling through his own backyard, but he was also undefeated. Even super guilds had to take this expert seriously. Moreover, Black Flame was the guild leader of Zero Wing, the current #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. Sword King Black Flame. Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming as he gazed at Feng. He was also relieved that he had stopped his teammates from attacking Feng. Otherwise, this swordsman would have killed his companions before First Ghost's team had even arrived. Although Dark Eye had never personally witnessed Feng in battle, he knew that this man's guild had caused Underworld a lot of suffering. The organization had even been forced to abandon its development in Star Moon Kingdom. Why is he here? Yolan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Feng. Meanwhile, when First Ghost found out about his opponent's identity, his complexion turned indescribably grim. If his opponent had merely been a top-tier expert from a first-rate guild, he would not have considered this swordsman important, but that wasn't the case for the player before him. Every player ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain ranking list could strike fear in the various large guilds, not to mention the 31st ranking expert. Even a superpower would have to dispatch numerous peak experts to deal with an expert of Feng's caliber. It would also need the terrain advantage. Otherwise, it would have no hope of defeating Feng. Although First Ghost acknowledged his team's strength, he didn't believe that they were capable of defeating Feng in a head-on confrontation. On top of that, they were still in White River City. If the fight drug on, the NPC patrols would discover them. None of them would leave this place alive. He had merely come to assassinate Yulan and her team. He had never expected to encounter the most troublesome player in Star Moon Kingdom. Black Flame, I admit that you are powerful. In the past, Underworld couldn't even touch you, but do you really think that the organization hasn't changed in all this time? First Ghost no longer showed any intention of attacking. Instead, he sneered and said, the Blackwater Corporation has already annexed Underworld. Not even God's Domain's various superpowers would dare to provoke Underworld now. The higher-ups have declared that Yolan's team must be killed to level 0. If you shelter them, you will endanger the guild you've gone to great lengths to develop. As long as you keep your nose out of this, you will continue to reign as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. However, if you anger the people in charge, Zero Wing won't get away unscathed. Is it worth getting in the middle of this? When they heard First Ghost's warning, Dark Eye, Yulan, and their companions paled as First Ghost had said, the Blackwater Corporation had taken control of Underworld. Even super guilds avoided confrontations with the corporation if they could. It simply wasn't an existence Zero Wing could contend with. There was no reason for Feng to start a war with the Blackwater Corporation over their fate. Meanwhile, when First Ghost's team members heard their leader's words, they regained their confidence and sneered at Feng. When First Ghost finished speaking, Feng glanced at the assassin and asked, "Are you done?" First Ghost was stunned. "Do you even understand what I'm saying? If you involve yourself, you will declare war on the Blackwater Corporation." First Ghost reiterated. However, by the time First Ghost shut his mouth, Feng had appeared before him, his sacred sword radiating a blue glow as it descended on the assassin tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Before First Ghost could use his Vanish skill, his HP had begun to deplete rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his HP fell to 0, and his vision darkened. His body then collapsed, a piece of equipment dropping beside his corpse. "Boss. The boss is dead. This person is insane. Didn't he understand the boss's warning?" First Ghost's team members gaped, horror filling their eyes as they stared at Feng, who wore a casual expression. "When you return, tell your higher-ups that we will not allow other powers to cause trouble in White River City as they like," Feng coldly declared as he glanced at the players around him. "If they dare, this will be their outcome." White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If Zero Wing could not maintain the city's safety, allowing other players to waltz in and kill whom they liked, who would possibly develop in White River City? Furthermore, First Ghost had tried to kill other players right before his very eyes. So strong. He's even stronger than the rumors say. Dark Eye was indescribably shocked as he looked at First Ghost's corpse. Underworld's top assassin had died without the chance to fight back. The entire process had happened so fast that he wasn't even sure about what had happened. He had only seen Feng appear before First Ghost suddenly before a blue flash had struck the assassin. In the next moment, First Ghost's HP had fallen to 0, and he died. Although Dark Eye had heard about Feng's strength while he had still been a member of Underworld, he had never realized that the man was this strong. The difference between his power and Feng's was overwhelming. Insane. When First Ghost's team members heard Feng's declaration, they felt the air around them grow heavy. They also felt a chill assault their minds. They could clearly sense the killing intent and determination Feng radiated. Feng was too scary. They were all very familiar with First Ghost's power. Even if all 100+ team members rushed at him as one, they would not kill the assassin. First Ghost would whittle them down and annihilate them eventually. Yet such a powerful assassin hadn't even lasted one move against this swordsman. Moreover, they realized that should they make any sudden movements, they'd share their leader's fate. Team leader Restless, what do we do now? Several team members asked as they turned towards the cleric named Restless Death. Among these, Restless Death was only second to First Ghost in terms of strength. Normally, the cleric took command of the team when First Ghost was absent. "We retreat," Restless Death said, clenching his jaw as he glared at Feng. With Feng here, he was not confident that they could kill Yulan and her teammates. First Ghost's death was the proof of this. Hearing Restless Death's decision, Underworld's members breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued this fight, not only would this swordsman before them annihilate every team member, but White River City's NPCs would also capture and jail them all. Following which, Restless Death and his teammates used return scrolls and departed from White River City. Chapter 1547, Feng's Invitation. Chapter 1547, Feng's Invitation. They're leaving? Dark Eye was dazed as he watched Underworld's members flee from the battlefield. With just a few words, Feng had sent over 100 of Underworld's experts packing with their tails between their legs. They hadn't even bothered to retrieve the equipment First Ghost had dropped. Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming. "Thank you," Yulan said as she walked up to Feng. Unlike Dark Eye, her enemy's response hadn't particularly surprised her. "This is White River City. Naturally, I had to put a stop to this incident since I discovered it. Otherwise, no player would be willing to visit the city," Feng said, surprised by Yulan's gratitude. Although they had only met each other a few times, he could tell that Yulan was a relatively strong-willed woman. Despite the fact that Underworld hunted her, she refused to submit and delete her account. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking. Not every guild in God's domain has the courage to stand against Underworld and the Blackwater Corporation, Yulan said, shaking her head. She was honestly very thankful for Feng's intervention. Had Feng ignored the situation, she and her team would have been dead by now. They would have also lost a significant portion of their equipment. They would have had an even more difficult time dealing with Underworld's pursuit. May I know what you and your group intends to do now, Miss Yulan? Feng asked. He had witnessed Yulan's abilities personally in the past. Not only did she wield great combat power, but her management capabilities were also top-notch. That had been obvious when she had managed Overwhelming Trading Firm, growing it until the firm nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm. By the time he had rejoined God's domain, he had accumulated 10 years of experience in the game. If not for his Candlelight trading firm, Yulan's firm might have dominated Star Moon Kingdom. If he could convince Yulan to join the Candlelight trading firm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the trading firm. After all, Melancholic Smile was more suited to forging and not a particularly skilled manager. Moreover, to manage the Candlelight trading firm, Melancholic Smile had been forced to sacrifice her precious practice time. Hearing Feng's words, Yulan could not help but turn to glance at Dark Eye and the others. I had planned to complete a hidden quest I received and develop in a kingdom that lacks Underworld's influence, but I didn't expect the organization to discover us so quickly. They've even sent First Ghost after us. Since they clearly know where we are, we can't stay in White River City. How about joining Zero Wing? Feng asked, considering this an excellent opportunity. No matter how far you run, with Underworld and Blackwater's information network, they'll have no trouble tracking you down. It is impossible to hide forever under black cloaks. God's domain has too many high-rank identification skills that can see through the black cloak's concealment effects. Join Zero Wing? Yulan was stunned. She could not help but stare at Feng, confused about the man's intentions. The Blackwater Corporation had already labeled her and her team as threats that needed to be removed. Any guild that discovered this would do its best to distance itself from them. Accepting them into its ranks would be the equivalent of declaring war on the Blackwater Corporation. First Ghost's death at Feng's hands could be understood as his way of protecting his guild's reputation. Blackwater might let the matter slide, but it would be a different story entirely if Feng offered them shelter. However, it would be an entirely different story if Feng were to shelter them. This would be no different than slapping the Blackwater Corporation in the face. The corporation would undoubtedly mobilize its forces against Zero Wing at this point. The Blackwater Corporation was much stronger than when Abandoned Wave had annexed Ouroboros. Not only had its experts caught up with mainstream players' levels, but the corporation had also secretly purchased several guilds and workshops. It had even partnered with a few superpowers. Now, even super guilds avoided any confrontation with the Blackwater Corporation. Feng's proposal both surprised and excited Dark Eye and Yulan's other team members. To them, joining Zero Wing would be the best way to escape pursuit. Moreover, Zero Wing was famous for its collection of experts. The guild also had astounding growth potential. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future. That's right. If you join Zero Wing, I can at least guarantee your safety. Your previous efforts won't have to go to waste, Feng said, nodding earnestly. You know the consequences for sheltering us, right? Yulan had to ask. We're talking about Blackwater's vengeance. This is also a crucial time for Zero Wing. If things go awry, Zero Wing might lose its chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Relax. There are plenty of superpowers that want to destroy Zero Wing, but isn't the guild still alive and kicking? Feng said, chuckling. Moreover, if you join Zero Wing, the guild will develop far more quickly. Currently, Zero Wing developed on 3 fronts: Star Moon Kingdom, the Black Dragon Empire, and Apocalypse Empire. Hence, it was in urgent need of manpower. Now that it had Zero Wing City to deal with, Feng couldn't manage everything on his own. Hence, Yulan's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly help both the guild and the trading firm's management. As for Dark Eye, Yulan's ally, the youth had great potential. Based on his fight with First Ghost, Feng knew that the berserker was considerably talented. He only lacked combat experience. If trained properly, he could become one of Zero Wing's core combatants. I understand, Yulan said, smiling bitterly when she noticed her team members' anticipatory looks. In that case, we'll have to trouble you from now on, guild leader Black Flame. She had never thought that she would, one day, join Zero Wing, the guild which had been her enemy. However, she had to admit that she was relieved to join the guild. She only prayed that the Blackwater Corporation's fear of Zero Wing's potential would prevent it from declaring an all-out war on Zero Wing over her nonsense. Since you have now joined Zero Wing, the guild wouldn't let others bully you, Feng chuckled at Yolan's formality. Wait for me here for a moment. Once I've finished with my matters here, I'll bring you back to Zero Wing's residence to register. Of course, if you still have any matters to deal with, you can take care of them first. Once you're done, you can meet me at Zero Wing's residence. We don't have anything in particular to deal with right now. We're just waiting to turn in our quest. Unfortunately, Lady Celiora is still busy, so we have to wait until she finishes her task before we can hand it in, Yulan said, sighing helplessly as she turned to the smithy behind her. She was utterly helpless against Celiora. A Grandmaster Forger would be highly respected no matter where they went. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat the woman respectfully. Meanwhile, players could not afford to endure Celiora's wrath, so she had no choice but to wait until the woman stopped working before she could meet with the Grandmaster Forger. So, you're here to turn in a quest. Realization dawned on Feng. It was no wonder why Yulan and the others had been standing outside Celiora's house like a bunch of idiots. He then said, "Follow me, then." Saying so, Feng approached the smithy, which emitted constant hammering sounds. Yulan and her companions didn't understand what Feng intended to do. When Feng knocked on the wooden door, they paled. They all knew about Celiora's temper. When they had interrupted the NPC earlier, she had used magic to reduce their attributes drastically for an entire day. Moreover, the debuff's duration only decreased if they were logged in. Under Feng's incessant knocking, the hammering sounds eventually stopped. Shortly after, Celiora slammed open the door, an enraged expression on her tanned face. Weary doomed. Yulan's team began to regret their alliance with Feng. Just as Yulan thought that Celiora would dole out their punishment, something unbelievable occurred. However, the moment Celiora's gaze found Feng, her wrathful expression softened. A joyful grin took its place. Why are you here? Chapter 1548, Forging Secret Journal. Chapter 1584, Forging Secret Journal. When Yulan and the others saw Celiora's friendly expression, they turned to Feng in shock. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat Grandmaster Forgers respectfully. Trying to raise one's favorability with an NPC Grandmaster Forger was exceedingly difficult, yet Celiora's reaction to seeing Feng wasn't unlike seeing an old friend who hadn't visited for many years. I found a treasure. I'm here to see if you can help me recast it, Feng replied. A treasure? Celiora's eyes sparkled. Come in, then. Right, these are my friends. They've completed a quest you've handed them, so they're here to hand it in, Feng said as he gestured. Yulan and the others. Celiora glanced at the players behind Feng, and Yulan's group tensed. So, it's you guys. Come in as well, then. I just so happen to need those materials, Celiora said, nodding before leading everyone inside. As Feng stepped into the smithy, he was shocked by the sight before him. All sorts of exquisite weapons and pieces of equipment were on display in the relatively small house. Glass counters held various items that radiated powerful auras. Despite the magic array protecting the weapons, Feng could still feel a fraction of the energy they radiated. One could easily imagine how powerful these items were. The most inferior item in the house was dark gold rank, while most items were epic rank. Clearly, the weapons and pieces of equipment in the display cases were the creations Celiora was proud of. They were top tier even among epic items. With a casual glance, Feng easily counted many times more epic weapons and equipment in Celiora's small house than those Zero Wing had obtained. Even super guilds would go mad over Celiora's collection. Feng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was amazing. Xianxia could craft epic items as if it were child's play. Even master forgers would be lucky to craft one epic item every few years. Although master forgers could craft epic items, their success rate was astoundingly low. Only if a master forger had an astronomical supply of high-ranking materials would they be able to produce epic items. Producing epic items was far more difficult than obtaining them from monsters and quests. This was because handcrafted items had higher compatibility with the players they were made for, which allowed said players to exhibit greater combat power in God's domain, where fragmented legendary and legendary items were extremely rare. Obtaining customized epic items was one of the few methods players in full epic gear could improve their combat power. The various large guilds in the past had even secured their own master forgers to craft epic weapons and equipment regardless of the cost. Lady Xianxia, here are the ebony stones and moonlight spring water you requested. After entering the smithy, Yulan proceeded to remove some materials from her bag. Feng was astonished when he saw the materials. Both the moonlight spring water and the ebony stones were super rare forging materials. The moonlight spring water could increase the mana within other materials, which in turn, increased the production success rate and quality of the final product. As for the ebony stone, it was a top-tier epic material only obtainable from high-rank field bosses and the dungeon bosses in 100-man team dungeons. Unfortunately, the drop rate was abysmal, and a team would have to kill multiple bosses before one would drop. Feng wouldn't have been particularly surprised if Yulan had revealed one bottle of moonlight spring water and one ebony stone. After all, Zero Wing had collected quite a few of these items. What shocked Feng was the number of items Yulan had revealed in total. Yulan had taken out 100 bottles of moonlight spring water and 50 ebony stones. This already exceeded Zero Wing's stockpile by multiple times. Not bad. You actually gathered everything within a short time. After taking a look at the materials on the table, Xianxia took out a thick, ancient book and gave it to Yulan. This is the forging secret journal I promised you. If one learns all of these techniques, they should have a much easier time becoming a master forger. A forging secret journal? Feng suddenly realized why the quest required so many precious materials. A forging secret journal contained plenty of forging techniques. It was a treasure that many forgers dreamed of obtaining. However, whether or not one could learn these techniques depended on the player's capabilities. Guild leader Black Flame, I still haven't thanked you for saving us. In addition, you've allowed us to join Zero Wing. As a show of gratitude, please accept this forging secret journal, Yulan sincerely said as she handed the forging secret journal to Feng. For a moment, Feng was at a loss for words. He could tell that Yulan was serious. Moreover, with Yulan's strong-willed personality, she would never accept owing others. All right, I'll accept it. Feng nodded. The forging secret journal could definitely help the Candlelight trading firm's forgers. He could also use the item as motivation for the firm's forgers. When Feng accepted her gift, Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. Her serious expression relaxed after Yulan turned in her hidden quest. Xianxia shifted her gaze to Feng and eagerly demanded, well? Come on. Show me this treasure of yours. Guild leader Black Flame, since you still have some matters to attend to, we'll wait outside. Yulan knew that Feng was here for something very important. It was most definitely a secret. Hence, she took the initiative to remove herself. No need. This won't take long, Feng said as he waved a hand. Since Yulan and the others would soon join Zero Wing, he had to treat them like the rest of his people. Moreover, the disintegration armor was not something others could easily take from him even if they knew about it. Following which, he took out the destroyed disintegration armor and set it on the table for Xianxia to inspect. The instant he revealed the disintegration armor, the space inside the room began to warp as a horrific killing intent and tyrannical aura surged out of the armor and filled the smithy. Immediately, several of Yulan's lifestyle players dropped to the ground, turning incomparably pale. What kind of item is this? A frightening shock tore at Yulan as she stared at the tattered armor on the table. After playing God's domain for so long, she had seen countless top-tier weapons and pieces of equipment. She had even seen quite a few epic items. But none of those items came anywhere near to comparing to the tattered chest piece Feng had revealed. As she stared at the armor, she felt her soul tremble with fear. She felt as if she were looking at some horrifying creature rather than a piece of equipment. Even if she didn't know the item's identity, she knew that it must have an extraordinary origin. She was also certain that it was more valuable than any item she had. What? This is disintegration power. Where did you get this? Astonishment twisted Xianxia's beautiful face when she saw the disintegration armor. I killed an orc warlord, and this dropped. Feng honestly explained there was no need to hide information from an NPC. In fact, if he lied to Xianxia, she wouldn't be able to determine the disintegration armor specifics and wouldn't be able to help him. Moreover, his victory over an orc warlord was no longer a secret in Star Moon Kingdom. The various large guilds had long since learned about the incident, so that's the case. No wonder this broken armor radiates disintegration power. It must be a piece of the Orc Empire's legendary disintegration set. After a glance at the armor and Feng's explanation, Xianxia realized the disintegration armor's identity. You really are something. The disintegration power radiating from this chest piece is incredibly dense. The disintegration power will taint anyone who carries it, yet despite being only a Tier 2 sword master, you haven't gone mad, only suffering some loss to your attributes. Are you really just a Tier 2 sword master? In response to Xianxia's question, Feng merely revealed an awkward smile. He currently carried 3 fragmented legendary items. He also wielded one of the 10 great saint legacies. He couldn't be considered a mere Tier 2 player, a Tier 2 sword master. He's a Tier 2 player? Hearing Xianxia's question, Yulan and her companions could not help but turn to Feng. Stunned. NPCs were not players. They generally didn't lie for no good reason. Moreover, they had much keener perception than players, not to mention an apex existence like a Grandmaster Forger. Chapter 1549, God's Power. Chapter 1549, God's Power. He's already been promoted to Tier 2. Realization dawned on Yulan when she heard Xianxia's comment. It was no wonder Feng killed an expert like First Ghost with one hit. He had even dared to chastise and threaten Underworld's members. If Feng had truly reached Tier 2, he earned his arrogance. Tier 2 was the various large guilds' major goal right now. Only after players completed their Tier 2 promotions would they qualify to challenge level 50 super large-scale team dungeons, and Tier 2 players would significantly help a team when raiding level 50. 100-man team dungeons. Not only would Tier 2 players receive a massive boost to their basic attributes, but their skills would also undergo a qualitative transformation. One Tier 2 player could easily do the work of several Tier 1 players. As she watched Feng, Yulan found it hard to believe that he was already a Tier 2 swordmaster. As far as she knew, even Underworld was still preparing for the Tier 2 promotion quests due to the high difficulty of these quests. Unless players made ample preparations, their chances of failure would be quite high. It was something to be avoided at all costs, as players would have to wait a considerable amount of time before challenging their quests again. The main god system intended Tier 1 to be an introductory phase for players, allowing them to adapt to God's domain's combat styles. Hence, every player would be capable of completing their Tier 1 promotions. However, it was a different story for Tier 2. Only after players had achieved a certain standard in both combat standards and basic attributes could they complete their Tier 2 promotions. Unfortunately, reaching level 50 required a lot of time and resources for current guilds, not to mention completing the Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, even super guilds' peak experts were still desperately grinding. These experts were lucky if they were already level 49, yet not only had Feng crossed the level 50 threshold, but he had also completed his promotion quest. So, this is the 31st ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list? Dark Eye was inwardly astonished as he examined at Feng. He had been considered a top-tier expert in Underworld. Although he was no match for experts like First Ghost, he was stronger than most of the organization's other experts. Even War Wolf had praised him for his potential, yet, when he looked at Feng, he felt his horizons expand. In the past, he thought that experts like First Ghost were close to reaching the level of God's Domain's peak experts, but looking at it now, it seemed that that gap was far wider than he had imagined. When Dark Eye thought about how he could possibly receive guidance from an expert like Feng, He could not help his growing excitement while these players digested their surprise overture. Feng's tier, Xianxia used an identification skill, inspecting the disintegration armor on the table. It is no longer possible to repair this disintegration armor. The core magic circuits have been destroyed. The materials used to construct the armor have also been tainted and crippled by some mysterious power, Xianxia said as she shook her head in pity. Then, can it be recast? Feng asked. Recast it? Xianxia fell silent for a moment. It's not entirely impossible, but it is incredibly difficult. Only the disintegration armor's core is still usable. Everything else is useless. I'll need new materials to recast it, but obtaining those materials is beyond even a grandmaster forger like myself. Only by mobilizing an empire's power would you be able to gather all of the necessary materials. Are you really confident in doing something that would require the strength of an entire empire? Yulan and her companions gasped when they heard Xianxia's explanation. The materials to reconstruct the disintegration armor were even out of reach for a grandmaster forger now. They were even more curious about the disintegration armor's rank. Is there no other way? Feng felt his head begin to ache. Feng could easily guess that the materials Xianxia had mentioned were likely rarer than legendary ranked materials. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize an entire empire's power. Although Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, it was insignificant compared to the kingdom as a whole, much less an empire. Not exactly. Taking another look at the disintegration armor, Xianxia slowly said, there is the option of removing the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. In reality, there isn't much of a problem with the disintegration armor itself. It's just that its magic circuits have been destroyed. However, a mysterious power is preventing the base materials from exhibiting their original strength. Now, only the core remains untainted. If you can remove this mysterious power, the disintegration armor will be much easier to recast. What must be done to remove this mysterious power? Feng asked, breathing a sigh of relief. If the system really tasked him with collecting the necessary materials, it would take him longer than 1 or 2 dedicated years to do so. After all, even a grandmaster forger would struggle to collect all of these materials. If you wish to remove this mysterious power, you just have to use a stronger power to do so. Unfortunately, I'm helpless against this mysterious power. It's likely that only the legendary god's power will do the trick, Xianxia said after giving the matter some thought. When she mentioned God's power, her expression became one of longing. Only Tai 6 gods could control God's power. Meanwhile, she was still far from becoming a Tier 6 god. In God's domain, countless emperors and peerless overlords had tried to reach that realm, including the disintegration armor's creator, the Orc Empire's founding emperor. God's power? Feng suddenly smiled. As long as I have God's power, I can remove this mysterious power. In the past, he had been ignorant about God's power. Now, however, not only did he know about it, but he also knew how to obtain it. To put it simply, the system wanted him to collect God crystals to cleanse the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. Normally, it was very difficult to obtain God crystals, but after making a trip to the moon god's abode, he had a source. If he wished to obtain a large number of God crystals, he simply needed to visit places where gods had once lived. Although it was impossible to return to the moon god's abode in the dark canyon, he had a sealed tool, which could teleport him to a god's old residence. That item was Moloch's ring. Moloch's ring allowed him to open a gate of darkness that led to the Dark Den central area, which happened to house the World Summit, a location the gods had created. Charlene had warned him not to use the Moloch's ring in fear of the power of darkness's taint, but after repairing the Bible of Darkness, he could reduce the power of darkness's erosion. If he only used Moloch's ring once, it should not cause too much of a problem. I've never tried this method before, so I can't guarantee that it will work, but it should be possible. If not even God's power does the trick, I'm afraid that nothing can cleanse this mysterious power, Xianxia warned. Although Xianxia was unsure, Feng could tell that he had a 90% chance of removing the mysterious power with the god's power inside God crystals. Otherwise, he'd have to collect the materials Xianxia had previously mentioned, and that was impossible for current players. It was a far more reasonable task if he only needed to collect god crystals, following which, Feng stored the disintegration armor and bid farewell to Xianxia. He then led Yulan and the others toward Zero Wing's residence to complete the registration procedures. Due to God's domain evolution, the process of joining a guild had become far more troublesome. This was especially true for guilds with guild residences. Players who wanted to join such guilds needed to register at the residence or the Adventurers Association. It was no longer possible to accept an invitation from a person in power. As Feng made his way toward Zero Wing's residence, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. Zero Wing City's basic facilities have been constructed, and its name is spreading throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow NPCs to garrison in Zero Wing City? Chapter 1550, City Opens. Chapter 1550, City Opens. They're done already? Feng was a little surprised to hear the system notification. Normally, even after a guild city's construction finished, it would take a considerable amount of time before the city could be open to NPCs. Only after NPCs could enter the city would it officially open to the public. NPCs were of utmost importance to a guild city's development. The sooner a guild could lure NPC residents, the sooner a city could unlock its various functions. He had expected to need a few more days before NPCs could conduct business in Zero Wing City. Immediately, Feng clicked agree, allowing the NPCs, who had been attracted to Zero Wing City's scenery, to enter the city. Shortly after Feng had done so, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. For some reason, NPCs have begun to serve into the city. Many NPC merchants have even visited the city lord's mansion, requesting to purchase the city's shops. All of these requests have time limits. Should we approve of them all? Aqua Rose, who currently resided in the city lord's mansion, asked anxiously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. This had never occurred when she had managed Stone Forest Town, since all of the NPCs had long since secured their own shops. Her job had only been the player-owned shops management back at Stone Forest Town. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, every plot of land would become incredibly valuable. If they sold these lands to NPCs, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of them in the future. NPC merchants? Joyfully, Feng answered, of course. Sell them the shops. The more, the merrier. But before you do, inspect the NPC merchants' reliability ranks and products and compile a list for me. NPC merchants were essential to God's Domain's players. This was because NPC merchants sold many of players' daily necessities. Some even sold rare items that could not be found anywhere else. NPC merchants would also purchase miscellaneous items that players did not need. Once a guild city was complete, NPC merchants would come to the city to set up their own shops. However, the NPC merchants in guild cities weren't like those in NPC cities. Not only would they sell items similar to the latter, but they also offered certain special items. Unfortunately, there was a chance that these items would be counterfeits. Hence, when purchasing these special items, players had to rely on luck and foresight. The NPC merchants that worked with guild cities were also differentiated based on their star ranks. The higher a merchant's star rank was, the faster their shops could be promoted. Meanwhile, the higher a shop's rank was, the shop would have a greater variety and quality of items to offer. As these NPC shops improved, they would help stir a city's development and attract even more players and NPCs to the city. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had tried all sorts of methods to lure NPCs to conduct business in their city. Feng had never thought that NPC merchants would seek cooperation the moment he allowed them to enter Zero Wing City. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Even after Shadow had upgraded one of its advanced towns to a basic city, it had gone through a lot of effort to attract NPC merchants. Now, however, NPC merchants had already sought him out despite the lack of any promotional work. Is this a benefit given to the first guild city? Feng could not help but wonder. By the time Shadow had secured its first basic city in the past, many first-rate guilds had already secured intermediate cities. The super guilds had even been in the midst of upgrading their cities to advanced rank. Hence, Shadow City had had many powerful competitors. On the other hand, Zero Wing City was the first player-constructed city in Star Moon Kingdom. It had no competition to speak of yet. Without any better options, it was natural that NPC merchants had flocked to Zero Wing City. After speaking with Aqua Rose, Feng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to Zero Wing's residence with Yolan's group. There are so many people. When they alighted from the carriage and saw the long line of players outside the residence's entrance, Yulan was surprised. Thousands of players had lined up outside of Zero Wing's residence, and most of their standards were quite high. On average, these players were above level 40. There were even quite a few players in level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment in the queue. However, these players paled in comparison to the 100 Zero Wing members standing guard by the residence's main entrance. Every player in the 100-man team was level 43 or above. The team leader was even level 46. The most inferior piece of equipment these players wore was level 40 secret silver rank. As for the leader of the team, he wore a level 45, fine gold set equipment and carried a level 45 dark gold longbow. Surprisingly, despite being so well equipped, these players only wore Zero Wing's silver guild emblem, which denoted that they were elite members. They didn't wear the purple guild emblem for core members. These are merely Zero Wing's elite members. Dark Eye couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance. Even he was jealous of the ranger's equipment. Wearing a full set of level 45 fine gold set equipment was no different than having a full set of level 45 dark gold equipment. Dark Eye only had 4 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment on him, while the rest was level 40 dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, level 45, 100-man team dungeons weren't easy to raid, and they dropped a limited amount of weapons and equipment. It had taken a lot of effort to collect the pieces he wore. The ranger had also reached level 46. In a first-rate guild, the ranger would definitely be an expert and given the position of a core member, yet in Zero Wing, the ranger only qualified to become an elite member. Yulan couldn't help her rueful sigh when she saw the elite team guarding the entrance. Either Zero Wing was no longer the guild she had known in the past. With such foundations, it was no wonder why Feng dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. Ha ha ha. Another group of people who are dumbfounded by Zero Wing's equipment have arrived? How many is that now? Why wouldn't they be shocked? We're talking about level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even experts would be lucky to obtain level 45 fine gold equipment, much less level 45 fine gold set equipment. Level 45 fine gold set equipment would definitely be top-notch in other guilds and adventurer teams, but it's nothing in Zero Wing. I've heard that Zero Wing's core members can even purchase Tier 1 set equipment. Do you even know what a Tier 1 set equipment is? It's even better than level 45 dark gold set equipment. The Tier 1 set equipment is old news already. Based on what I've heard from Zero Wing's internal members, the core members are even allowed to purchase epic items. Quite a few are already sitting in Zero Wing's warehouse waiting for players to trade in their GCPs. What? Zero Wing is even offering epic equipment? Don't guilds usually assign such items to specific players? When the players in line before the entrance saw Dark Eye and his companions, they launched into a discussion about Zero Wing. Moreover, as they spoke, they become more passionate. Their conversations even caused the players behind them and passers-by to drool. Dark Eye's team, who overheard the conversations, were at a loss for words. They had assumed that they could easily become core members after joining the guild. After all, they had been considerably high-ranked experts in Underworld. But after seeing the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance, their confidence faded to nothing. Let's head inside, Feng said, paying no attention to the players' conversations outside. As he approached the entrance, he revealed the black guild emblem reserved for Zero Wing's upper echelons. After a few hushed words with the level 46 ranger, he led Dark Eye and the others into the residence. When the crowd saw the cloaked Feng reveal a black guild emblem, they went into an uproar. A black guild emblem. That is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. A guild emblem cannot be faked. That player is definitely a big shot in Zero Wing. I wonder who those people following him are. Could they be Zero Wing's core members? That's impossible. If they're core members, why don't they have guild emblems? They should be here to join Zero Wing. They seem pretty high-leveled and are fairly well-equipped. Those people sure are lucky. They actually know one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. They'll be able to join the guild without taking any tests. The waiting players couldn't help but envy Yulan and her companions. Shortly after Yulan and the others entered Zero Wing's residence, a stealth assassin at the street corner revealed himself. This was none other than Third Ghost, one of the 7 ghosts Feng had clashed with in the past. Zero Wing actually dares to shelter Yulan's group? They aren't taking Blackwater seriously. Third Ghost sneered as he watched Yulan's group enter Zero Wing's residence. It seems that it's time to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Inside Zero Wing's resplendent guild hall. As soon as Yulan and the others entered the building, they were captivated by the scene before them from the outside. Zero Wing's guild hall was no larger than the guild halls in Superpower's headquarters. Upon entering the building, however, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different world. No matter how they looked at it, Zero Wing's guild hall was bigger on the inside. The first-floor lobby was already the size of a football field. Quite a few guild members rested in the lobby and conversed, while several players queued up at the front desk to rent private rooms. A quest hall, which was even larger than the central room, was located beside the lobby. Many guild members occupied the quest hall as they searched for suitable quests to pick up. Specifications for high-rank individual quests and high-rank team quests were displayed in rotation on the large screens hanging from the ceiling, with a stupefying number of available quests. This is a 3-star guild residence. Yulan smiled bitterly when she saw the quest hall's large screens. Underworld had desperately tried to increase its guild popularity, yet despite its effort, its best guild residence only provided 500 to 600 high-ranked individual quests and 100 or so high-rank team quests per day. With such small numbers, not even Underworld's core members were guaranteed to receive a high-rank quest every day. In contrast, Zero Wing was flooded with high-rank quests. Currently, there were over 2,200 individual quests and 400 team quests available. With so many, even the guild's elite members had an opportunity to pick up a high-rank quest. Unlike ordinary guild quests, which usually awarded coins, EXP, and GCPs, players had a chance of obtaining rare items from high-ranking quests. Moreover, these quests offered a much higher monetary reward. Players could also help increase the guild's popularity. If Zero Wing had such a large supply of high-rank quests, it could develop more guild members. In the long run, the gap between Zero Wing's members and players in other guilds would grow. This is where you'll complete the registration procedures. You just need to register here, and you'll become Zero Wing members, Feng explained as he led Yulan's group to the guild's registration counter. As for your rank, you'll all start out as normal members. You will then have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs and pass the appropriate tests to rise through the guild's ranks. However, since I invited you personally, we can forego the required number of GCPs. We'll determine your ranks based solely on your performances in the test. To become an elite member in Zero Wing, you'll have to reach the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. As for becoming a core member, you'll have to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Yulan and her companions gasped after listening to Feng's requirements to ordinary players. A player would be an expert if they could reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor. If a player could reach the 5th floor, they'd be publicly acknowledged as an expert, yet Zero Wing required players to reach the 5th floor to become elite members. The requirement to become a core member was even more terrifying, actually requiring players to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Even first-rate guilds' main force members would barely qualify to become Zero Wing's core members. Guilds handpicked these experts from their core members, yet this was the minimum requirement to become a core member in Zero Wing. Yulan and the others felt beads of sweat slide down their skin from the embarrassment. Among the dozen or so experts in their group, only Yulan and Dark Eye met the requirements. The rest of their group was slightly weaker, with the best among them having only reached the 5th floor's late stage. Guild leader Black Flame, what about lifestyle players? The dozen or so lifestyle player behind Yulan asked nervously. They were lifestyle players. Although some lifestyle players were acceptable fighters, these players weren't tier lax. There's a separate test for lifestyle players that join the guild. But that test is conducted at the Candlelight trading firm, Feng explained. The dozen or so lifestyle players breathed a sigh of relief. They were advanced lifestyle players that Yulan had nurtured. While they weren't good in combat, they were top-notch when it came to subclass standards. However, they nearly choked when they heard Feng's next words for subclasses: those who have reached the advanced rank will become Candlelight's official members. To become a core member, you have to achieve a practical success rate of 30% with advanced items. In God's domain, advanced subclasses only had around a 35% theoretical success rate with advanced items. The practical percentage, however, was much lower. The majority of Yulan's advanced lifestyle players only had a practical success rate of 25%. Raising their success rates by even 1% would require refining their technique standards quite a bit, much less a 5% increase. Even Yulan was surprised. She felt that this requirement was a little too excessive. She was no stranger to subclasses. After all, she had been supervising the underworld's trading firms for some time. She had a relatively clear understanding of the present state of God's domain subclasses. The dozen or so lifestyle players who had followed her could rank among the top lifestyle players in Underworld in terms of production standards. They were only slightly weaker than the organization's top-ranked lifestyle players, yet in Zero Wing, they didn't even meet the requirement to become core members. Right, we just so happen to be running a performance assessment for alchemists today. If there are any alchemists among you that wish to participate, I'll take you there in a bit. If you rank among the top 10, you'll be promoted to a core member. If you rank high enough, you might even get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools for a certain period. The chief alchemist will also have the authority to use a basic meditation room long term. These benefits will definitely help you reach master rank. You'll also be able to visit Titan City, Feng said. When the group's lifestyle players heard this, a fiery passion ignited in their eyes. Unfortunately, few of them were alchemists. Otherwise, they would definitely compete in this assessment. In response, a white-haired elder stepped away from the group. He smiled at Feng and said, "This is interesting. May this old man participate as well?" Master Aspiration is going to participate. Yulan gave the old man a confused look. Silent Aspiration was very famous in the virtual gaming world. While he had resided in Star Moon Kingdom, he had created the Fire Dragon Potion despite being an intermediate alchemist. The Fire Dragon Potion had allowed Overwhelming Smile to compete with the Candlelight trading firm. Silent Aspiration had long since become an advanced alchemist and was only a step away from master rank. Silent Aspiration wasn't normally interested in competing against others, yet this old man had actually asked to participate in this competition. His initiative had truly surprised Yulan. Although Zero Wing has offered us shelter, we can't let them look down on us, Silent Aspiration whispered to Yulan as he nodded. Of course. Once we've completed the test here, we'll head over to the Candlelight trading firm, Feng said as he looked at Silent Aspiration. He knew a little about this man, but although the man hadn't been particularly famous during God's domain's early stages, practically everyone had known his name after 10 years. He had been a master alchemist and only a step away from becoming a grandmaster. More importantly, he had created the master-ranked potion that even grandmaster alchemists admired, God's Blood. God's Blood was why Silent Aspiration had become famous throughout God's domain. It had been an incredibly powerful master-ranked berserk potion. In addition, God's Blood could stack with a berserk skill without side effects. Even super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase the God's Blood recipe. Unfortunately, due to Silent Aspiration's strange nature, he had only sold one recipe in the past. Moreover, he only accepted alchemy tools and materials as payment. The various super guilds had competed over the recipe like madmen. After Yulan and the others revealed their system results for the trial tower, Feng led Yulan, Silent Aspiration, and the other lifestyle players to the Candlelight trading firm. As for Dark Eye and the other experts, Feng sent them to join the 100-man expert team under Shadow Sword and Turtledove's leadership to grind for equipment in level 45, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. 10 minutes later, Feng's group arrived before the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm was housed in a much taller building than Zero Wings Guildhall. One could say that it was the tallest player-owned shop in White River City. Since the teleportation fees between countries had fallen, an unprecedented number of lifestyle players visited the Candlelight trading firm. The establishment's prosperity could now rival Star Moon City's auction house. After reaching the trading firm, Yulan and her companions discovered a large number of lifestyle players seeking to join Candlelight. Dozens of advanced lifestyle players had lined up to register for the trading firm's test. This had never happened in Underworld's trading firms. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. After arriving at the Candlelight trading firm, Feng led Yulan and the others into the building. Entering the trading firm's first-floor hall was like entering a supermarket. All kinds of products had been set up for sale in the hall. When players from other cities and kingdoms saw the trading firm's interior, they felt as if they had just set foot in another world. Unlike the other guilds, Feng had placed heavy importance on lifestyle classes since the beginning of the game. As a result, the Candlelight trading firm had plenty of lifestyle players. This, in turn, allowed the Candlelight trading firm to produce a variety of items in large quantities. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm sold over 100 different kinds of crafted items. Although most of these items weren't particularly high quality and they didn't have much practical use, they still attracted customers to visit the firm. Unlike other trading firms, Candlelight also sold high-ranked weapons and equipment. Aside from the level 45 dark gold equipment, which was clearly a display and had astronomical price tags, there was plenty of pieces of level 5 to 40 crafted equipment up for sale. The quality of these pieces ranged from bronze to fine gold rank. This even allowed the trading firm to satisfy players that had only joined God's domain recently. Meanwhile, players constantly crowded the counter selling crafted level 40 weapons and equipment. Although there was quite a bit of level 40 weapons and equipment on the market, items of secret silver and fine gold rank were still fairly rare. Guilds and teams usually kept these items for their own use. Even when they chose to sell these items, they usually set the price far above market value. However, the Candlelight trading firm was different. It consistently produced level 40 equipment ranging from bronze to fine gold rank, most of which was secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, the trading firm sold the equipment it produced at fair prices. Although the prices were slightly higher than market value, they weren't ridiculous. As a result, players usually bought out any level 40 secret silver and fine gold equipment very quickly, as expected of the publicly acknowledged, #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. Its foundations are really something. Silent Aspiration nodded in satisfaction as he looked through the various products on display. Yulan's other lifestyle players were shocked. Feng's group quickly reached one of the special alchemy rooms on the Candlelight trading firm's top floor. A large crowd had already gathered in the room, and when Feng's group entered, everyone turned towards them. Huh? The guild leader is here to watch the ranking competition? The guild leader is visiting us personally? Could he have some good news? There should be. Didn't you hear that Zero Wing City's construction has completed? He might be looking for people to manage the Candlelight trading firm there. After all, Manager Melancholic can't handle so many locations by herself. Upon seeing Feng enter the room, the crowd launched into a quiet discussion about his visit. Their excitement about the competition also grew. Guild leader, you're here. I've arranged everything to your specifications. There are a total of 323 alchemists participating in the test this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 79 are advanced alchemists. We can start the competition once you're ready, Melancholic Smile reported after approaching Feng. Yulan and her companions, who stood behind Feng, gasped. The Candlelight trading firm has so many advanced alchemists. Yulan was astonished as she surveyed the crowd before her. When she had first entered the room and saw this crowd, she had assumed that every one of Candlelight's alchemists was present, the firm housing roughly the same number of alchemists as Underworld. However, the difference was far larger than she had thought. This firm already had over 300 intermediate alchemists. If they included basic alchemists and apprentice alchemists, shouldn't Candlelight have nearly 1,000 alchemists under its command? The number of advanced alchemists Candlelight possessed was simply horrifying. Underworld currently had nearly 20 advanced alchemists, yet the Candlelight trading firm had over 4 times that. Hearing this, Silent Aspiration's fighting spirit welled within him. All right. I have another alchemist here who wishes to participate in the ranking competition. With this, we'll have 80 advanced alchemists form a group, while the intermediate alchemists will form their own. Feng nodded. He wasn't surprised in the least by the number of advanced alchemists current in the Candlelight trading firm. With Zero Wing's current popularity and the benefits Candlelight offered, it was natural that the trading firm attracted so many advanced alchemists. In reality, the trading firm could have had even more advanced alchemists, but due to God's domain's evolution changing the subclasses, it had become significantly harder for players to upgrade their subclasses. In the past, lifestyle players had simply needed to fulfill the proficiency requirement to be promoted. Now, however, not only did lifestyle players had to have enough proficiency, but they also had to pass a test at their respective lifestyle associations. Once they could create a specified item with a certain success rate, would their rank rise. Otherwise, with how many alchemists the Candlelight trading firm nurtured, they would have had far more advanced alchemists. Following which, Silent Aspiration joined the competition group for advanced alchemists. Right, for this ranking competition, aside from the aforementioned benefits, the top 3 players will have the opportunity to learn this mana-enhancing potion recipe, Feng said as he took a large booklet from his bag and placed it on the stone table before him. He then shared the details of the mana-enhancing potion to everyone in the room. When the crowd finished reading the potion's effects, they went into an uproar. What? This is a berserk potion. An advanced berserk potion? And there's a special alchemy technique included with the recipe. If I could learn that technique, I might have an easier time trying for master rank. I have to fight for one of the top 3 positions this time, no matter what. Every alchemist's eyes shone with excitement. Even Silent Aspiration, who didn't seem overly excited about the competition, showed great interest after seeing the mana-enhancing potion. Advanced alchemy recipes weren't like ordinary alchemy recipes. Advanced alchemy recipes required the application of unique alchemy techniques. If one could learn these techniques, they'd have better luck when creating their own unique potions in the future. For alchemists who dedicated themselves to researching berserk potions, learning the alchemy technique for the mana-enhancing potion was necessary. Wonder, this is your chance. Haven't you been trying to create an advanced berserk potion for your master rank promotion for a while? If you can get your hands on this recipe, you'll definitely get promoted, a female alchemist beside Silent Wonder said. This recipe will be of great help. If I secure first place and get the green jade set as well, I'm confident that it won't be long before I become a master alchemist. Silent Wonder nodded. When she looked at the mana-enhancing potion recipe on the table, she knew that she had to obtain it. Moreover, she had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, she had constantly improved her techniques for a while now. Seeing fighting spirit fill both Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, Feng chuckled. Now that I've said everything that needs to be said, you may head to your designated alchemy rooms. The results will be determined based on overall success rate and production speed, Feng said. No outside items may be used during this competition. You may only use the materials and tools provided by the guild. None of the alchemists were surprised by Feng's requirements. A few of the intermediate alchemists might have better technical skills than the advanced alchemists, but due to their late start in the game, they might not have reached the necessary proficiency to become advanced alchemists yet. Hence, by having intermediate alchemists produce intermediate items and advanced alchemists produce advanced items, calculating the results based on overall success rate and production speed, the firm could assess the player's technical skills, creating a fair competition between the 2 ranks. Following which, Melancholic directed everyone to their designated Alchemy Room's guild leader. Is this really all right? Melancholic smile worriedly asked after watching the alchemists enter their assigned rooms to attract alchemists to join the Candlelight trading firm. They had advertised that even the firm's official members would have the right to compete for the dark gold alchemy tools. Although their advertisement had succeeded, letting these non-internal members use such valuable tools was a huge waste. If they only gave internal members access to these tools, they might nurture master alchemists far more quickly. Instead of answering Melancholic Smile's question, Feng asked, "How are the internal members doing? What's their progress on learning the basic secret alchemy technique?" 1/3 of them have learned the designated basic alchemy technique. According to the rules you've set, each technique they learn will grant them one chance to read the Moon God's secret record. So far, the best alchemist has read the Moon God's secret record 4 times, while everyone else has read it twice on average, Melancholic Smile answered, unsure as to why Feng had asked such a question. Although the basic alchemy techniques were beneficial, they were only basic techniques at the end of the day. Meanwhile, there was no lack of experts among the alchemists participating in this competition. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. Had the woman chosen to become one of Candlelight's internal members, she might have become a master alchemist by now. That's enough, then. Feng chuckled without explaining further. Now, all we need to do is examine their performance. The benefits he had offered were astounding, but that didn't mean that outsiders could easily gain access to them. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Despite the confident look Feng gave her, Melancholic Smile couldn't help her concern. However, since Feng had decided, she could only watch this competition play out and hope that the non-internal members wouldn't occupy too many of the top 10 positions, letting internal members learn basic alchemy techniques. When Yulan overheard the conversation between Feng and Melancholic Smile, she could not help her smile. She had worried for Silent Aspiration since he'd be competing against so many advanced alchemists now. However, she breathed a sigh of relief. If it were only a matter of basic alchemy techniques, Silent Aspiration had already learned a few. Although basic alchemy techniques were indeed precious, with her position in Underworld and the resources she had collected, she had managed to help Silent Aspiration learn 3 such techniques. Moreover, basic alchemy techniques could only help alchemists solidify their foundation. It wouldn't help them much when improving their actual technique standards past a certain point. When comparing technical standards, there was little difference between an alchemist who had learned 3 basic alchemy techniques and one that had learned 4. The difference would only show itself when players attempted to create their own unique potions with the basic alchemy techniques Silent Aspiration had learned and the wealth of experience he had gained while dabbling in the alchemical arts. He should have a high chance of securing first place in this competition. With this, she could, more or less, prove to Zero Wing that her group could be useful. Otherwise, in the event that the Blackwater Corporation targeted Zero Wing because of her people, Zero Wing's members would look down on her group. Meanwhile, in the alchemy rooms on the top floor, both the advanced alchemists and the intermediate alchemists had begun to refine the materials on their respective workstations for the competition. Every alchemist had been given 100 sets of materials. Moreover, rather than some extremely valuable potion, they only had to create commonly used potions. The intermediate alchemists had been asked to create fire potions. As for advanced alchemists, they had to create frozen soul potions. Although the fire potion and the frozen soul potion were common items, their production was more difficult than other portions of the same rank. They were quite suited for testing alchemists' production techniques. Feng had also chosen these 2 potions for the assessment due to the Eclipse Gate. Any player that visited the Eclipse Gate would need them. The Frozen Soul Potion, in particular, could grant a small amount of ice resistance and weaken freezing. These effects were particularly useful when fighting the Eclipse Gate's ice-type monsters. It seems there is some level of difficulty to this assessment. Taking a look at the materials before him, Silent Aspiration realized that he had to craft an advanced potion. Once the alchemists were in position, Melancholic Smile announced the competition start through the team chat. The alchemists took action immediately. They are all quite skillful. Feng nodded in satisfaction while he watched the display showing the advanced alchemists' competition venue. Every advanced alchemist had clearly come prepared. As soon as the competition had begun, they had entered a state of total concentration, ignoring everything around them as they focused on concocting their potions. Their actions were fast and precise, without any excess movement to waste their time. Not only were these alchemists required to maintain a high success rate in this competition, but they also had to maintain a high production speed. With only 1 hour, it was impossible for the alchemists to go through all 100 sets of prepared materials. The main goal was to see how many potions the alchemists could produce within a fixed time and at what success rate. This way, the outcome would be obvious for all to see when the competition ended. Master Aspiration is really impressive. He refined the materials so quickly, an advanced alchemist behind Yulan exclaimed as he watched Silent Aspiration's performance. Although he, too, was an advanced alchemist, his rank had been average among Underworld's advanced alchemists. In a competition between 80 advanced alchemists, he had little confidence of ranking among the top 10. However, Silent Aspiration was different. Even in Underworld, only one other advanced alchemist had been capable of competing against Silent Aspiration. That alchemist had also been an elder with decades of alchemical experience. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's refining process was meticulous and natural. The frozen soul potions production had very high requirements. If the refined materials weren't sufficiently pure, the system would determine the potion's failure, yet Silent Aspiration refined the materials nearly twice as fast as the other advanced alchemists in the competition and still fulfilled the system's requirements. Just where did the guild leader find this alchemy expert? His production speed is actually on par with Silent Wonder's. Silent Aspiration's performance even surprised Melancholic Smile. Silent Wonder was one of the Candlelight trading firm's top advanced alchemists. She'd even rank near the very top of all of God's domain's alchemists. Melancholic Smile envied the woman's talent. Fortunately, she was a forger, but an alchemist yet. Sure, Feng had actually found another advanced alchemist that could rival Silent Wonder. When Melancholic Smile thought about how the Candlelight trading firm had two such impressive individuals, she became even more confident of competing in the Apocalypse Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. Even the Candlelight trading firm's alchemy is so strong. Meanwhile, Yulan couldn't help but be astonished by Silent Wonder's performance. The Candlelight trading firm had risen to fame due to its forging standards. It was likely that no power in Star Moon Kingdom could surpass Candlelight in forging. Even throughout God's domain, Candlelight's forging standards would rank at the very top. After all, based on the information she had collected in Underworld, she knew that the firm had at least one master forger. Black Flaymaster lifestyle players stood at the apex of God's domain's current subclasses. Based on the reports she had received, there were only 3 players that had been confirmed as master forgers in God's domain, including Black Flame. Moreover, among these 3 people, one had only been promoted recently. She had never expected the Candlelight trading firm to be so impressive in alchemy as well. Furthermore, Silent Wonder was still so young. Although Yulan herself was not an alchemist, she could still tell that, aside from Silent Wonder, the other advanced alchemist standards were very high. If the Candlelight trading firm continued to grow at this pace, it would definitely become a powerful force not to be reckoned with in the future. Time passed quickly. The intermediate and advanced alchemists in the alchemy rooms entered their own worlds as they focused on creating their respective potions. Before they knew it, the 1-hour time limit ended as an ear-piercing alarm rang in the alchemy rooms. Every alchemist stopped what they were doing. Time's up. Please let me get into the top 10 this time. Some alchemists in the competition venues worried as they reluctantly parted with the partially concocted potions in their hands. Some players confidently set their tools down and waited for the supervisors to tally their scores. Alright, everyone enter the venues and tally up the crafted potions and used materials. Once you're done, send the results to me directly. Melancholic Smile instructed the NPCs outside the alchemy room's entrances in God's domain. As a shop star rank rose, the intellect of the shop's NPCs would increase as well. These NPCs could then help players with a larger variety of tasks. However, this improvement came with a price as the shop would have to pay higher salaries. Fortunately, the increased expenditure was no problem for the Candlelight trading firm, following which, the NPCs entered their assigned alchemy rooms and collected every alchemist's results. They then transmitted the information to Melancholic Smile. A short moment later, Melancholic Smile had the results for the 244 intermediate alchemists and 80 advanced alchemists. Immediately, Melancholic Smile had the system filter the information, and she quickly obtained the competition's final ranks. At the same time, the various alchemists left their respective alchemy rooms and regrouped in the special alchemy room Feng occupied. After entering the room, they watched Feng and Melancholic Smile with hopeful expressions. I wonder who will rank among the top 10 this time. I'll definitely be one of them. My performance was exceptional this time. I wonder who will get number 1. It should be Silent Wonder. She's been improving like there's no tomorrow. I've heard that she has already invented a new advanced berserk potion. Only, she hasn't successfully crafted the potion thus far. Everyone was curious and confident about the competition this time, and they couldn't help but chat quietly as they waited. All right, quiet down. I'll announce the results now, Melancholic Smile declared. Chapter 1554, Hierarchical Gap. Chapter 1554, Hierarchical Gap. In the crowded special alchemy room, every player turned towards Melancholic Smile as soon as she spoke, eager to learn the competition's results. Any alchemist would even envy the benefits for the 10th place, let alone the benefits the top 3 would enjoy with the help of the awarded alchemy tools. These alchemists would have a smoother path to becoming master alchemists. Once they became master alchemists, they'd reach the apex of the alchemy industry, becoming a target for superpowers recruitment. A total of 324 people have participated in the competition this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 80 are advanced alchemists. Overall, I would say that everyone has scored fairly well. However, the final results are clear, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she glanced at the alchemists present. I'll now announce the top 10 rankings. 10th place, Floating Cloud, Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32.2%. 9th place, Smiling Heaven, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 49 sets. Produced 16 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 32.65%. 8th place, Tainted Maple, Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 58 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32.75%. As Melancholic Smile reported the results, the crowd gasped in shock. What? Even intermediate alchemists have ranked among the top 10? Crap! What kind of speed and success rate is that? I went all out for the whole hour, yet I only used 52 sets of materials and made 16 fire potions. Are they even human? All of these alchemists were very familiar with the fire potion and frozen soul potions production specifications. If an alchemist of the same rank tried to craft them without the aid of any external items, the system would set their base success rate at 35%. However, it was extremely difficult for an alchemist's practical success rate to reach this theoretical success rate. If an alchemist only crafted a small number of potions, they might be lucky enough to achieve a practical success rate that was higher than the theoretical success rate, but that was nearly impossible when mass-producing potions. Moreover, the likelihood of such a situation would only decrease as players crafted more potions. Hence, when competing in a competition that required 50 to 100 sets of materials, one had to rely on their actual capabilities. Luck had very little impact in such competitions. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to maintain a high production speed if one wanted to maintain a high success rate. After all, the hastier one was, the more likely they were to make mistakes. This, in turn, resulted in a lower success rate in this competition. Players were first judged based on the number of potions they crafted. Their success rate was secondary. If 2 players produced the same number of potions, their ranks would then be determined by their success rate. This made it impossible for players to gain an advantage with trickery. Of course, this judging method was only effective among alchemists of the same rank. At the end of the day, the fire potion was much easier to produce compared to the frozen soul potion. It didn't require as much time to craft either. As a result, it was natural that the players crafting fire potions would produce more than those crafting frozen soul potions. Hence, when comparing alchemists of different ranks, for fairness's sake, advanced alchemists would have a modifier of +3 potions added to their tallies. Just who are these people? Yulan was astounded as she watched the alchemists walk up to the stage. Melancholic smile occupied when Feng had stated that the practical success rate of Candlelight's core members was around 30%, she had assumed the man had exaggerated. Looking at it now, however, it would seem that Feng had told her the truth. In fact, he had understated the firm's alchemists. There were likely only 2 alchemists in Underworld who could achieve such a high production speed and success rate. Ordinary advanced alchemists would be fortunate to achieve 2/3 of the production speed of Zero Wings advanced alchemists. They'd thank the heavens if they could reach even 20% of these alchemists' practical success rate. As Melancholic Smile continued to announce the top 10 ranks, Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, who stood below the stage, were flabbergasted. They had never thought that the other alchemists in the trading firm would achieve such excellent results, only slightly inferior to their Zero Wing. Sure has a lot of alchemy experts. But this old man will still take first place. Silent Aspiration hadn't lost any of his confidence. He had nearly achieved perfection with his performance. While he was surprised that so many of Candlelight's advanced alchemists had produced 16 frozen soul potions in 1 hour, they still couldn't compare to him. After all, he had crafted a total of 18 frozen soul potions. Though part of the reason for his result had been his luck with his final attempt, luck was also a component of an alchemist's strength. Alright, next up is 5th place, Silent Aspiration, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 53 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 33.96%. Everyone gasped when they heard Silent Aspiration's results. The advanced alchemist that scored 6th place had only produced 16 frozen soul potions, yet his score had increased by 2. The result was frightening. 5th? How is this possible? Silent Aspiration turned to look at Melancholic Smile, suspicious. Even Yulan, who stood beside Feng, could not believe this. Silent Aspiration had successfully crafted 18 frozen soul potions in 1 hour, yet he only ranked 5th. However, before Silent Aspiration and Yulan could question the results, Melancholic Smile announced the 4th place winner. 4th place, Silent Wonder, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 52 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 34.61%. Hearing this result, Silent Aspiration, who had intended to question the results, was at a loss for words. Someone was actually capable of producing 18 frozen soul potions with a near-perfect success rate. Next, in 3rd place, Rain Walker, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 20 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 33.89%. 2nd place, Gentle Stab, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 61 sets. Produced 21 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 34.42%. 1st place, Dormant Twilight, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 62 sets. Produced 22 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 35.48%. When Melancholic Smile finished announcing the competition's results, silence descended on the venue. Everyone turned towards the top 3 alchemists on the stage, skepticism filling their eyes. Were the results manipulated? Silent Wonder was confused as she read the results. Her production speed in this competition had been the best she had ever achieved, completing 52 attempts in 1 hour. That was basically 1 attempt every minute or so. Her success rate was even close to perfection. Yet, of the 3 alchemists who ranked above her, 2 had spent less than a minute on each attempt. One had even achieved a success rate that exceeded the system's theoretical success rate. She found it hard to imagine how these people could have possibly achieved such results. The only possibility she could think of was that they had cheated and used alchemy tools that increased their production speed and success rate. Silent Wonder wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Silent Aspiration and Yulan had reached the same conclusion. The report had even surprised Melancholic Smile. I know that some of you will refuse to believe these results and suspect that the top 3 alchemists have cheated in some way. However, I guarantee you that that is not the case. This is their own strength. Do not think that the top 3 positions of the Candlelight trading firm are so easy to obtain. If you do not work hard, the gap between you will only grow, Feng stated as he glanced at everyone present. To maintain fairness, I'll show you these top 3 alchemists' refining process. After Feng said so, Melancholic Smile displayed the recording of the top 3 alchemists' refining process on the magic water ball in the center of the room. As this was a competition, everyone's work had been recorded to avoid any cheating. Others would also be able to use the recordings of the high achievers as reference. As the videos played, the crowd noticed that the top 3 alchemists' production speeds weren't particularly fast. In fact, they were slower than most of the participating advanced alchemists. However, while these 3 were refining their potions, they'd occasionally give up halfway through and concoct a new potion as if they knew that their attempt wouldn't succeed. By giving up halfway, these 3 alchemists saved a lot of time. As a result, they went through far more materials during the limited amount of time. When the videos ended, every alchemist in the room turned as one towards the top 3 alchemists, realizing where the difference lay. How is that possible? Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration were dumbfounded. It was impossible to know how a potion would turn out before it was refined. They couldn't fathom why these 3 had decided to give up on certain attempts midway, yet it was precisely the reason they had achieved far better results. Could this be some kind of alchemy technique? Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration considered the thought at practically the same time. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. She was no stranger to the top 3 alchemists, but when it came to alchemy standards, she had no doubt that she was superior. The only way the trio could surpass her was with alchemy techniques. The trio must have learned a technique that she didn't know, which was why there was such a massive difference between them. Based on the fact that all 3 alchemists had learned the same technique at the same time, she guessed that it must have something to do with the Candlelight's internal member training program. Alright, now that you've seen their refining processes, I'm sure you've realized where the difference lies. The promised benefits for the top 10 winners will be delivered to your respective alchemy rooms. I want you 3 to stay behind. Everyone else, you may leave if you have nothing else to say, Feng announced, chuckling as he noticed Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration, who appeared to be deep in thought. Chapter 1555, Internal Benefits. Chapter 1555, Internal Benefits. After Feng gave the command, everyone began orderly shuffling out of the special alchemy room. Even now, though, everyone still felt a little shocked by the outcome of this competition. Originally, they all thought that Silent Wonder would be the champion this time. They had never imagined that she would actually end up failing to get within even the top 3. Moreover, there was a huge difference between her results and the results of the 3rd-place winner. This was simply incredible. However, just like Feng had said, they had indeed underestimated the Candlelight trading firm's foundations. The difference between the support received by internal members and official members was much greater than they had expected. Only now did everyone understand why Feng had declared that even official members could take part in this competition. Most likely, from the very beginning, Feng had never once thought that the official members of Candlelight had the capabilities to compete for the top few positions. Hence, he had boldly allowed official members to take part in the competition without any restrictions. Although the benefits for the top 10 positions were quite good, there was a qualitative difference between them and what the top 3 winners received. In God's domain, secret silver alchemy tools were indeed very rare, but the various large guilds generally had a few pieces. However, in the case of the fine gold-ranked Ocean's Glow set and the dark gold-ranked Green Jade set, they were not things that just any guild would have. Even super guilds would not necessarily be able to obtain these precious treasures with the aid of these top-tier alchemy tools. one would definitely have a much higher chance of creating a new potion. Meanwhile, as everyone was leaving, Silent Wonder suddenly walked up to Feng. What's going on? Could Silent Wonder be trying to complain about the competition results? That shouldn't be the case. She must have seen the videos as well. There are indeed no problems with the results. Dormant Twilight and the others did indeed win the competition fair and square. Moreover, the results will most likely remain the same for the next few competitions. It really makes you wonder how they managed to improve so quickly. I recall that Dormant Twilight and the other two were quite inferior to Silent Wonder some time ago. How should I know? However, it should have something to do with the trading firm's internal member training program. It's a pity that I lack the strength to join it. Everyone could not help but start a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Silent Wonder. Guild leader, may I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked as she looked at Feng seriously. A question? Upon seeing the serious expression on Silent Wonder's face, Feng chuckled and replied, sure, ask away. After taking in a deep breath, Silent Wonder said, I wish to ask about the alchemy technique Dormant and the others have learned. Can the technique be learned by becoming an internal member of the guild? To some extent, yes, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought. Truthfully, Feng was rather surprised himself by the trio's performance. He had never thought that they would gain such a significant harvest from reading the Moon God's secret journal. The Moon God's secret journal was indeed an alchemy treasure. However, it was a set of 3 volumes, and he had obtained only the first volume of the set, which contained only information on the various materials available in God's domain. It was just like an encyclopedia for materials. There were no alchemy techniques recorded inside the volume. Meanwhile, among the basic alchemy techniques he obtained from the Moon God's secret room, none of them contained the technique Dormant Twilight and the others had used. Feng's answer rendered everyone speechless. What did he mean by, to a certain extent? Could they, or could they not learn the alchemy technique? Then, as long as I become an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to learn the techniques Dormant and the others are learning as well? Silent Wonder simply could not wrap her mind around the technique Dormant Twilight and the others had displayed during the competition. Their every action during the competition had been very normal, so much so that they did not even apply any basic alchemy techniques and had just concocted the potions normally. In the end, however, the results they achieved were still leaps and bounds ahead of hers at this moment. It was as if she had seen a new world in Dormant Twilight and the others. To an alchemy fanatic like herself, it would be akin to torture for her not to study such a mysterious and amazing technique. Guild leader Black Flame, if this old man also becomes an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to study such alchemy techniques too? Silent Aspiration, who had kept his own counsel all this time, suddenly stepped forward and asked Feng, Master Aspiration. Yulan could not help being stunned by this scene. Even back when Silent Aspiration was in Underworld, he had not yielded even once to its temptations. Nothing that Underworld tried succeeded in binding Silent Aspiration to the organization, as the old man despised being bound by restrictions. Yet, now, Silent Aspiration was actually thinking of accepting such restrictive conditions just for some alchemy techniques. Yulan truly could not help but wonder just what kind of alchemy techniques could actually inspire an obsession in a master like Silent Aspiration. I cannot guarantee that you all will learn the alchemy technique you speak of. I can only say that how much you learn after becoming Candlelight's internal members will depend on yourselves. Feng could see the yearning these two people had for alchemy techniques. However, he truly could not guarantee that they would learn the technique they mentioned. It depended entirely on how much they could learn from the Moon God's secret journal and how well they would be able to put that knowledge to use. Upon hearing Feng's reply, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration could not help but hesitate. Since that is the case, I'll join. After giving the matter some more thought, Silent Wonder still chose to become an internal member of Candlelight in the end. Although she did not know what kind of treatment internal members received, when she saw how much Dormant Twilight and the others had improved, she could not help growing anxious. After all, despite so little time having passed since the trio had become internal members, their alchemy standards had already gone from being inferior to hers to surpassing hers by a large margin. She also had to admit that the Candlelight trading firm was truly powerful. It possessed advantages that even super guilds did not. Although she was confident in herself, she was not blind. If things continued at this rate, the gap between herself and Dormant Twilight and the others would most likely continue to widen. This was not an outcome she wished to see. Moreover, she was also very curious to find out just what kind of item could help the internal members improve by so much in so little time. Interesting. This old man will join as well. Silent Aspiration chuckled as he sent glance at Silent Wonder and Dormant Twilight's group. Although being able to conduct experiments without restrictions was good, the competition with a bunch of alchemy experts had rekindled his long-lost fighting spirit and edge. Now, his goal had already changed. Instead of aiming to become the #1 alchemist in God's domain, he decided he would first secure the position of chief alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm. Only afterwards would he contend for the title of #1 alchemist in God's domain as expected of the guild leader. With this, we won't have to worry about lacking potions to sell in Candlelight. Melancholic Smile could not help but inwardly worship Feng's capabilities. After all, he had actually managed to lure alchemy experts like Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration into becoming internal members of Candlelight while barely doing anything with the standards of these two alchemy experts. The Candlelight trading firm would have no trouble producing extremely complex potions. Meanwhile, Yulan was dumbfounded by this scene. Despite all the methods Underworld had tried, it had failed to rope Silent Aspiration into the organization. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had merely allowed Silent Aspiration to take part in a competition, and already the Master was taking the initiative to join the guild. If Underworld's upper echelon were to find out about this matter, just what kind of reactions would this elicit? After Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration declared their intention to become internal members, the other advanced alchemists that were still on the fence about binding themselves further to Candlelight decided to join as well. The Candlelight trading firm's capabilities in the alchemy industry soared once again, following which, Feng had Melancholic Smile redo the contracts of Silent Wonder and the others as well as give them a rundown on the benefits internal members enjoyed compared to official members. Internal members not only enjoyed better benefits but also received more GCPs for the same amount of work. At the same time, they also got to learn rare alchemy recipes. Meanwhile, what surprised Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration was that internal members could learn not only basic secret alchemy techniques but also advanced secret alchemy techniques. However, both types required one to spend a certain amount of GCPs to learn. They were not things that could be learned freely. Aside from these basic benefits, there is still this item serving as the main benefit for internal members, Melancholic Smile said as she took out a thick book from her bag and placed it on the stone table before her. As long as you all manage to grasp a basic secret alchemy technique, you'll gain one opportunity to read this book. If you learn an advanced secret alchemy technique, you'll gain 5 chances to read it. The new internal members present stirred slightly when they saw the thick book on the stone table. However, Melancholic Smile's words shocked them. Basic secret alchemy techniques were not easy to learn, yet fully grasping one such technique granted them only one opportunity to read the thick book. This requirement was absurdly high. However, the alchemists that had already become internal members gave longing looks at the thick book, wishing they could read it for the rest of their lives. Wait. This book is The Moon God's Secret Journal. At this moment, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration both gaped in shock involuntarily when they read the words written on the cover of the thick book, their breathing becoming much heavier. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. The Moon God's Secret Journal. Everyone present was stunned momentarily when they heard Silent Wonder's words, their eyes staring dazedly at the thick book on the stone table. As long as one was an alchemist in God's domain, they would generally have visited a library and read up on matters regarding the alchemy world. Most of the many introductory books on alchemy would mention the alchemy treasure known as the Moon God's Secret Journal. Among the numerous epic wars that the continent of God's domain experienced before, quite a few of them were over the Moon God's Secret Journal. Meanwhile, such a precious alchemy treasure was actually being offered as a benefit for the internal members of the Candlelight trading firm. No wonder the three of them could improve so quickly. Realization dawned upon Silent Wonder as she turned to look at Dormant Twilight and the others at the same time. the benefits offered to Candlelight's internal members also rendered her utterly speechless. Feng's confidence in allowing even official members to compete for the top 10 positions was understandable. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's eyes were practically glowing as he looked at the Moon God's secret journal. He wished he could take a read through the book right this instant. I am sure you all know how valuable this Moon God's secret journal is. If you wish to read it, you'll have to rely on your own abilities to do so. Any internal member can look for Melancholic Smile to learn basic secret alchemy techniques. Also, only after learning one technique completely will you be allowed to learn another. Each time you finish learning a technique, you'll be given one opportunity to read through the Moon God's secret journal. How many times you'll be able to read through the journal will depend on yourselves. Feng could not help but chuckle when he saw the longing in everyone's eyes. He then left the remaining matters for Melancholic Smile to deal with. Upon hearing Feng's words, the advanced alchemists that had become internal members just now immediately ran up to Melancholic Smile, fighting over the chance to start learning a basic secret alchemy technique as soon as possible. Had Feng taken out the Moon God's secret journal and shown it to them before the competition, they would have treated the journal as merely an alchemy treasure. They would not have had a clear understanding of its value. However, after watching Dormant Twilight and the others' performance, they came to fully appreciate the power of the Moon God's secret journal. Now, they hoped to grasp the knowledge stored inside the journal as soon as possible. Just as Feng was letting Dormant Twilight and the other two top 3 winners learn the mana-enhancing potion recipe, Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I just received a report stating that Heaven's Burial has begun raiding the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Moreover, they've mobilized a considerable force. At this point in time, we estimate that Heaven's Burial has mobilized over 100,000 elite members and 5,000 NPCs. By the looks of it, they are almost certain to capture Ancient Rock City. Aqua Rose reported they dare raid an orc city with just 100,000 elite players and 5,000 mercenaries. Hearing Aqua Rose's words, Feng could not help but fall into deep thought. Could Heaven's Burial have some other insurance? He might not have a clear idea of how powerful the cities in the Orc Empire were, but one thing he did know was that the cities located in neutral maps were not that easy to raid. For example, even though the secret pavilion had obtained 15,000 NPC mercenaries from him, its chances of securing an orc city were minimal. After all, a city possessed a defensive magic array. Meanwhile, attacks at Tier 3 and below would do very little to deplete the energy of a city's defensive magic array. In addition, the orcs defending the city would definitely outnumber players by a lot. There were also mythic monsters garrisoning the city. Unlike the mythic monsters found in dungeons and out in the fields, a mythic monster defending a city would receive a significant buff from the city's defensive magic array. An army of 100,000 elite players was no different from a bunch of ants in the face of such a mythic monster. The latter could annihilate the former with little to no effort. In fact, even if the mythic monsters defending the city did not make a move, the orc army stationed inside the city would most likely be able to annihilate Heaven's Burial's army of 100,000 elite players easily. Hence, by attempting to capture Ancient Rock City, either Heaven's Burial's upper echelon consisted of utter fools or the guild had some other power they were relying on. Guild leader, I heard that many first-rate guilds are sending their own forces to take advantage of the situation. Should we poke our hands into the matter as well? Aqua Rose did not have any positive feelings about Heaven's Burial. In other words, their two guilds were basically enemies. Now that Heaven's Burial was trying to capture Ancient Rock City, Zero Wing naturally could not just sit out and do nothing. Forget it. Since Heaven's Burial dares to take such an action, I'm sure they've considered this problem as well. For all we know, we might end up stepping into a trap they set up. Let the other guilds have their fun. However, make sure to keep an eye on the situation there as well, Feng said, shaking his head. Right, are you done sorting through the information on the NPC merchants yet? Beast Emperor's shadow loomed behind Heaven's Burial. In a field battle without the aid of defensive structures like the Magic Tower, dealing with a swarm of evil beasts and evil demons would be very difficult. At the very least, Zero Wing currently still lacked the means to contend against an army of monsters in a frontal confrontation. In fact, Heaven's Burial's goal in attacking Ancient Rock City might not be the conquest of the city at all. It might very well be an attempt to lure the various large guilds into a trap and turn their members into resources for Beast Emperor to create even more evil demons. After all, the Black Dragon Empire's evil god's temple had already been activated. If Beast Emperor wished to nurture powerful evil demons, he would need a large number of sacrifices to do so. Meanwhile, hunting for players the normal way would take a very long time. If he could gather a large number of players in a single location at the same time, with the said location even being in a neutral map. Just the thought of it horrified Feng now. The only thing Feng could do was improve Zero Wing's power as quickly as possible. He was confident that so long as he developed Zero Wing City properly, be it Heaven's Burial, Beast Emperor, or the Blackwater Corporation, none of them should even dream of shaking Zero Wing's foundations by even the slightest. I understand. I'll have Flying Shadow and the others head over to take a look. Aqua Rose nodded. As for the NPC merchants, I've already compiled a report on their details. I'll send it over to you now. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and sent the statistics report on the NPC merchants to Feng. Why are there so many of them? Feng was stunned as he looked through the information Aqua Rose sent to him. During the short amount of time Zero Wing City had been open, over 1,000 NPC merchants had actually come seeking to do business in the city. This number exceeded even that of the NPC merchants Shadow had managed to lure in with its main city. Although the majority of the merchants had low potential and were only 1-star NPC merchants, there were still over 200 2-star NPC merchants seeking to do business in Zero Wing City. With this amount of 2-star NPC merchants, Zero Wing City could already rival the main cities operated by first-rate guilds in the past. These are 3-star NPC merchants. As Feng reached the end of the list, he noticed that the symbol representing the NPC merchants had transitioned from 2 stars to 3 stars. How is this possible? Zero Wing City was just constructed recently, yet 3-star NPC merchants are visiting it already? If the guilds in the past were to find out that 3-star NPC merchants visited Zero Wing City almost immediately after the city's opening, they would definitely die of envy. In God's domain, there was a qualitative difference between 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants. Although there was not much of a difference when it came to the kinds of products both types of NPC merchants sold, when it came to potential, a 3-star NPC merchant surpassed their 2-star counterparts by leaps and bounds. An NPC merchant star ranking determined not only the quality of the items they sold but also the development speed of the shop purchased by the said NPC merchant. Shops operated by NPC merchants were different from those operated by players. Players had to either complete extremely difficult team quests or obtain the corresponding promotion orders. In contrast, NPC merchants did not have to go through such troublesome procedures. Instead, the promotion of their shops relied entirely on their sales volume. After a shop achieved a certain sales volume, the shop would get promoted automatically. Meanwhile, the higher ranked an NPC merchant was, the greater the sales volume they were able to achieve, allowing them to get their shops promoted much more quickly. When an NPC-operated shop got promoted, it would start selling much more valuable items, which, in turn, would help attract more players to the city the shop was located in. Meanwhile, on average, the promotion speed of a shop operated by a 3-star NPC merchant was double that of a 2-star NPC merchant. If a city possessed a sufficiently large player population, the promotion speed could even be 2 or 3 times faster. Hence, the various large guilds in the past would do everything they could to attract a 3-star NPC merchant to their cities. In the past, Feng had only ever heard of 3-star NPC merchants taking the initiative to visit the main cities operated by super guilds, and never for cities of lower standards. As a result, the large guilds had to compete over the 3-star NPC merchants found in the various major NPC cities or wandering out in the fields. Meanwhile, not just one 3-star NPC merchant was seeking to do business in Zero Wing City right now, but 2 instead. Thinking up to this point, Feng immediately contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, think of a way to have these 2 NPC merchants stay in the city. I'll head over immediately. In God's domain, NPC merchants would stay for only a certain period of time when visiting a city. They would not remain in the city permanently unless given a positive response to their request to do business. If he were to let these 2 3-star NPC merchants get away now, the next one would be long in coming. After saying so, Feng called upon Yulan and had her teleport to Zero Wing City's guild residence with him. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. Although Ancient Rock City had once been an abandoned city, the city had recovered to its former glory after the orcs returned to manage it. Towering, 20-meter-high walls surrounded the city. Magic runes also strengthened the walls. Not even players with extremely high agility would be able to climb them. A large number of orcs also patrolled the walls, and a defensive magic array encased the city and its stone barrier. With such tight defenses, not even a fly should think of sneaking into the city. However, over 100,000 elite players had gathered a short distance away from Ancient Rock City. These players stood at attention in orderly formations, ready to move out at a single command. Every one of these players wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, and even the lowest among them was level 40. A legion of several thousand players atop warhorses stood near the head of this elite army. Even from afar, one would feel an intense pressure weigh down on them. Aside from Heaven's Burial's members, rows of NPC mercenaries stood among the army's front line. The weakest of these NPCs was level 60, Tier 1, while the strongest were level 70, Tier 2 NPCs. Just what are Heaven's Burial's people trying to do? Do they really think they can get past Ancient Rock City's defenses with so little strength? The various large guilds' upper echelons watching from the sidelines were confused as Heaven's Burial geared up to attack the Orc City. Although the orcs in Ancient Rock City were not particularly high-leveled, with the majority averaging around level 65, and the highest at level 72, players would still have a disadvantage with the level difference. Furthermore, the city's orcs greatly outnumbered Heaven's Burial's forces. Ancient Rock City should be home to over 700,000 orcs at least. Among them, there was no lack of great lords and grand lords. Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong elite army and 5,000 NPC mercenaries would barely serve as a warm-up for the orcs. Guild Leader Singular, it seems our siege has attracted quite a few flies, Lei Jingyang commented, smiling as he surveyed the spectating large guilds. Over 10 guilds had gathered to watch Heaven's Burial siege Ancient Rock City. Together, these guilds had dispatched over 200,000 players. The combined force already surpassed Heaven's Burial's numbers. If these large guilds ambushed their army at a crucial moment during the siege, they would deal a fatal blow. Isn't this just as we expected? Singular Burial asked, laughing. That's right. Though, it's a pity that Zero Wing isn't here. Otherwise, we could band together and take the guild out, Lei Jingyang said, sighing. All right, it's almost time to take action. It's about time we teach these guilds who rules over this neutral map. Singular Burial coldly announced after glancing at the system clock. Guild leader, leave it to me. With these sacrifices, we'll have a guarantee of capturing Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood said as he took a black crystal ball from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, violent roaring filled the surrounding forest. Even the various large guilds watching from outside the forest clearly heard the monster. Suddenly, ferocious monsters with sharp fangs and claws surged out of the forest and charged for the various guilds' armies. Evil beasts. The upper echelons paled when they saw the monster tide sweep towards them. They were no strangers to evil beasts. After all, they had all watched as evil beasts had assaulted Stone Forest Town twice. During the 2 sieges, they had learned just how powerful evil beasts were. The evil beasts charging towards them were all level 45 and above. Although they were not as strong as those that had attacked Stone Forest Town, they were powerful nonetheless. Furthermore, 3 level 60 mythic-ranked evil earth dragons led the evil beast army. Crap. Everyone, use your return scrolls. The various guilds' upper echelons gave the command to retreat the moment they saw the evil beasts. However, when they tried using their return scrolls, they found them ineffective. In the end, they could only watch as the evil beasts stormed closer. Damn it. We've been tricked. Everyone, get ready to fight and pull back. How dare Heaven's Burial do this? Aren't they afraid that our guilds will band together to exact our revenge? Only now did the various large guilds realize that this had been a trap, but all they could do was give the command to retreat from the battlefield. If they fought the evil beasts, they would only suffer even greater losses. Although these guilds had a total of 200,000 members with them, the evil beast army, which was not suppressed by any magic arrays, had an overwhelming advantage. Even as the various large guilds bombarded the evil beast army with large-scale destruction spells, all they accomplished was clearing out the elite and special elite ranked evil beasts. The chieftain rank and above evil beasts took barely any damage. In contrast, the evil beasts wiped out these players. The Grand Lord ranked evil beasts easily massacred groups of players as they moved through their enemies' lines. Even when top-tier experts tried to pin these Grand Lords down, their efforts accomplished very little. As for the mythic-ranked evil earth dragons, they were no different than walking disasters. A single hit could take the lives of hundreds of players. When the three evil earth dragons working together, they were practically unstoppable as they mowed through the player armies. In the end, these guilds' upper echelons could only watch as their guild members were exterminated. Heaven's burial, our guilds will not let you get away with this. The upper echelons realized that there was no escape. They glared and shouted at Singular Burial's group, "Let us get away with this?" Singular Burial could not help but laugh. "It seems like you still don't understand your situation. Haven't you realized that the moment you arrived here, you became a stepping stone for Heaven's burial? From now on, the Orc Empire will become Heaven's burial's domain. Whatever we say, goes." Previously, they hadn't dared to massacre players openly because they had been afraid of the various large guilds targeting them. However, they had since solidified their foundations. With over 200,000 elite players as sacrifices, they could grow their evil beast army to new heights. Once Ancient Rock City became Heaven's burial's base of operations, not even God's domain superpowers would be a threat to their guild. As the large guild's members continued to die, Flame Blood used the dead players to create evil beasts and demons. Moreover, as the evil beasts killed the enemy players, their levels rapidly rose. By the time the various large guilds were annihilated, 5 more Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts had evolved into mythic-ranked evil earth dragons. The army had also doubled its number of Grand Lords on the battlefield. Amazing. As expected of the large guild's elite players. With these evil beasts, we'll have no problems taking down Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood laughed madly as he gazed at the army under his command. Without a moment to rest, Flame Blood commanded his evil beast army to charge for Ancient Rock City. At the same time, the 8 evil earth dragons roared as they launched 8 Tier 4 spells at the city's defensive magic array. When the spells collided with the barrier shook violently. It was clear that the attacks had depleted a significant portion of the magic barrier's energy. Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom, Feng and Yulan arrived in Zero Wing City's guild residence. "So, this is the rumored Zero Wing City?" As Yulan observed the city below her from the guild hall's roof, the scenery captivated her. Not only was Zero Wing City's environment impressive, but a vitality that couldn't be found in any town filled the streets. She spotted plenty of high-level NPCs wandering about the city. There were even plenty of wandering merchants hawking their wares from the sidewalks. Horse carriages, which towns lacked, drove down the streets as they worked. There was barely any difference between Zero Wing City and an NPC city. If she really had to point out a difference, though, it would definitely be Zero Wing City's mana density. Despite the lack of magic towers inside the city, the mana density here was only slightly weaker than in Stone Forest Town. When considering how spacious Zero Wing City was, Yolan's eyes could not help but light up as she imagined the difference several magic towers would make. With Zero Wing's incredible potential, it was no wonder why Feng even dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. However, Yulan was curious about why Feng had led her here. Let's visit the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 1558, 3-Star Merchant. The City Lord's mansion in Zero Wing City was located in the heart of the city. Though, the building resembled more of a mountain, rather than a mansion. Tall walls surrounded the mansion. The structure was also further protected by a powerful magic array, which only allowed entry through the front entrance level 50. Tier 2 NPC guards were stationed at the City Lord's mansion's entrance. The mansion's magic array also reinforced these NPC guards' strength. At this stage of the game, it wouldn't matter how many players tried to break into the City Lord's mansion, these NPC guards would slaughter every one of them without fail. When Feng and Yulan reached the City Lord's mansion's first-floor hall, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of loitering NPC merchants. Yulan was stunned by the scene. Although she did not have a very clear understanding of NPC merchants, she knew that these NPCs were similar to wandering merchants who visited guild towns. Only, these NPC merchants were more stable and wouldn't abruptly appear one day and disappear the next. They allowed players to obtain a steady supply of rare items. Normally, a town was considered impressive if 20 or 30 wandering merchants visited it at a single time. Meanwhile, the important town's underworld developed only had around 40 wandering merchants present in them at any one time, yet Zero Wing City had hundreds of these NPCs. However, what Yulan did not know was that the NPC merchants present were only a small portion of those who had come to discuss business with Zero Wing City. Before this, Aqua Rose had rejected all 1-star NPC merchants and sent them on their way. Now, the merchants in the City Lord's mansion were only 2 and 3-star NPC merchants. Guild leader, you're finally here. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Feng enter the hall. If you came any later, the 2 3-star NPC merchants would have left already. What are their conditions to conduct business in the city? Feng asked. Every NPC merchant planning to do business in a guild city had their own conditions. They would not set up their businesses in the city for nothing. Whether a guild could keep these NPC merchants or not would depend on a guild's capabilities to fulfill these NPCs' demands. One of them wants full tax exemption and their shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's mansion. The other one has requested a large warehouse. This NPC has also asked for his shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's mansion. Aqua Rose reported their asking price sure is ruthless. Feng could not help his frown. The City Lord's mansion was in the heart of the city. The amount of land available in the area was extremely limited. Meanwhile, NPC merchants' shops took up a lot of space, and the land sold to these merchants couldn't be reclaimed. This meant that he would have to give away 2 valuable plots of land for free, permanently. As for taxes, they were an important source of income for the city. NPC merchants needed to pay these fees to the guild every month, and the amount was based on the shop's rank. It was simply absurd to ask for full tax exemption. There was even less need to mention the warehouse. Constructing a small warehouse would already cost 3,000 gold. A large warehouse would cost at least 10,000 gold. However, the cost of construction was not the main issue. The crucial point was the amount of land the warehouse would take up. Moreover, the warehouse couldn't be constructed too far from the shop, which meant that the warehouse would also have to occupy the same area as the City Lord's mansion. He had to admit that the 2 3-star NPC merchants' asking prices were fraudulent. Is there no room for negotiation? Feng asked. In God's domain, NPCs with higher statuses would have higher intellects. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely impossible to convince NPC merchants to change their conditions. I've tried talking to them multiple times, but both NPCs are dead set on their requirements. Aqua Rose felt helpless about this situation. She had tried her best to negotiate for better conditions, but the NPC merchants were quite determined and had remained unfazed. Suddenly, Yulan asked, "Can you let me give it a try?" You? Aqua Rose glanced at the cloaked woman beside Feng. The woman had felt familiar, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Yulan. Curiously, she asked, "Aren't you the manager for Underworld's trading firms? Why are you here?" As far as she could remember, Yulan had always been a very capable woman. Not only had she managed Overwhelming Smiles trading firm until it nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm, but she also wielded considerable combat power. I invited her here. Yulan is now a member of our guild, Feng explained. The corners of Aqua Rose's mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Feng with an incredulous gaze. Yulan had been close to becoming one of Underworld's upper echelons. Underworld, which was an extraordinary organization that had more strength and growth potential than most first-rate guilds. The organization also had ample funding. As long as the organization nurtured enough experts, it could definitely rival super first-rate guilds in the future yet, rather than remain as an upper echelon in a future super first-rate guild. Yulan had actually joined Zero Wing, which was currently besieged by numerous powerful enemies. Aqua Rose had no idea what method Feng had used to lure Yulan to Zero Wing, following which, Feng approved Yulan's suggestion. "Alright, I'll leave this matter to you." In any case, there was no harm in trying. Currently, Zero Wing City's background was minimal. Attracting 2 3-star NPC merchants had been enough of a surprise already. It was only natural that these NPC merchants would have significant demands. "I'll try my best." Yulan nodded. She then turned to Aqua Rose and asked, "May I borrow the information you have on Zero Wing City?" Aqua Rose hesitated at Yulan's request. Zero Wing City's information was top secret in the guild. Others shouldn't so easily be given access. "It's fine, let her see it. In any case, she is already a core member of the guild. Also, this information can't be kept a secret forever." Feng said. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, it was only a matter of time before information leaked to the public. It wouldn't really matter if Yulan knew the city's details, since Feng had agreed. Aqua Rose then sent Yulan the information she had on Zero Wing City. After reading the information for some time, Yulan closed the display, took a deep breath, and entered the reception room where the 2 3-star NPC merchants sat to negotiate. Meanwhile, Feng began to select the 2-star NPC merchants that the city needed. NPC merchants sold a large variety of items, and some NPCs were bound to sell similar items. In that case, he had to choose the NPC merchant with the lower conditions and disregard the NPC merchants with higher conditions that sold the same items. After all, Zero Wing City had limited space. A large amount of land was still needed to build other advanced constructions. He could not waste too much land on these NPC merchants. After 10 minutes of reading through the list, Feng selected 63 2-star NPC merchants. Not only did these NPC merchants sell unique items with very few similarities, but their demands were also fairly reasonable. They were also willing to set their shops up in various parts of the city, which helped to alleviate the issue of too many crowds in a single area. After Feng and Aqua Rose decided the shop locations for every 2-star NPC merchant, Yulan emerged from the reception room. "Guild leader, here are the 2 NPCs' conditions," Yulan said. She then handed Feng 2 contracts. "What?" When Aqua Rose saw the new conditions on the contracts, she was astonished. She could not believe that the 2 stubborn NPCs, who had refused to budge no matter how she had tried to persuade them, had actually given in. Moreover, their conditions had loosened quite a bit. Although their demands regarding the location of their shops hadn't changed, the NPC that had demanded full tax exemption now only wanted a 50% tax break, whereas the NPC that originally wanted a large warehouse had now settled for a small warehouse. "I've tried to convince them to lower their conditions as much as possible, but both of these merchants think that Zero Wing City lacks a competitive edge, so they refuse to relent fully," Yulan said in embarrassment. "Yulan, do you have the merchant subclass?" Aqua Rose suddenly realized a possibility. If Yulan were a merchant, she might have the ability to obtain these results. In that case, though, Yulan would have to be a relatively high-ranked merchant, as the 1-star merchant players she had asked for help previously had failed. "I just got promoted to a 3-star merchant." Yulan nodded. "A 3-star merchant?" Yulan's reply astounded Aqua Rose. Now, she was even more confused as to how Feng had roped Yulan into Zero Wing. Even the strongest merchant in Zero Wing was still some ways away from becoming a 2-star merchant. Only super guilds likely had 2-star merchants at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, the higher a merchant player's star rank was, the stronger their negotiation ability would be with NPCs. With a high-rank merchant player, a guild could reduce prices when paying the system management fees for shops. Whether it was the development of a guild or a trading firm, a high-rank merchant would be a powerful asset. "Guild leader, you really are amazing. You actually poached a 3-star merchant from Underworld. If Underworld finds out about this, they would definitely fight us for her, Aqua Rose whispered to Feng, but what Aqua Rose didn't know was that Underworld wouldn't be the only ones looking for trouble. Even the Blackwater Corporation, which currently backed Underworld, would be enraged just as Feng was about to sign the contract for the 2 3-star NPC merchants. The sound of a system announcement reached his ears. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for successfully capturing the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Rewarding 50,000 guild popularity, 100,000 guild honor points, and 150 guild influence in Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1559, 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Chapter 1559, 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Ancient Rock City has been captured? How is that possible? Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the system announcement. Hundreds of thousands of orcs defended the Orc Empire's cities. Each city was also protected by a powerful, defensive magic array. It would take a lot of time and manpower just to break through the array. However, this wasn't what surprised her most. After all, God's domain had many powerful tools. What shocked her most was the timing. Less than 2 hours had passed since she had received the report about Heaven's Burial's assault on Ancient Rock City. With how many orcs Ancient Rock City housed, it was impossible for an army of 100,000 elite players to clear the city in just 2 hours. There were also various large guilds watching from the sidelines and waiting for an opportunity to strike immediately. Aqua Rose began to contact her subordinates and had them look into the situation in Ancient Rock City. Capturing one of the Orc Empire's cities was no trivial matter nowadays. Many players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the Orc Empire to grind and level. Unlike the 3 towns in the Orc Empire that had been captured thus far, Ancient Rock City was located in the Empire's inner region, rather than the outer area. If players wanted to earn contribution points, it was much easier to do so in the inner region due to the stronger monsters. Now that Ancient Rock City had been captured, a large number of players would swarm to the city, using it as a rest area. The money and resources one could make with the city would be frightening. With so much income and Heaven's Burial's background, the guild would develop rapidly. While Aqua Rose investigated the situation, Star Moon Kingdom's forums were in an uproar. Heaven's Burial trapped and killed over 200,000 guild elite players. The various large guilds declare their intent to wipe Heaven's Burial from the face of God's domain. Heaven's Burial controlled an evil beast army to siege Ancient Rock City. As these posts published on the forums, they quickly received a lot of attention and made it to the top of the list. What? Even something like this is possible? Crap. This is cheating. Heaven's Burial can actually control so many evil beasts. Who could possibly be a match for the guild now? It is impressive. But at the end of the day, evil beasts stand against the human race. If NPCs discover these evil beasts, they will mobilize to wipe them out. Moreover, the evil beast army Heaven's Burial controls has suffered significant damages. Didn't you guys see that over 80% of the evil beast army was wiped out in this battle? However, Heaven's Burial now controls Ancient Rock City and a town in the Orc Empire. Even without the threat of the evil beast army, which guild could possibly be a match for Heaven's Burial? I'm afraid that it won't be long before Heaven's Burial becomes the #1 guild in the several neighboring kingdoms. I wonder if Heaven's Burial is recruiting? For a time, various conversations about Heaven's Burial filled Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Nobody could have imagined that Heaven's Burial, a guild which Zero Wing constantly suppressed, would rise as a dark horse now that the Orc Empire effectively belonged to Heaven's Burial. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be long before the guild stole the position of Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. As for the various large guilds working together to take Heaven's Burial down, everyone thought it was nothing more than a joke. Now that Heaven's Burial had captured Ancient Rock City, even without the evil beasts, the guild could turn the city into an iron fortress during its protection period, establishing an unshakable foundation in the Orc Empire. There were no teleportation arrays in the Orc Empire. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to get there. If the various large guilds engaged in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial inside the Empire, they'd be at an overwhelming disadvantage. After all, Heaven's Burial's members could resurrect in ancient Rock City. At the same time, they could teleport to the city with guild transfer scrolls, providing swift reinforcements. The various large guilds could not afford to go to war with Heaven's Burial for some time. Meanwhile, inside ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial's members had already begun to reconstruct the city. They were prepared to turn the city into Heaven's Burial's main headquarters. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. This is just wonderful. It won't be long before we can open ancient Rock City to the public. Guild Leader Singular, you and your guild have done magnificently. With this city as our base, we won't have to worry about a lack of funds or resources when developing elsewhere. We might even attract a few more major corporations to work with us. Lei Jingyang said. He could not help but laugh as he watched over ancient Rock City from the city walls. Our success is all thanks to you, young Master Lei. If not for your Tier 4 domain scroll, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Guardian boss so smoothly. Had we been any slower in the fight, the evil beast army might have been annihilated. Singular Burial sighed ruefully. Although he had been confident about capturing ancient Rock City, now that the city was actually in his hands, he felt as if he were dreaming. The orcs defending ancient Rock City weren't like those in the fields. The city's magic array had buffed these defending orcs, and although they had a large number of evil beasts and evil demons, they had only held back the orcs temporarily, failing to annihilate them completely. While most of the orcs in the city had been distracted, they had used the 8 mythic-ranked evil earth dragons and mercenary NPCs to open a path towards the city's guardian boss. Only after using a Tier 4 domain scroll had they managed to kill the level 72 orc general. In the end, they had sacrificed 6 evil earth dragons, over 80% of the evil beast and evil demon army, and over 40,000 elite players to capture ancient Rock City. Although the sacrifices had been great, they were insignificant compared to the potential profits they could gain through ancient Rock City. Guild Leader Singular, now that we've captured ancient Rock City, we'll have to expand the guild. Are you really planning to go along with the original plan to deal with Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang asked curiously. Now that Heaven's Burial could use ancient Rock City as its foundation, truthfully, it was a huge waste of time to focus the guild's development in Star Moon Kingdom. In Lei Jingyang's opinion, the correct decision would be to focus the guild's development in the 2 neighboring empires. After all, the empires had far more players and resources compared to Star Moon Kingdom. Of course. It is about time we show Star Moon Kingdom who its true overlord is. Singular Burial snapped, a cold glint flashing in his eyes when he heard the name Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had been forced to abandon its development in Star Moon Kingdom precisely because of Zero Wing. As a result, Heaven's Burial had become a laughingstock in the public eye and had been forced to shift its focus to neutral maps. Now that Heaven's Burial had ancient Rock City as assurance, it had to recover its previous glory. Moreover, Singular Burial still held a grudge against Feng for killing him with a single attack back in the Frozen Scar. How could he possibly shift his guild's development to other kingdoms and empires before getting his revenge? Meanwhile, back in Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. Guild Leader, this is bad. Aqua Rose frowned slightly when she read the latest situation report from her subordinates. Now that Heaven's Burial has secured a goldmine like ancient Rock City, although they still lack the military prowess to do anything to us, they have begun to intervene in Star Moon Kingdom's market. Not only have they lowered prices of the items they sold in the kingdom by 20%, but they've also placed a bounty on our entire guild. They'll pay 20 silver for each normal member killed, 1 gold for elite members, 10 gold for core members, 1,000 gold for the guild's upper echelons, and 20,000 gold for you, guild leader. They're clearly trying to defeat us using money. Defeat us using money? Feng could not help his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's report. This is interesting. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to smile? So far, many players on the forums have expressed interest in the bounty and have begun to plot against us, Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted by Feng's light-hearted response. How's the 4 Towers of Elements construction going? Feng asked as he stopped messing with Aqua Rose. The base structures have been completed. However, we can't do anything about the core sections, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. That's fast. Only the cores are left? Feng was a little surprised. He had never expected to complete the tower's construction so quickly. Alright, then. Let's head over to the towers. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. In the past, he had only ever visited guild cities that possessed the 4 towers of elements. He had never thought that he would get to construct the towers personally in this life. Chapter 1560, Competition of Wealth. Chapter 1560, Competition of Wealth. Take a look at the 4 towers of elements. Aqua Rose gave Feng a confused look. Although Heaven's Burial had just placed a bounty on Zero Wing and wouldn't be able to affect the guild's development for some time, the consequences would be incredibly severe if they didn't prepare properly. In the best-case scenario, the enemy would only weaken the guild slightly. In the worst-case scenario, the guild would crumble. Players' main goal in joining a guild was to level quickly and obtain better equipment. Nobody wanted to become prey, spending all of their time avoiding other players. However, Aqua Rose had no choice but to follow Feng's orders and trail behind him towards the 4 towers of elements. Meanwhile, Star Moon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Sure enough, Heaven's Burial really took action. What a generous bounty. Heaven's Burial is actually paying 20 silver for each normal member. I don't even earn that much in a single day. I know, right? Although it won't be easy to kill Zero Wing's core members, it's a different story for the guild's normal and elite members. If I can take advantage of this opportunity, I might earn enough money to get myself a mount. Forming a hunting party. Whoever's interested in making some money, contact me quickly. It seems that Heaven's Burial is serious this time. I wonder which guild will rule over Star Moon Kingdom in the end? It is definitely going to be Heaven's Burial. Didn't you see Heaven's Burial's background? Now that it has a treasured land like ancient Rock City, it won't have any lack of funds. As expected of the guild that took down an orc city. Zero Wing is doomed. Even if Heaven's Burial does not directly attack, it can easily whittle Zero Wing down until it crumbles. Everyone engaged in heated discussions about the bounty Heaven's Burial placed on Zero Wing's head. The bounty tempted many powerful players. Meanwhile, the kingdom's dark players immediately set their sights on Zero Wing. Not only could they secure better equipment by killing Zero Wing's members, but they'd also earn a significant income by doing so. Moreover, with so many players targeting Zero Wing's members, the guild couldn't direct its anger at a specific group. Hence, they could kill Zero Wing's members without worry. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's guild residence in White River City, Heaven's Burial has sure moved quickly, guild leader. I wonder how Zero Wing will respond to this. With Ancient Rock City's income, Heaven's Burial can definitely overwhelm Zero Wing in a battle of attrition, Purple Eye said as she read the latest report she had received. The method Heaven's Burial employed was one of the most troublesome tactics the various large guilds had to deal with. It was also the method that the various large guilds avoided using. Using such a method would require a massive expenditure. Regardless of whether one won or lost the war, they'd still incur massive losses. However, Heaven's Burial did not have to worry about such a problem now. Once Ancient Rock City opened to the public, Heaven's Burial would rake in an astronomical number of coins each day. It wouldn't worry about not outlasting Zero Wing. That's right. Had Zero Wing agreed to the Secret Pavilion's acquisition, it would have likely avoided such a perilous situation, Galaxy Pass said, lamenting since the Star Alliance was now one of the Secret Pavilion's subordinate guilds. As the guild leader, Galaxy Past had learned many of the Secret Pavilion's internal dealings. The Secret Pavilion's offer to Zero Wing even tempted Galaxy Past, yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer without hesitation. Had Zero Wing accepted the Secret Pavilion's offer, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have dared to pull such a stunt. With the Pavilion's support, Heaven's Burial would likely burn out long before Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Singular Burial read the message he had just received in Ancient Rock City, he sneered. Daybreak did a magnificent job. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to survive in Star Moon Kingdom. Singular Burial was delighted as he read the report Daybreak Fog had sent him. When Zero Wing had declared that Stone Forest Town would no longer allow entry to merchant players and adventurer teams that visited Red Iron Town, it had caused Heaven's Burial tremendous losses. Now, he would ensure that Zero Wing would experience the same feeling. Guild Leader Singular, you are ruthless. Zero Wing will definitely lose its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. In the end, it might be forced to leave Star Moon Kingdom entirely, Lei Jingyang said, laughing. Zero Wing only has itself to blame for making an enemy of Heaven's Burial. Singular Burial growled. It won't be long before I can eliminate Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom entirely. Although it was very costly to place a bounty on every player in Zero Wing, it would be devastating to the guild if Zero Wing's members had to deal with constant ambushes out in the fields. It would only be a matter of time before they withdrew from the guild. After all, repeated deaths would impede their progress in God's domain. Similarly, no one would be willing to join the guild in fear of becoming a target. Not only would Zero Wing's development stagnate, but it would also have to spend a significant amount of its funding to compensate its guild members' losses. With a constant drain on Zero Wing's numbers and funds, Zero Wing would either crumble or be forced out of Star Moon Kingdom even if Heaven's Burial didn't take any direct action. While the various large guilds wondered about how Zero Wing intended to pull itself out of this mess, Feng arrived before one of the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements occupied the city's 4 corners. Each tower was 100 meters tall, looming like giants as they protected Zero Wing's city. Guild Leader, a report just came in. Players have begun to ambush many of our members. Based on our initial estimates, we've already suffered over 4,000 casualties. Aqua Rose frowned as she looked at the report. A subordinate had sent the guild would have to play a lot of coins as compensation with so many casualties. If this situation continued for a long time, not even the profits they earned from the Candlelight trading firm would be enough to compensate the guild members. Moreover, this was still not the most crucial issue. The guild's prestige was their bigger concern. There sure are a lot of players prioritizing money over their own lives. Even Feng was a little astonished. Zero Wing's recruitment standards were very high. Unless there was an overwhelming difference between the two sides' combat power, players would have a very difficult time killing Zero Wing members and would doubtlessly sustain serious damage. And yet after such a short time since Heaven's Burial announced its bounty, Zero Wing had lost over 4,000 lives. This situation somewhat exceeded Feng's expectations. Guild Leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, then we'll play, Feng said, chuckling. First, have our guild members move in teams from now on. Anyone who refuses will not receive any compensation should they die. Also, announce to the public that anyone who dares to kill Zero Wing's members will be permanently blacklisted and barred from all of Zero Wing's towns and cities. In addition, place a bounty on every player in Heaven's Burial. Not only will this bounty be effective in Star Moon Kingdom, but it will also be effective in the Orc Empire. When the two women heard Feng's decision, Aqua Rose and Yulan fell silent. Feng basically wanted to compete with Heaven's Burial with wealth. Not only would their guild suffer tremendous losses by doing so, but if they handled this badly, they could even self-destruct. Guild Leader, with our guild's current funds, I'm afraid that, Aqua Rose could not help but try to dissuade Feng to construct Zero Wing City, develop the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, and supply their guild members with mounts. They spent a massive amount of money each day. Adding yet another significant expenditure would only hamper the guild's development. Don't worry about our funds. You can only reap the benefits once you've paid the price. In 3 hours, we'll open Zero Wing City to the public. Go and make the announcement, Feng ordered with a shrug. He then walked towards the tower before him. Aqua Rose felt a headache brew when she heard Feng's commands. Zero Wing City still lacked much of its infrastructure. To put it simply, the city had very little to attract players right now. Moreover, inviting players into the city now would complicate construction in Zero Wing City. As far as she was concerned, opening the city to the public now wasn't wise. Unfortunately, since Feng had made his decision, she had no choice but to follow his orders immediately. Aqua Rose made the necessary arrangements and posted Feng's declaration on the official forums in Zero Wing's name. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. After Aqua Rose quoted Feng on Star Moon Kingdom's forums, the players had originally focused on Heaven's Burial's declaration shifted their attention to her post. The title of the post was eye-catching: "If you want a fight, we'll give you a fight." This is insane. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Is this for real? Zero Wing actually dares to pull something like this? Isn't Zero Wing afraid of Heaven's Burial whittling them down to nothing? Amazing. As expected of Zero Wing. Zero Wing is just trying to save its reputation by doing something like this. Even if Zero Wing blacklists the players that target its members, what can it do if those people use black cloaks? That's right. This also gives us more opportunities to earn money. The bounties on both sides are the same. Heaven's Burial also has more members than Zero Wing, and they're weaker. If you really want to earn money, killing Heaven's Burial's members is the way to go. Zero Wing's response to Heaven's Burial's provocations shocked the players on the forums. They were also delighted. After all, they just gained another source of income. Now they could target more than just Zero Wing's members. They could even head to the Orc Empire to level up and earn for contribution points while grinding for Heaven's Burial members. When the various major powers saw Zero Wing's reply, they laughed at Zero Wing's foolishness. Of all the things Zero Wing could have chosen to compete with Heaven's Burial in, the guild had chosen wealth. Zero Wing was overestimating itself and seeking self-destruction. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Is it really intent on duking it out with Heaven's Burial? Galaxy Past felt confused when he saw this message. In his opinion, Zero Wing should still have methods of dealing with Heaven's Burial's bounty. Although the result wouldn't change regardless of what Zero Wing did, they could buy some time, using it as an opportunity to look for other methods, such as seeking collaborators. Although Zero Wing's situation was perilous, with the guild's current foundations, there should be plenty of major corporations and superpowers willing to acquire the guild. After all, Zero Wing's Stone Forest town still held the battle arena and advanced auction house, which could rake in plenty of resources for a considerable time. The guild still had great potential for growth. Moreover, Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain, who now had control over a portion of Thunder Island, were connected. When Singular Burial received news of Zero Wing's declaration, his expression darkened. Guild leader Singular, it seems that Zero Wing is aiming for mutual destruction. Do you need my Thunder Legion to pay Zero Wing a visit? Lei Jingyang said, smiling when he read Aqua Rose's forum post. He had commanded the Thunder Legion, a collection of experts, for many years. The Legion was particularly fond of ambushes and assassinations in the field. Ordinary players might not be able to deal with Zero Wing's 100-man teams, but they would be child's play to the Thunder Legion. No need. Since Zero Wing dares to make such a move, I want to see how long they can last against. Singular Burial said, sneering. If Zero Wing had turtled, he might have needed Lei Jingyang's help. Although Zero Wing's bounty on Heaven's Burial would cause him a lot of trouble, he'd also be able to remove Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom much sooner than he had hoped. He also refused to believe that Zero Wing's financial strength could surpass his at this moment. A slightly chubby, middle-aged man approached Singular Burial and reported, "Guild leader, the city's basic infrastructure has been repaired. The NPC guards we hired have arrived as well. We can open Ancient Rock City to the public at any time now. Many adventurer teams and merchant players have requested to garrison and set up stalls in the city. Good. Open the city to the public. Let the players waiting outside the city come in," Singular Burial commanded hurriedly. He was joyful when he heard that they finished the city's infrastructure. "Gather the adventurer teams and merchant players, and I'll go meet them." The so-called basic infrastructure referred to smithies and hotels. These buildings provided essential services to the adventurer teams grinding in the Orc Empire. With these businesses, Heaven's Burial could collect a lot of repair fees and accommodation fees. Moreover, his people were constantly perfecting Ancient Rock City. In the future, Heaven's Burial could sell various consumable items as well, earning a fortune. The Orc Empire was a neutral map. Players had great difficulty traveling to and from the Empire. If players wished to stay in the Empire for long periods, basic consumable items were a must. As long as Heaven's Burial sold these consumable items, a large number of players would come to purchase them. They wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers. Zero Wing Stone Forest Town simply couldn't compare to the wealth Heaven's Burial could collect from Ancient Rock City. Understood. I'll have them gather in Ancient Rock City immediately. The middle-aged man then turned and left to notify the various adventurer teams and merchant players. When Ancient Rock City opened to the public, news of this spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the neighboring kingdoms and empires in a matter of minutes. The Orc Empire had only had 3 guild towns in the past. Moreover, all 3 had been in the Orc Empire's outer region, making it troublesome to grind for contribution points. Players had still needed to travel to the Empire's inner region due to the low number of monsters in the outer area. As a result, many players dismissed the idea of traveling to the Orc Empire entirely. However, now that a guild city occupied the Empire's inner region, not only would players save on travel time, but they could also accept quests more easily. After all, cities offered far more quests than towns. Moreover, the rewards of these quests were more abundant. Meanwhile, in the distant Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose frowned as she read through the reports her subordinates had sent. Ancient Rock City's popularity had far exceeded her expectations. Based on the latest reports, over 2 million players were moving into the Orc Empire. Needless to say, these players would visit Ancient Rock City when they needed to recuperate. Many more players from the neighboring countries were also preparing for their trip to the Orc Empire. With so many players, one could just imagine the wealth Ancient Rock City would generate. As Aqua Rose racked her brain for a solution, she felt the space around her suddenly tremble. Moreover, these tremors steadily intensified. It felt as if the space around her would shatter at any moment. Aqua Rose lifted her head to look towards the 4 towers of elements. The 4 towers seemed to be the epicenters of these tremors. Suddenly, a 4-fold magic array appeared above each of the 4 towers of elements, radiating an aura so powerful that even an expert like Aqua Rose couldn't help but shudder in fear. A short moment later, a link formed between the 4 fourfold magic arrays hovering above Zero Wing City's 4 corners. A towering pillar of light then emerged from each of the arrays, rising endlessly into the sky. These 4 light pillars represented the 4 main elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. As the light pillars rose, a frightening amount of mana began to gather above Zero Wing City. The pillars gathered mana from tens of thousands of yards around the city, and very quickly, the mana around the city became so dense that it transformed into a white mist. As the mist gathered above the city, it began to condense into droplets and rain down, washing Zero Wing City in liquid mana. Everyone in Zero Wing City was dumbfounded. None of them had ever felt such dense mana before. Their minds were clearer than ever. However, this mana rain did not last long. The sky above the city soon returned to its normal state, and the mana density in the city began to decrease. Even after the city's mana density stabilized, Zero Wing City's mana was far denser than in Stone Forest Town. At the very least, Zero Wing City's mana density was 30% higher than in the Guild Town. Chapter 1562, The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. Chapter 1562, The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. What's going on with the city's mana? When the players in Zero Wing City felt the change in the mana density around them, they felt an indescribably pleasant sensation. However, this pleasant sensation didn't originate from bathing in high amounts of mana, but from a power that nourished their souls. While everyone lost themselves in the sensation, a few guild members noticed a change to their experience bars. The double EXP buff indicator, which usually only appeared after they rested in a private room, had actually popped up near their experience bars. This can't be real, right? We can actually accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city? That's not all. My stamina and concentration recovery rates are as high as when I recover in a hotel. Very quickly, more players inside the city discovered the peculiarities from bathing in the city's mana. So, this is the power of the 4 Towers of Elements? Aqua Rose could not help but grow ecstatic as she stared at one of the 4 towers of elements erected before her. She had been curious about Feng focusing on an advanced construction like the 4 towers of elements rather than setting up the city's basic infrastructure. He had even decided to open Zero Wing City to the public soon. Now, she finally understood his decisions. Although Zero Wing City still lacked many basic features a city ought to have, this special mana density was enough to secure Zero Wing's position in Star Moon Kingdom. No guild town could ever rival Zero Wing City with its advantages, whether it was in terms of guild development or the ability to attract players. Not only would Zero Wing City's incredibly high mana density be helpful to combat players, but it would also benefit lifestyle players. The city's mana also allowed players to accumulate the double EXP buff and improve their stamina and concentration recovery rates. These benefits might not attract players seeking to adventure in the Orc Empire, but to players who wanted to develop in Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City would be a holy land. Moreover, it was considerably easy for players to travel to Zero Wing City. Zero Wing had already garrisoned in Evernight City, and they could open a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Zero Wing City at any time. Aqua, make a trip to Evernight City and set up the teleportation array linking Zero Wing City and Evernight City. Once you're done, announce the link to the public. Feng, who had just emerged from the tower after drawing the final magic array, ordered. Alright, I'll head out immediately. Aqua Rose nodded, clearly excited. She then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Meanwhile, Yulan, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was still immersed in the city's ambient mana, unable to calm her pounding heart. Is this Zero Wing's true power? Yulan could not help but raise her head and look at Feng, indescribable shock filling her heart. She had to admit that Zero Wing was truly awe-inspiring. She finally understood why Feng didn't fear the Blackwater Corporation. In response to the surprised expression on Yulan's face, Feng merely chuckled. After all, this was only the beginning. Next, we'll need to build even more hotels and mana towers. Feng smiled at Zero Wing City's numerous empty plots of land. In reality, the 4 towers of elements effects weren't as simple as everyone assumed. It was an advanced construction that required 7 luminaries crystals. After all, not only would players enjoy double the recovery rates when resting in hotels, under the tower's influence, but the double EXP buff's accumulation rate would also double. With this, Zero Wing City's normal hotels were even more effective than 1-star private rooms in guild residences. Naturally, this improved the effect of guild residences' private rooms in Zero Wing City as well. This perk would make it far easier for players who strove to level up. Although players could only accumulate up to 1 level of the double EXP buff, that was extremely valuable. Just being able to accumulate the double EXP buff while resting was amazing. This was especially true for independent players, but this was only the tip of the iceberg. The 4 towers of elements' truly impressive aspect was their ability to increase the distance of teleportation. Although the teleportation distance to and from a city was determined on the city scale and mana density, the tower's minimum teleportation range was 3 million yards. At such a distance, one could easily cross 3 or more leveling maps. It covered even more distance than the 7 luminaries' ring space movement. The only downside was its significant cost. Teleporting every player required a significant amount of mana, the supply of which had to be in the form of magic crystals. The 4 towers of elements cost was nearly as much as a teleportation magic arrays. However, unlike the 4 towers of elements, the latter allowed players to teleport across extremely large distances. Even so, the various large guilds in the past had tried everything they could to obtain this function. Naturally, this function made it extremely convenient to travel to nearby leveling maps. As long as a map was within the tower's teleportation range, players could teleport after registering the proper coordinates, saving countless hours of travel time. Not only would players be able to level up far more quickly, but they could also explore further locations without hampering their development. According to Feng's estimates, the 4 towers of elements should be able to teleport players up to 4 million yards away with Zero Wing City's current standards. This meant that players could travel even further away than bewildering Forest Town in an instant. Players could teleport to the border between Star Moon Kingdom and the Orc Empire if he constructed a mana tower, the symbol of guild cities. In Zero Wing City, the 4 Towers of Elements might even be able to teleport players into the Orc Empire. If teleporting directly into the Orc Empire were possible, players seeking to travel to the Empire to level could do so via Zero Wing City. It would save players a lot of time, and they could avoid the Orc patrol squads guarding the Empire's borders. Zero Wing City's value to the public would soar. However, constructing the Mana Tower also wasn't easy. Unlike the Magic Tower, which was a defensive structure, the Mana Tower was a support building unique to cities. Unfortunately, despite the fact that guild cities could construct Mana Towers without the design, the construction required extremely rare and valuable materials. The mana ore, in particular, was incredibly difficult to obtain. Normally, obtaining mana ore wouldn't be a problem for Feng. It was entirely possible to purchase large quantities from the market. However, due to the Orc Empire, collecting 5,000 pieces of mana ore had become challenging. It seems that I'll have to deal with the disintegration armor as soon as possible. Feng could not help but glance at the disintegration debuff in his status window. As long as this debuff remained, he'd have a lot of trouble dealing with many issues. Following which, he turned to Yulan and said, "Yulan, from now on, I'd like you to manage Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town's Candlelight trading firm. If you need any help from the guild, you can look for Aqua Rose. I've already told her. You want me to take on such an important role?" Yulan was stunned. She had never dreamed that Feng considered her so important, allowing her to manage the trading firms in 2 integral locations. Stone Forest Town's trading firm was one of Zero Wing's main sources of income. As for the trading firm in Zero Wing City, there was no doubt that it would rake in even more income than Stone Forest Town MHM. "I trust in your abilities." Feng nodded. He had seen Yulan's management skills long ago. Moreover, Yulan was a 3-star merchant. Yulan fell silent as she evaluated the man before her. She simply could not understand what was going through Feng's mind. Normally, no guild would allow an outsider, who had recently joined the guild, to take on such an important management role, yet Feng had done so without hesitation. "Alright, but I won't be responsible if things go south," Yulan said, smiling. Feng couldn't help but laugh at Yulan's reply. He then notified Aqua Rose and had the 2 women work out the finer details amongst themselves. He then returned to Zero Wing's residence and collected some consumables and magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. He then used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den Central region. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began to spread the news of Zero Wing City opening to the public throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1563, Zero Wing City's Grand Opening. Chapter 1563, Zero Wing City's Grand Opening. The resulting response to the announcement of Zero Wing's opening paled in comparison to the announcement regarding Ancient Rock City. Due to small information leaks, players had already discovered Zero Wing City's location in Witch's Hill. The resource maps near Witch's Hill were ordinary and held little attraction for the majority of Star Moon Kingdom's players. Zero Wing City has already opened? This is good news. Zero Wing must be trying to earn money to stand against Heaven's Burial. It's a pity that there's nothing valuable about the city's location. At most, the city has more space to accommodate players. It likely won't hold up to Stone Forest Town's performance. I'd rather go to Stone Forest Town instead. I've heard that you even have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee to get into Zero Wing City. That's insane. Not even Ancient Rock City charges an entrance fee. What's so special about Zero Wing City that warrants an entrance fee? That's right. If I were an expert, I wouldn't visit Zero Wing City either. Besides, there's a ton of experts in Stone Forest Town. If I want to improve via duels, Stone Forest Town is undoubtedly the better choice. Although news of Zero Wing City's opening had spread across Star Moon Kingdom, very few players were interested in the city. Instead, the majority of the kingdom's players focused on a way to travel to the Orc Empire so they could earn contribution points to purchase said equipment, and Mount Zero Wing City would likely only be useful after they reached level 50 or 60. Does Zero Wing really think it can contend with Heaven's Burial just by having a city in Star Moon Kingdom? Galaxy Past was confused as he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Do they really plan to fight to the bitter end? While a guild city could generate more income than a guild town, the necessary investments were much higher. Zero Wing had only recently completed Zero Wing City, and the city's infrastructure wasn't yet perfected. The city still lacked the benefits of Stone Forest Town, not to mention Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City was an orc city, it already had all of the essential facilities. The city only lacked a teleportation array. However, Ancient Rock City's location was absolutely perfect. Countless players in multiple kingdoms and 2 empires had already set their sights on the Orc Empire's inner region. Heaven's Burial could make a fortune just from the repair and accommodation fees, not to mention the daily consumable items it sold. Galaxy Past wasn't the only one with such thoughts. When Star Moon Kingdom's upper echelons heard the news, they, too, thought that Zero Wing was trying to buy time. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't push out a half-completed guild city. Big Sis Aqua, although we've already spread the news, everyone still seems more interested in Ancient Rock City. Thus far, only a few merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us about garrisoning in Zero Wing City, a level 29 female summoner reported to Aqua Rose helplessly. The female summoner wore a light purple dress with a 1-star merchant's insignia pinned above her left breast. Before the announcement of Ancient Rock City's opening, plenty of merchant players had contacted them about conducting business in Zero Wing City. Various well-known adventurer teams had also expressed their interest in purchasing private houses. Unfortunately, before they had prepared the necessary contracts, Heaven's Burial had opened Ancient Rock City to the public. In the end, these merchant players and adventurer teams had abandoned Zero Wing City, making their way toward the competing Ancient Rock City. It's fine. Catching everyone's attention is enough for now. We just need to wait. Aqua Rose had expected this situation, so she wasn't surprised in the least by the public's reactions. If the merchant players and adventurer teams contact us again, tell them that these are our conditions. The female summoner was momentarily speechless as she read the list of conditions Aqua Rose had given her. They'd be lucky enough if they found any merchant players interested in renting Zero Wing City's shops. The new conditions Aqua Rose proposed were simply absurd. Initially, they had only planned to charge 120 gold per week for the shops in Zero Wing City's outer areas. This was already expensive compared to the rental prices in guild towns. The high-potential shops rental had been set at 200 gold per week, and those in the city's core would have cost 300 gold per week. Very few merchant players could afford such a high price. Normally, only guilds' trading firms could afford these shops' rent. Without sufficient sales, merchants might not even earn back the cost of their items after taking into account the weekly rent. Yet, Aqua Rose had raised the fees. If the merchant players were to find out about this, they would most likely choke from anger. Now, each shop in the outer areas would cost 240 gold per week, while shops with high potential had risen to 400 to 500 gold per week. Shops in the city's core would cost 700 to 1000 gold to rent per week. These prices were insane. They'd be seeking fools to rent Zero Wing City's shops, rather than merchant players. With 1000 gold, one could purchase a relatively valuable shop in another guild's town, yet in Zero Wing City, one could only rent a shop for a week. Only a fool would accept such a deal. We're sticking with these conditions. Whether they want to rent the shops or not is up to them, Aqua Rose informed the hesitating female summoner. Seriously, I understand. The female summoner had no choice but to nod. Aqua Rose was the boss, not her. As news of Zero Wing City's grand opening spread, some curious players made their way towards the city. Once players had reached their levels, the 30 copper entrance fee wouldn't hamper their development too much. At worst, they'd only pay the city one visit. Evernight City, Teleportation Hall. As always, Evernight City's Teleportation Hall was crowded with players. Boss, are we really going to Zero Wing City? A level 42 male assassin asked the mighty-looking swordsman before him. Barely anyone is visiting the city right now. Didn't we come to Star Moon Kingdom to improve our techniques? What's the point of visiting an empty city? Are you dumb? Don't you know how popular Stone Forest Town is right now? If we go to Stone Forest Town, we'll have to wait for a long time before we can rent a combat room. Moreover, our aim is to spar with members of our team, not other experts. Zero Wing City's environment might not be as good as Stone Forest Town's, but no one's there right now. We can rent the combat rooms there for special training. Once we've trained, we can visit Stone Forest Town, the level 44 swordsman said, laughing. Their adventurer team would have no trouble covering the 30 copper entrance fee for each of their members. Time was far more precious than the small expenditure. Hearing the swordsman's reasoning, the other team members agreed with their commander. Right now, their goal was to train in a high-mana environment, following which, the adventurer team's members followed the swordsman as they teleported to Zero Wing City. What a bunch of fools. They're actually going to Zero Wing City to train. Do they not know that Zero Wing City was only recently built? How could the mana density there possibly compare to Stone Forest Towns? Even if they have to waste some time while they wait in Stone Forest Town, it's better than going to Zero Wing City. When some of the players in the teleportation hall saw the adventurer team teleport to Zero Wing City, they could not help but laugh. However, in Zero Wing City, even after non-Zero Wing players arrived, the spacious teleportation hall was eerily silent despite the 100+ players within. Only after some time did sound echo throughout the building. What's going on? Why is the mana density so high? It is quite high. I've been to Stone Forest Town before, so I know how the mana density is there, but Zero Wing City's mana density is at least 30% higher. Wait. Look. It isn't just the mana density that's higher. My stamina and concentration recovery rates have increased significantly, as well. Huh. Guys, look at your experience bars. Mine actually shows the double EXP buff. This is amazing. I had only expected to rest and train here, but I can even accumulate the double EXP buff. The 30 copper coins were definitely well spent. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City quickly noticed the city's mana and its benefits, and they were ecstatic. 30 copper coins wasn't even a fraction of the cost of a hotel room in Stone Forest Town, yet after spending the few coins, they could constantly accumulate the double EXP buff regardless of where they were in Zero Wing City. They could also recover their stamina and concentration far faster. And these effects would last throughout their stay. They didn't even have to rent a room in a hotel. Chapter 1564, Popular Zero Wing City. Chapter 1564, Popular Zero Wing City. Following a brief moment of shock, the players visiting Zero Wing City for the first time left the teleportation hall. When these players left the building, they were shocked by what they saw. None of them had expected anything like this. The guild had only recently constructed Zero Wing City. Logically, it should still be relatively empty, but although there weren't many players on the street, there were plenty of NPCs. Several wandering merchant NPCs had already set up their stalls and were busy hawking their wares. As well, these wandering merchants sold a lot more items than those in Stone Forest Town. Normally, wandering merchants had no lack of rare items for sale. Adventurer teams and independent players were often willing to wait an entire day to purchase these rare items. However, these items were usually beyond the reach of ordinary players unless they were incredibly lucky. Yet, not a single player stood before Zero Wing City's wandering merchants. The players, fresh out of the teleportation hall, turned to look at each other and gulped. They then dashed toward the nearest wandering merchant NPC without hesitation, terrified that other players would snatch up the rare items first. Even if they couldn't use these items themselves, they could resell them and make a profit. The 30 copper coins they had spent to teleport to Zero Wing City was worthwhile. By reselling one of the wandering merchants' rare items, they could make far more than 30 copper in profit. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City burnt through all of their money. Even so, plenty of wandering merchants still had rare items in stock. Scorpion, notify the commander immediately. Tell him to bring every coin we have. This is our chance to make a fortune. When faced with the large number of rare items before them, everyone forgot their original goal in visiting Zero Wing City. They contacted their friends or adventurer teams to borrow enough money to take advantage of this valuable opportunity. As more players entered Zero Wing City, more people found out about Zero Wing City's benefits. More and more players were also coming to purchase rare items. Although players had tried suppressing the news regarding Zero Wing City's benefits, some players that couldn't afford to purchase any of these items decided to publish information on Star Moon Kingdom's forums out of spite. Large numbers of wandering merchants present in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's mana density is even higher. Stone Forest towns. Players can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. Pictures and videos available. There are so many wandering merchants. How is this possible? You can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city? As players continued to post videos and pictures of Zero Wing City on the forums, many of the players who had been interested in visiting Ancient Rock City shifted their sights to Zero Wing City. Nothing was more important than gaining levels and equipment to current players. This was especially true for independent players, who didn't get to enjoy guild benefits. It was difficult for independent players to achieve a leveling speed similar to guild players because they didn't have opportunities to accumulate the double EXP buff. Independent players could also enjoy a similar benefit just by paying 30 copper. They would get more than their money's worth. There were also plenty of wandering merchants in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City, which was receiving very little attention from players, became the target location for many independent players and adventurer teams. The players that hadn't had any intentions of traveling to the Orc Empire quickly made their way to Zero Wing City when they heard the news, hoping to get a good look at the city. As a result, Zero Wing City's player population skyrocketed. Many players in Stone Forest Town rushed over to Zero Wing City. They had only remained in Stone Forest Town because they had assumed that the town's mana density was higher. Now that they knew that Zero Wing City was superior to Stone Forest Town in this aspect, they would train in Zero Wing City instead. Shortly after Zero Wing City's grand opening, the player population rose from hundreds to tens of thousands. Moreover, this number continued to increase as time passed. Big Sis Aqua, good news. Based on Zero Wing City's current statistics, there are already over 300,000 players in the city, the female summoner named Yaya said joyfully. We've already grown past 300,000. Aqua Rose was also ecstatic to hear the news. A player population of 300,000 might not seem like much compared to Stone Forest Town's player population, which exceeded 1 million. But the value of Zero Wing City's player population was significantly superior. Any player that entered Zero Wing City would have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee. Since Zero Wing City's player population had exceeded 300,000, that meant the city had already collected over 900 gold in entrance fees. This was net profit. As more players visited Zero Wing City, the city's income would continue to rise. It was only a matter of time before the city's population exceeded 1 million. If Zero Wing City had a floating population of 1 million, the guild would make 3,000 gold in net profit every day. Even the Candlelight trading firm wasn't capable of making that much net profit in a single day. There was also the income from Zero Wing City's hotels and battle arena. The income from these two establishments would likely be on par with the entrance fees. They also had the rental fees from shops. Big Sis Aqua, several merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us again. They've stated that they wish to rent the city's shops. Are we really going to give them the new conditions? Yaya asked as she looked at Aqua Rose. The conditions Aqua Rose had proposed were simply ruthless. She worried that the merchant players would flee once they informed them of the changes. Of course. Once Zero Wing City's player population hits 1 million, we're going to increase this price further. Aqua Rose said with determination. Yaya didn't know that Zero Wing City was still an empty shelf. The many 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants Zero Wing City had contracted hadn't built their shops yet. Once their shops were complete, not only would they sell items at a more reliable rate than the wandering merchant NPCs, but they would sell even higher valued items. Even more players would be attracted to Zero Wing City then. Even a population of 2 or 3 million might not be impossible, much less 1 million. I understand. When Yaya heard Aqua Rose, she could not help but pity those merchant players. Had they agreed to lease Zero-Wing City's shops earlier, they would have been able to take advantage of the sudden development and made a huge profit. Now Aqua Rose would fleece them of every coin they had, following which, Yaya relayed Aqua Rose's conditions to the merchant players trying to conduct business in Zero-Wing City. This is fraudulent. Is Zero-Wing that desperate for money? Crap. A shop on a plot of land with good potential costs 400 gold a week? I might as well just buy a shop in a guild town. The merchant players that received Yaya's message paled and cursed Zero-Wing. If they tried to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, they would have to add over 57 gold to their daily expenditures. How many items would they have to sell to earn that back? Only large-scale merchant guilds would possibly dare to rent such an expensive shop. These large-scale merchant guilds were made up of merchant players spread across multiple countries. With their wide range of connections, they would be able to obtain many items that would be of great interest to players. 400 gold for a plot of land with good potential? It seems Zero-Wing is confident in its city's development. Susie, whom Feng had met in Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, smiled when she received Yaya's reply. This is a good opportunity. I might not be able to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, but I should be able to rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although a large number of merchant players chose to give up on doing business in Zero-Wing City, there were still a few of them that decided to bite the bullet and rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although the rental fee of 240 gold per week was still expensive, at least they could save on some of their cost. As Zero-Wing City became increasingly popular, Feng had arrived at the Dark Den's central area using Moloch's Ring, the World Summit. This was a place created by numerous gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. When Feng returned to the World Summit's outer area once again, he felt that the place had changed since his last visit. More precisely, it wasn't the World Summit that had changed, but himself. When he visited the World Summit previously, he had merely been a Tier 1 player. He had been weaker in both perception and physique. He also hadn't had a clear understanding of what kind of place the World Summit was. This time, however, he noticed far more details. He could feel a strange power filling the area. This power gave off a cloud-like feeling. Although it felt vague, it had even suppressed the disintegration power's effects in his body. The disintegrated debuff had weakened his basic attributes by 50%. Now, his basic attributes were only 30% less than normal. This strange power's effect was striking. Moreover, the closer he got to the World Summit, the stronger the strange power became. Sure enough, the World Summit is extraordinary. It should be quite possible to obtain god crystals here. Feng took a look at the distant mountain that pierced the clouds. He had been in a rush during his first visit. He had wanted to secure the Bible of Darkness and leave as quickly as possible. He hadn't bothered to explore the World Summit and the surrounding areas properly. Now that he had returned, he had to research the area. After all, gods had created this place. If he had obtained so much from the moon god's old residence, the harvest he could obtain from a gathering place for many gods would be extraordinary. His goal was to obtain god crystals. The more god crystals he obtained, the better, since he had so many uses for them. Aside from the disintegration armor, he needed god crystals to repair his equipment, such as the Nightwalker's cape and soul orb. He had to search for any possible locations to obtain god crystals, following which, Feng began to explore the World Summit. Time passed quickly. Before he realized it, he had already spent over 10 hours exploring. The World Summit's map was very large. It was like a large-scale leveling map. There were deserts, forests, and canyons around the World Summit. The map itself was like a miniature world. However, aside from the Golden Avenue, the other locations didn't house a single living creature. Don't tell me that I can only obtain treasures by entering the World Summit itself? Feng was speechless. While there were many treasures in the World Summit, there were quite a few problems he would have while inside. The amount of time a player could remain in the World Summit was based on the strength they displayed previously. He had fought desperately to gain barely enough time to secure the Bible of Darkness. Although he had grown a lot stronger since his previous visit, and he should be able to secure more time, he didn't think that he could gather enough god crystals to repair the disintegration armor after entering the world summit, although countless shrines dotted the mountain. Activating each shrine would cost a corresponding amount of time. It was obvious that obtaining 1 or 2 god crystals wouldn't be sufficient to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor, and no matter how he looked at it, he should only be able to find god crystals in the epic ranked and above shrines. In that case, according to his estimates, he'd be quite fortunate if he could activate 2 or 3 epic shrines. Just as Feng was about to give up on exploring the area and reached the Golden Avenue, he discovered something unbelievable. What's going on? Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at the Golden Avenue players. Other players had actually arrived in this special space. The most unbelievable part was the number of players. There were more than 20 players just within his vision range right now. These players didn't seem to belong to a single, large team. They moved in parties of 3 to 5 people, and they were clearly on high alert despite the fact that attacks weren't permitted on the Golden Avenue. Feng also sensed the power of darkness radiating from these players. To be more precise, it was the power of demons. These 20-plus players were all demon players. When the demon players noticed Feng, they weren't particularly surprised. They simply glanced at Feng before continuing to make their way toward the World Summit. Could there be another method of entering this place aside from Moloch's ring? After watching the group of players walk away, Feng quickly noticed several more demon players approach from behind them. It was obvious that there were quite a lot of demon players that had arrived in the World Summit. It was also clear that the demon players didn't arrive at this place using Moloch's ring. Instead, 2 players wearing black cloaks, 1 male and 1 female, approached Feng as he pondered. The man looked like a savage with his unkempt hair, while the woman was a beauty with an extraordinary body. A broken sword also hung from the woman's waist. Feng had met both these players before. One of them was Brute Spear, whom he had met on Demon Island, and the other one was Hidden Soul, the holder of Pride in the Flower of 7 Sins. He never thought that he would meet these 2 in the World Summit. "Fellow friend, are you alone? How about partying up with us?" Brute Spear asked Feng, who fully hid his appearance behind a black cloak. Smiling, he continued, "I believe you should know that you'll need to have a lot of time if you want to take advantage of the World Summit. The amount of time allotted if you clear the entrance test by yourself is too limited. You won't be able to explore much with so little time. If you challenge the test as parties of 3 or 5, you'll be able to obtain much more time. How much time each person will get in the end will depend on your own abilities." Among the members of the Sin of Pride, only Hidden Soul and himself had arrived at the World Summit. Most of the other players that had arrived at the World Summit had formed their own parties. Even players that had arrived alone would opt to join 5-man parties rather than a 3-man party like theirs. The difficulty of the entrance test at the World Summit greatly differed depending on if you were challenging the test as an individual or as a party. In the case of parties, the difficulty was no different if you were in a party of 3 or 5. The total amount of time allotted to a party would also remain the same. Each player in a party of 5 would get less than a party of 3. However, a party of 5 would undoubtedly have greater survivability and overall strength, which would allow the party to challenge a test of greater difficulty and gain more total time. Now that they had encountered Feng, who looked to be alone, he naturally had to ask and see if he were interested. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to take the party test and would have to resort to the individual test. Challenging the test as a party gives more time. When Feng heard Brute Spear's words, he more or less understood the gist of the situation. He then nodded and said, "All right, I'll join your party." Based on Brute Spear's words, he could tell that the man was relatively familiar with the World Summit previously. Feng had come as an individual, so he didn't notice that there was a party mode for the test. Judging by how experts like Brute Spear and Hidden Soul were willing to accept a stranger like himself into their party before even confirming his strength, he could tell that the party test was much more rewarding than the individual test. Otherwise, Brute Spear wouldn't bother inviting him at all. Experts on Brute Spear and Hidden Soul's caliber were relatively prideful. If they were capable of achieving their goal on their own, they wouldn't ask for help, especially not from a stranger. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Brother, it seems you're quite a sensible person as well. If something can be done in a party of 3, there's naturally no need to do it in a party of 5. Let's hurry up and head for the test, then. Brute Spear laughed when Feng agreed to his invite. Hidden Soul merely glanced at Feng before continuing on her way toward the World Summit silently. It was clear that she held no interest in knowing a hanger-on like Feng. Brother, don't mind it. Our commander is always like this, Brute Spear explained awkwardly. That's understandable. Feng didn't say much about Hidden Soul's response. After all, his thoughts were exactly the same as Hidden Soul's. They were merely using each other for their own benefits and were far from being friends. There was naturally no need to act chummy with each other. Feng, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear walked along the Golden Avenue and made their way towards the World Summit. Chapter 1566, Epic Party Test. Chapter 1566, Epic Party Test. After reaching the altar at the World Summit's foot, Feng discovered that there were easily over 100 players. The majority of these players wore black cloaks, but there were some that didn't hide their identities and levels. There sure are a lot of experts. Feng looked at everyone. Has the development of demon players reached such an extent already? Even the weakest player present was level 48, while some had already reached level 49. These players could easily rank at the top of an empire's ranking list. These players also had the capability to transform into demons, which would further enhance their strength. The players that hid their names and levels were likely also powerful. There were many non-human races in God's domain. The demon race ranked near the top in terms of strength. However, these races generally developed slowly during the early stages of the game. On their way here, Feng had learned from Brute Spear that every demon player capable of entering this place was a demon noble. This was a benefit available only to demon players who had become demon nobles. However, it was not easy to come to the World Summit either. They not only had to pay 1,000 magic crystals, but they also had to complete many quests from a demon king. They would only gain one chance to enter the World Summit after they had accumulated sufficient contribution points. There was only one opportunity to enter the World Summit every 3 days in God's domain. It was extremely difficult for demon players to obtain a noble rank. There were over 100 demon nobles here now. One could already imagine how many ordinary demon players there were in God's domain. Meanwhile, even at the lowest demon noble rank, Tier 1 demon players would have their physique and basic attributes improved enough to rival ordinary Tier 2 players when they transformed into demons. The 100+ demon players present could already be considered Tier 2 players. A party of 5 was just finishing their battle at the altar when Feng's group approached it. As the 5 players sat on the floor panting, expressions of excitement surfaced on their faces. What a powerful party! Although just barely, they actually cleared the Dark Gold test. They'll have a good time inside the World Summit. Not only would they gain the key to open Dark Gold shrines, but they can also visit a few fine gold shrines. It's a pity that they're a 5-man party. If they were a 3-man party instead, they'd have enough time to visit 2 Dark Gold shrines even if their test just barely made the mark for Dark Gold rank. If they hurry, they might even get to enter 3 Dark Gold shrines. Even so, it's already a good result. After all, the previous few parties have cleared the fine gold test. Envy and admiration filled the players below the altar as they looked at the party on it. There were also some that pitted the party. Based on everyone's reactions, it was clear that they were all familiar with the World Summit's entrance test. Even without the system's notifications, these players could guess the rank of the test the party of 5 undertook. No wonder they said that parties get more time. So, this is the case. Realization dawned on Feng as he watched the battles on the altar. After watching several parties of demon players challenge the entrance test, he more or less understood how the party test worked compared to the individual test. The party test presented players with a considerable advantage. For the individual test, players were required to go up against 10 monsters simultaneously. For the party test, regardless of its size, players would have to go up against only 20 monsters simultaneously. Of course, there were also downsides for challenging the party test. First, the monster's minimum standard one could challenge in the party test was different. For the individual test, the weakest monster available for players to choose from was a common monster, whereas the weakest monster available for the party test was a special elite second. It was far more difficult for parties to achieve the Dark Gold rank in their tests. For example, when Feng challenged the test, he was able to achieve the Dark Gold rank just by challenging 1 Lord and 9 Chieftains. Parties needed to challenge a minimum of 1 Great Lord, 5 High Lords, and 14 Chieftains. The difficulty for parties was considerably higher. Players were able to exhibit greater strength in a group than monsters though. If a party of 5 had a good class configuration, such as having 1 MT, 1 healer, and 3 DPS, the party would have a good chance at clearing the Dark Gold party test. Moreover, the entrance test allowed external items. Only summoning scrolls and personal guards were barred. Hence, it wasn't impossible to clear a Dark Gold party test. Among the several parties Feng had watched clear the Dark Gold party test thus far, most of them had relied on magic scrolls and special tools. A party of 3 approached Feng's group while they were waiting for their turn. However, these 3 players didn't pay any attention whatsoever to Feng. Instead, their gazes focused on Hidden Soul. I didn't expect you to come here. I suggest that you give up on the quest this time. The Sin of Wrath will obtain that item. Or do you really think that you can clear the epic test even with a hanger-on in your party? A 2-meter-tall, cloaked man carrying a massive, pitch-black broken blade said, laughing as he looked at Hidden Soul. You are courageous to waste 2 slots by coming here. If not for your elder brother strongly recommending you, you'd never have obtained the position you have today. I believe that things would get interesting if your brother found out about this. Upon hearing the robust man's words, Hidden Soul's complexion darkened. Entering the World Summit wasn't an easy task. There were only a limited number of quests assigned by Demon Kings. As a result, it would be very difficult for players to enter the World Summit. Demon players would normally only use up their chance to enter the World Summit after gathering a party of 3 or 5. The matter this time was relatively urgent. If she didn't obtain that item, she wouldn't be able to achieve her following goals. Hence, she had no choice but to enter the World Summit with only one of her subordinates. Skyhawk, don't go thinking that you wraths are amazing. We'll show you who's the truly strong one later on. Brute Spear said as he stood forward and looked at the man carrying the broken blade. Isn't it obvious who's the stronger party here? Brute Spear, I advise you to join the Sin of Wrath. You'll have a much better future here. Do you think you can achieve anything by following a new commander? The man named Skyhawk said, glancing at Brute Spear. It just so happens that it's our turn to take the test now. We'll let you take a close look at the difference in strength between us. Skyhawk and his 2 companions walked up to the altar and began their test. As a 3-man party, it would be difficult for them to clear the Dark Gold test. The trio had chosen to challenge the epic test instead anyway. 1 Grand Lord, 4 Great Lords, and 15 Chieftains appeared above the altar. The instant these monsters appeared, a commotion erupted below the altar. Who are these 3? Crap! That's a Grand Lord. Could those 3 be challenging the epic test? Everyone was dumbfounded by the difficulty of the test Skyhawk's party had challenged. Only a few of the parties that challenged the entrance test managed to clear the Dark Gold test. Most of these parties had only just barely managed to clear the test after using all sorts of tools. This was the first time they were seeing anyone challenging the epic test. The moment the battle began, the trio took a Tier 3 magic scrolls from each of their bags, a defensive scroll, a large-scale destruction magic scroll, and a domain scroll. The monsters that appeared above the altar had much lower HP than ordinary monsters. They also possessed monotonous skills, making them relatively easy to kill. Before using the 3 magic scrolls, the trio simultaneously used their berserk skills. Then, they each took out and drank a potion. The mana surrounding them went berserk. The burning mana potion? Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the potion the trio consumed. The burning mana potion was a master-ranked potion. When consumed, the potion ignited one's mana and tripled the effectiveness of their skills and spells. The potion only had a short duration of 6 seconds. it was a very rare and powerful berserk potion. While Skyhawk's group prepared, the 20 combat puppets didn't idle around, either. However, before the combat puppets could even get close to the three, they were stopped by a magic barrier. Not even the Grand Lord combat puppet could shake the magic barrier. A domain skill descended on the combat puppets, reducing the monster's basic attributes by 40% immediately after. An arc of golden lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the combat puppets, instantly killing all 15 chieftains. In the blink of an eye, only one Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords remained on the altar. Although the 5 remaining combat puppets only lost a small portion of their HPs, the large-scale destruction spell injured them badly, their combat power decreasing even further after the domain skill weakened them. The Guardian Knight standing on Skyhawk's right moved forward and used an AoE taunt, instantly securing the aggro of the 6 combat puppets. The Cleric standing on Skyhawk's left continuously cast healing spells on the Guardian Knight. Skyhawk controlled the 5 thorny vines summoned by his domain skill and continuously bombarded the combat puppets with attacks, each attack dealing tens of thousands of damage. Meanwhile, even the Grand Lord ranked combat puppet only had a maximum HP of 16,200,000 after being weakened after a few short minutes. The remaining 6 combat puppets collapsed to the ground. Skyhawk's party smoothly cleared the epic test. They were too strong. Who are these people? Everyone below the stage was dumbfounded. When the previous parties had challenged the entrance test, they had ended up dead tired by the time they had completed it, yet despite challenging an epic test, Skyhawk's party cleared it without breaking a sweat. Standing on the altar, Skyhawk sent Hidden Soul a provocative glance before laughing and stepping down from the stage to rest. It was as if he had said, "Can you do that? Damn it! When did they gather such a set of Tier 3 magic scrolls?" Brute Spear growled in frustration as he looked at Skyhawk's party. Envy flashed in his eyes. Although Hidden Soul didn't comment, she didn't look pleased. "It'll be our turn in a moment. I've already stated our goal, we aim for epic rank. If you wish to withdraw, you can do so now. I won't try to force the matter. You've already seen the difficulty of the epic test. If you wish to continue, I only have one request, although I don't know how powerful you are exactly, and that is to figure out a way to distract one Great Lord," Hidden Soul said as she turned to Feng. Truthfully, the epic test was far more difficult than she had expected. Although she had prepared, she wasn't confident of clearing the test. Players only had one opportunity to challenge the entrance test during each visit to the World Summit. If they failed, they would have to wait until they returned. "There are no problems on my side." Feng nodded. Epic rank had been his goal all along, Commander, you see? I knew I picked the right person. Brute Spear said and laughed when he saw Feng's unwavering attitude. Hidden Soul simply smiled and didn't say anything else. After another party finished their test, Feng's group's turn to challenge it finally arrived. "Alright, let's go." Hidden Soul started walking towards the altar. Chapter 1567, Different Goals. Chapter 1567, Different Goals. As Feng's 3-man party ascended the altar, Skyhawk and the others, who rested and recovered their concentration and stamina before the mountain, turned to watch. "Commander, Hidden Soul's party is up next." What a joke! An assassin, a berserker, and a swordsman? Do they really plan to challenge the epic test with that kind of party configuration? If she really lets these slots go to waste, not even her brother can help her keep her position. After sending Hidden Soul a contemptuous glance, Skyhawk closed his eyes and focused on recuperation, paying no attention to the upcoming battle. He had severely depleted both his stamina and concentration in the previous intense battle. Although the World Summit was a relatively safe place, it was not completely void of danger. He had to remain in peak condition. As soon as Feng stepped on the altar, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: defeat all enemies before you, and you will be granted entry to the World Summit system. As a 3-man party, you will gain 30 minutes for every special elite killed, 100 minutes for chieftains, 500 minutes for lords, 1,000 minutes for high lords, 2,000 minutes for great lords, and 5,000 minutes for grand lord system. Your party must choose 20 monsters to face. If you are unable to defeat your opponents, you will die. System. As a 3-man party, the party leader may choose 10 monsters, while party members may choose 5 monsters each. The chosen monsters will prioritize the players that chose them. Your party has 10 minutes to consider. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeit. You will die if you forfeit. Based on our previous discussion, I'll choose 1 Grand Lord and 9 Chieftains. Brute, you'll choose 3 Great Lords and 2 Chieftains. Maple Leaf, you'll choose 1 Great Lord and 4 Chieftains. Try to buy as much time as possible. Brute and I will deal with the Chieftains as quickly as possible, and then we'll focus on your Great Lord, Hidden Soul said as she looked at Feng. Understood. Feng nodded. Feng hadn't given Hidden Soul and Brute Spear any of the names he usually used. Instead, he had given them a fake name that he had thought up on the Flythe World Summit was a paradise of treasure. It was also a hub for demon players. It certainly wasn't a good idea to expose either his Yifeng ID or Black Flame ID. Hence, he had decided to use another name to avoid complications. Moreover, he had the Nightwalker's cape. Even if others used high-ranking identification skills on him, they couldn't see through his concealment. When Feng nodded, Hidden Soul chose her monsters. However, once Feng chose his Great Lord, he didn't immediately select 4 chieftains. Instead, he chose 1 Grand Lord and 3 chieftains. Now that he had the rare opportunity of joining a party in the World Summit, he had to earn as much time as possible. After all, he needed to secure a large number of God crystals, not just 1 or 2. Even though an epic party test would award a lot of time, it wasn't enough for his purposes. Moreover, since Hidden Soul and Brute Spear were confident of dealing with their own monsters, trading 1 chieftain for a Grand Lord wouldn't matter much. By the time Feng finished with his selection, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear had finished choosing their monsters. Following which, they quietly waited for their chosen monsters to spawn. When their allotted 10 minutes ended, a magic array formed above the altar. Combat puppets then dropped from the magic array. Once the 20 combat puppets had spawned, gasps filled the air. What? More players are challenging the epic difficulty? Huh? Wait. Why are there 2 Grand Lords? Did they select 1 by accident? That shouldn't be the case. How could they possibly mess up such an important decision? If they really made a mistake, they'll lose their lives. Everyone below the altar was dumbfounded when they saw the combat puppets. In their opinion, the epic party test was already difficult enough. Adding a single Great Lord would amplify the test's difficulty, not to mention adding an extra Grand Lord. Although Skyhawk's party seemed to have cleared the epic test relatively easily, it had been the result of precise calculation. The Guardian Knight had only tanked 1 Purgatory puppet and 4 Magisteel puppets due to the domain skill suppression. However, had there been 1 more Magisteel puppet, the Guardian Knight would not have been able to maintain his HP above a safe margin. In that case, Skyhawk's party would have likely died before the combat puppets. The players weren't the only ones who were stupefied. The sudden arrival of 2 Grand Lords on the altar stunned Hidden Soul and Brute Spear. Purgatory Puppet, Grand Lord. Level 49. HP 27,000,000/27,000,000. Magisteel Puppet, Great Lord. Level 49. HP 16,000,000/16,000,000. Silver Puppet, Chieftain. Level 49. HP 1-400,000/1-400,000. It seems that I guessed correctly. Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the combat puppets' levels. He was currently level 60. To current players, this was an absurdly high level, and he wanted to keep this from others. However, the World Summit's entrance test decided the trial monsters' levels based on the highest leveled player in the party. Hence, Feng had utilized the growth system and temporarily lowered his level to the next highest leveled player in the party. Although doing so would reduce his basic attributes, it would not affect the quality of his equipment. This mechanic had been created to allow high-level players to help their lower-leveled companions grind and level quickly, as players of significantly higher levels would take the majority of a monster's EXP. Now, however, this mechanic had helped Feng avoid exposing his level and lower the difficulty of the test. Has Hidden Soul lost her mind? Skyhawk was astonished when he saw the two purgatory puppets on the altar. He had personally experienced the power of a purgatory puppet. Although it didn't have as much HP as a normal Grand Lord, its combat power was the real deal. If not for the Tier 3 domain skill suppressing and attacking the purgatory puppet, his party wouldn't have defeated the Grand Lord. Based on his information, the Sin of Pride shouldn't have any Tier 3 domain scrolls. Even if Hidden Soul had one, how could a berserker like Brute Spear possibly hold two Grand Lords on his own? Hidden Soul's party didn't even have a healer. Everyone was flabbergasted. But what they didn't know was that Hidden Soul was more confused than any of them. However, once the combat puppets appeared, they didn't give Hidden Soul much time to consider the surprising development. Immediately, the 20 combat puppets charged at the 3 players before them. Commander, what should we do? Brute Spear panicked. We don't have any other choice. We'll use our Berserk skills and the 2 mana soul crystals. Then we'll use Tier 3 magic scrolls to kill the chieftains. Kill as many as you can. Hidden Soul gritted her teeth as she took a crystal shard from her bag that radiated a dark purple glow and threw it on the ground reluctantly. Brute Spear retrieved a similar crystal shard and did the same. When the 2 mana soul crystals shattered, the space around the party grew stagnant. As a result, the approaching combat puppets' movements stiffened slightly. At the same time, their basic attributes decreased by 20%. Unfortunately, despite being weakened, the purgatory puppets were still significantly stronger than great lords of the same level in terms of attributes. Meanwhile, although both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear wore top-tier equipment, their attributes could only rival a great lord of the same level even after they activated their berserk skills. They were still no match against the weakened purgatory puppets. Despite knowing this, however, Hidden Soul clenched her jaw and fought with everything she had. Both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear simultaneously used a Tier 3 magic scroll, with one containing a control spell, and the other containing a large-scale destruction spell. The scrolls temporarily immobilized all of the combat puppets, but after the large-scale destruction spell struck, the silver puppets still had over 50% of their HPs remaining. Seeing this, Hidden Soul quickly took out and used another large-scale destruction magic scroll in quick succession. Hidden Soul used 3 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, killing all chieftain-ranked silver puppets. Although the large-scale destruction spells dealt a lot of damage, their effects were no match for those that Skyhawk had used after consuming the mana-burning potion. As a result, Hidden Soul's large-scale destruction spells. A moment later, both purgatory puppets arrived before Hidden Soul and only heavily injured the Great Lord-ranked Magisteel puppets. As for the Grand Lord-ranked purgatory puppets, they had only lost some HP, their bodies were still intact. Brandishing their one-handed sabers against the female assassin, each of the purgatory puppets had 2 pairs of arms, so Hidden Soul had to face 8 sabers simultaneously. As the purgatory puppets attacked, they sealed off all paths of retreat. Seeing this, Hidden Soul had no choice but to activate Wind Steps and utilize the brief period of invulnerability the skill granted to block the incoming attacks and retreat. She planned to kite the Grand Lords, since fighting them head-on would be suicidal. Unfortunately, before she could get 10 yards away from the monsters, both purgatory puppets caught up with her. One purgatory puppet appeared beside her and sent an energy slash to cut off her path, while the other attacked from behind so fast. Realizing that she couldn't advance, Hidden Soul spun around and met the purgatory puppet behind her. Hidden Soul gracefully avoided half of the purgatory puppet's dozen or so attacks. She deflected the remaining strikes with her daggers and used the force to push her away from both puppets. At the same time, she also used the force of the attacks to push herself away from both purgatory puppets. As a result of deflecting several of the purgatory puppets' attacks, Hidden Soul lost over 8,000 HP. After activating her Berserk skill, Hidden Soul only had slightly more than 90,000 HP in total. Hence, she couldn't ignore such high damage yet. seconds after Hidden Soul escaped from the pincer attack, the other Purgatory puppet leaped powerfully and arrived before her, launching yet another pincer attack. And here I thought Hidden Soul was strong enough to actually challenge two Purgatory puppets. She's definitely going to die. Her party wouldn't be able to hold its ground against one Purgatory puppet. They don't even have a healer. The suppression they're using against the puppets isn't strong enough. Even if they used regeneration potions to recover their HPs, they wouldn't last long. In the end, no matter what they do, they'll still die. That's right. She has overestimated herself. Does she think she can do anything just because she has high combat standards? The Guardian Knight and Cleric in Skyhawk's party quietly ridiculed Hidden Soul as they watched the female assassin desperately flee from the two Purgatory puppets. As for Skyhawk, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the battle on the altar. The outcome of this test was already evident. Is this the end? Hidden Soul could not help her bitter smile when she saw that her HP had fallen below the 30% threshold. The two Purgatory puppets launched another two-pronged assault against the assassin, but just as everyone assumed the battle would end, the air above the altar rippled suddenly. The Purgatory puppets, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear felt weaker. A shadow then appeared behind one of the Purgatory puppets, followed by a blue flash. The Purgatory puppet was abruptly thrown over a dozen yards away, slamming into the altar as it landed. Maple? Seeing this, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear turned to their mysterious companion with wide eyes. Chapter 1568, Mysterious Demon Expert. Chapter 1568, Mysterious Demon Expert. Feng's sudden interference stunned every watching player. Impossible. That's a Grand Lord. What did he do? Grand Lords had an overwhelming strength advantage against Tier 1 players of the same level. At this stage of the game, aside from peak MTs, players could barely block a Grand Lord's attack after activating a Berserk skill. Yet, not only had Feng blocked the Purgatory puppet's attack, but he had also sent it flying. Before anyone could react, Feng moved again and appeared before the other Purgatory puppet. His sacred sword curved past the puppet's four sabers and struck the Grand Lord's chest like a bullet. The Purgatory demon's body shot backward upon coming into contact with Killing Ray, smashing into the ground after flying across over a dozen yards. At the same time, a damage of over -20,000 appeared above its head in the blink of an eye. Feng had successfully pulled Hidden Soul from her precarious situation. Feng then used the Aura of Water's life domain, recovering 10% of both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear's HP every second for 30 seconds before Hidden Soul could say anything. Feng got ahead of her and said, "We don't have time. I'll make things simple. We need to deal with these two Purgatory puppets before our Berserk skills end. Otherwise, they'll whittle us down until we die. From now on, I'll tank both Grand Lords while you attack with everything you've got." Although the Purgatory puppets had far less HP than a normal Grand Lord's, they still had a base HP of 27 million. Even after the Mana Soul Crystals and Disintegration Field Suppression, both Purgatory puppets had retained 60% of their basic attributes, putting their HPs at 16,200,000. This meant that they would recover 162,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if all three players attacked the two Grand Lords with everything they had, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat them. Furthermore, only two of them would be free to fight the Purgatory puppets, as Brute Spear was busy with the Great Lord-ranked Magisteel puppets. They had to make good use of every second they had. Fortunately, after stepping up to the altar, the disintegrated debuff suppressing Feng's basic attributes had disappeared, which allowed him to fight at his peak. Even so, he needed to activate a Berserk skill to suppress a Grand Lord of the same level. Once his Berserk skill's duration ended, fighting the Purgatory puppets would become far more troublesome. Hearing this, Hidden Soul realized the severity of the situation. She nodded and mentally pushed away the questions plaguing her mind. By this time, the two Purgatory puppets had recovered from Feng's attacks, staring at the Swordsman with emotionless, crimson eyes. The Grand Lords then released out an angry bellow, their sabers flashing as they emitted scorching, emerald flames. This move was none other than the Purgatory puppet's trademark move, Purgatory Blade. It seems the purgatory puppets are finally getting serious. It'll be even more difficult to take them down now. When the spectating crowd saw the emerald flames dance on the sabers, they unconsciously gulped. Not only did Purgatory Blade increase the might of the Purgatory Puppet's attacks significantly, but it also improved the Grand Lord's attack range and attack speed. Skyhawk's party had relied on their Guardian Knight's life-saving skill to stand against the Purgatory Puppet's Purgatory Blade, and Skyhawk had used a portion of the thorny vines he had summoned with his Tier 3 domain skill to help block the attacks. Only after doing so had Skyhawk's party managed to survive through the Purgatory Blade's 20-second duration. However, Feng's party did not include an MT. It didn't have any healers, either. Defending against the Purgatory Puppet's skill would be far more difficult for their party. The Grand Lord's attack range bonus from the skill was also terrifyingly vast, making their attacks impossible to dodge. "I'll aggro one," Hidden Soul hurriedly declared after seeing the Grand Lords activate Purgatory Blade. It is impossible for non-MT classes to tank both at the same time. Their party's situation wasn't like Skyhawk's. Skyhawk's party had only faced one Purgatory Puppet, whereas their party had to deal with two. When Skyhawk's Purgatory Puppet had used Purgatory Blade, even the Guardian Knight nearly died after activating a life-saving skill. Needless to say, the Grand Lord's attacks would annihilate any other class. "No. I can hold both of them by myself. You just need to focus on dealing damage," Feng said, grinning as he dashed at the two approaching Purgatory Puppets. At the same time, he activated the Abyssal Blade's Phantom Kill. Suddenly, Feng split into two copies of himself. Each copy then moved to take on a Purgatory Puppet, a doppelganger. Hidden Soul was stunned when she saw Feng split into two. She had never considered that he would have such a skill. Although a doppelganger's basic attributes were than the main bodies, a doppelganger's death wouldn't affect the player. Hence, using the doppelganger to waste a Purgatory Puppet skill was definitely a wise decision. If the player controlled their doppelganger properly, it might even last through the Purgatory Blade's 20-second duration without mishaps. As Hidden Soul pondered, she was shocked yet again. Both Feng and his doppelganger brandished their swords and clashed with the Purgatory Puppet's emerald sabers. When the opposing weapons collided, not only did Feng and his doppelganger successfully block the attacks, but they also held their ground. In the end, both Feng and his doppelganger blocked every one of the dozen or so attacks each Purgatory Puppet launched. Although the two swordsmen lost some HP as the emerald fire burned them, the damage was insignificant with life domain's recovery effect. Seeing this, the spectating crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is that really a doppelganger? Aren't doppelgangers supposed to have weaker attributes than the main body? That doppelganger seems just as powerful as the main body. Crap. That guy can actually keep up with the Purgatory Puppet's rapid attacks while controlling both his body and his doppelganger. What kind of reaction speed does he have? Amazing. No wonder they dared to challenge two Purgatory Puppets. An expert. He is definitely one of God's domain's monster-level experts. Does anyone know who that is? I know quite a few expert demon players, but I've never seen such a powerful swordsman. As the battle on the altar progressed, the crowd's interest in Feng grew exponentially. This was the first time they had ever seen a swordsman block two Grand Lords of the same level by himself. Many of the demon players present even considered trying to befriend Feng. The competition was far more intense between demon players than it was between ordinary players. They placed far more value on strength. This was due to the extreme difficulty of the quests demon players had to complete. If they could befriend a demon expert like Feng, the man might even help them with their quests. With his help, they could rise through the demonic noble ranks. Isn't he the player that Hidden Soul randomly invited into her party? How is he so strong? Skyhawk was astounded as he watched Feng hold his ground against two Purgatory Puppets. The strength Feng displayed was simply terrifying. Is he some trump card Hidden Soul deliberately hid? Experts of Feng's caliber were incredibly rare, not to mention a demon player of such caliber. In Skyhawk's opinion, Hidden Soul must know Feng personally. While the spectating crowd voiced their opinions of Feng, the two Purgatory puppets steadily lost HP once Purgatory Blade ended. Feng could occasionally launch counterattacks while blocking the Grand Lord strikes. Every one of his ordinary attacks easily dealt over -20,000 damage, while his skills dealt over -60,000. When he used skills such as Shadow Blade and Flame Burst, his damage soared past -100,000 per hit. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul attacked one of the two Purgatory puppets in a frenzy. From time to time, when most of her powerful skills were on cooldown, she attacked with Tier 2 or 3 magic scrolls. As a result, the Purgatory puppet she targeted lost HP rapidly midway through the battle, though, the duration of Feng's doppelganger ran out. As a result, Feng was forced to deal with two Purgatory puppets personally. Fortunately, he had an advantage over his enemies with his attributes, so he could still tank the two combat puppets without much issue. Only, his DPS suffered as a result. Fortunately, under Hidden Soul's full-powered assault, the duo defeated one of the Purgatory puppets after 5 minutes of continuous fighting. Defeating one also alleviated the pressure on Feng. Since he used the power of darkness, the attribute enhancement remained intact even after fighting for so long. In contrast, Hidden Soul's Berserk skill had long since ended, and she had no choice but to transform into her demon form to increase her combat power. When Phantom Kill's cooldown ended, Feng summoned his doppelganger once more, significantly increasing their total DPS in the end. Feng still had 1 minute with Power of Darkness by the time the final Purgatory puppet collapsed. As for the remaining Great Lord ranked Magisteel puppets, Feng's basic attributes were far superior even without a Berserk skill. Furthermore, his Berserk skill was still active, following which, Feng easily pushed around the Magisteel puppets. When the final Magisteel puppet died, the crowd below the altar fell silent. These players only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. Feng and his two companions heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 1569, Inferior Legendary Rank. Chapter 1569, Inferior Legendary Rank. As the final Magisteel puppet's HP reached 0, both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear breathed a sigh of relief. Commander, we succeeded. Brute Spear excitedly announced they had merely intended on giving the entrance test a try. After all, they already knew how difficult the epic party test was. Moreover, their party's configuration wasn't particularly favorable, which only lowered their success rate. They never thought that they would actually defeat the two Purgatory puppets and pass the entrance test. That's right, we succeeded. Even Hidden Soul, who had maintained a solemn expression, could not help but reveal a joyful smile. She then shifted her gaze to Feng, the questions she had previously suppressed resurfacing in her mind. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't chosen two Purgatory puppets accidentally. It was also unlikely that the system had made an error. Moreover, Feng had been calm when he faced the two Grand Lords, as if he had expected the situation. This proved that the Swordsman had chosen the extra Purgatory puppet. Moreover, Feng should have no information about her or Brute Spear's strengths, yet he had made such a decision. This proved that Feng was confident in his own capabilities to take down two Purgatory puppets. Not only was Feng such a powerful swordsman, but he was also capable of reaching the world summit. Based on what she knew, God's domain didn't have an expert like this man. Someone so powerful wouldn't be able to hide their identity from everyone. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's party stared at Feng and Hidden Soul in astonishment. How is this possible? They actually did it. Commander, what should we do now? They killed one more Purgatory puppet than we did. They definitely have more time than us. The Guardian Knight and Cleric in Skyhawk's party panicked when Hidden Soul's party cleared the test. Time was everything in the World Summit. Players with more time would find more opportunities to grow stronger, and this was especially true as players tried to reach the epic shrines. Gaining an additional 5,000 minutes would give a team enough time to enter at least 4 more additional epic shrines. Although I don't know where that woman found such a powerful team member, more time won't help them find that item. Skyhawk wore a twisted, ugly expression. Immediately, he commanded, "All right, we've rested enough. Let's enter the World Summit." Saying so, Skyhawk approached the World Summit's entrance. Hee hee. Commander, look. It seems that Skyhawk can't sit still any longer. He's in such a rush to leave, Brute Spear said, laughing in delight as he watched Skyhawk's party depart. However, unlike Brute Spear, Hidden Soul had lost interest in Skyhawk's party as questions about Feng's identity filled her mind. As she was about to move forward and thank Feng, the sound of a system notification reached her ears. System, you have completed the SS rank difficulty test. Rewarding Inferior Legendary Shrine Key. Time awarded increased by 40%. You have received 8,480 minutes. An Inferior Legendary Shrine Key and 8,148 minutes. Hidden Soul was stunned. Immediately, she looked at the system notification window to confirm that the announcement hadn't been a hallucination. She had never expected such a bountiful reward. Based on her calculations, the best-performing party could only learn around 7,000 minutes after completing an epic party test, yet despite her party's average performance, she had earned over 8,000 minutes. Most importantly, the Shrine Key was Inferior Legendary rank. This was the first time she had ever heard of such a key. One could only open a shrine of equal or lower rank with a high-rank Shrine Key in the World Summit. Without a key of corresponding or higher rank, players wouldn't be able to unlock the doors to the shrine. Even Feng was ecstatic. His performance had been the best in the party, and thus, he had received more time than his companions. In total, he had earned 13,580 minutes, 6 times the amount he had earned during his first visit. He would have ample time to search for God crystals in the World Summit. Brother Maple, we really have to thank you for your help. We'll be able to proceed with our quest far more smoothly. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me. If you want to deal with someone, my commander and I can deal with most of God's domain's experts. Brute Spear said, grinning as he walked up to Feng. Hidden Soul nodded and expressed her agreement with Brute Spear's offer. She admitted that Feng was quite strong in a head-on confrontation. However, she was a professional with assassination and ambushing. She doubted that she'd lose out to Feng when focusing on a single target. All right. If I need anyone killed, I'll make sure to give you a call, Feng said, nodding. He did not try to reject Brute Spear's goodwill. Although the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't yet fully developed in God's domain, it wasn't an organization that ordinary superpowers had any hope against. Moreover, there wasn't any enmity between him and the organization. Most of the encounters he had had with the Flower of Seven Sins thus far had been due to other players hiring its services. Such dealings were very normal for an assassin organization. It was unlikely that the Flower of Seven Sins had a grudge against him. Feng added both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear as friends, but due to his demon mask, his name registered as Maple Leaf in their friends list now. If he really had to deal with someone in the future, he could ask Hidden Soul for help. Once the entrance test was over, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear decided to rest before entering the World Summit. The previous fight had taken a huge toll on their stamina and concentration. Feng, however, had no intention of resting. Instead, he parted ways with Hidden Soul and Brute Spear before entering the World Summit on his own. Feng hadn't wanted to avoid resting, but he didn't want others to discover his intentions. After some light conversation, Feng made his way towards the World Summit's main entrance. As he departed, Hidden Soul felt a little lost and crestfallen. Commander, we really got lucky. If we hadn't come across Brother Maple, we would have had to watch Skyhawk's party enter the World Summit and search for the item. If Skyhawk knew that we earned Inferior Legendary Shrine Keys, he'd lose his mind, Brute Spear said, sighing ruefully as he watched Feng's departing figure. It's a pity that Brother Maple seems to have some business of his own. If we could have convinced him to enter alongside us, we'd have a far better chance of obtaining that item. Commander, you should have at least tried to convince him. Who knows? He might have agreed. He's already helped us quite a bit. Don't get too greedy, Hidden Soul said as she eyed the grinning Berserker. Commander, the boss has been looking for an expert to help him for a while now. Why don't we recommend Brother Maple? With his strength, Brother Maple shouldn't have any issue catching the boss's eye, Brute Spear said. Not only would Brother Maple be able to help out the boss, but he might even be interested in that matter. Perhaps. Hidden Soul nodded in agreement. While Hidden Soul and Brute Spear conversed, Feng arrived in the World Summit. The World Summit was far more lively than it had been during his previous visit. Plenty of players even occupied the bronze area. Some players were even fighting over shrines, but Feng had no intention of staying in the bronze area, and he charged towards the top of the mountain. Although he had acquired a lot of time, he could still fail to find enough god crystals to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. He couldn't afford to waste a second on low-quality shrines. Without any hesitation, he dashed towards the epic shrines. However, as Feng was about to climb the staircase to the next area, an enchanting beauty with 3 pairs of pitch-black wings appeared before him. As the woman hovered in the air, she radiated an aura that suggested that she could triumph over all beings. This woman was none other than the fallen angel Serena. Interesting. Someone has finally obtained the inferior legendary shrine key after so long? Serena smiled as she gazed down at Feng.